wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Let's get money.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the hit you with the bank. money in the bank. The money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
was shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Biz mekanın sahibiyiz.
Та стримуйся дати ми откроба, шикарная пачка по хронику,
We even bring knives to the gunfight.
Vested Seekers go out, looks to the right, gets him, Zifan.
Strange stages of this round. How is Dirk continuously getting away with that?
Мы будем последними. Стас.
Остается очень мало, но тут пару это фейк, понимаете, это Chronicles. Да!
But he might not even be needed. Oh, in fact, he's dealt with Doma coming in with the headshots.
Backside'deki oyuncuların yeri belli ama cevap geldi. Aim diyor herhalde. Rende geldi orada. 3 oyuncuyu birden. 4'ü de vurdu.
We get what is ours.
Nearly struggling, tries to pick up another weapon.
Oh
And
my
you've seen it is! You've seen it is! He got balls of steel!
Biz
Мы и есть.
We are.
We are EMEA.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 3 of the EMEA Challengers Playoffs. It's elimination day today, which means our teams must win if they want to stay in contention for Masters 2 in Iceland. I'm your host Yinsu, and joining me on the desk today is a guy whose lineups I've stolen plenty of times to try and climb solo queue with. Welcome back, Jonas.
Hello everyone, I try to stop by the stream at least once a month so you guys don't forget about me. I'm super excited to be here. I've watched a lot of NA and a lot of EU games, haven't watched that much of the Turkish games, so I'm super excited to see how this...
Jonas, don't be silly. No one is ever going to forget you, and especially not Mitch, because Mitch heard you were going to be in today, so we have to bring him on the desk as well. Welcome back, MitchMan.
Thank you very much, Sue. You know, yeah, as soon as I hear Jonas is going to be on, that's when the emails start getting written. It's like, you got to put me there, man. I'm happy to be back. It's going to be a good day today.
It is indeed. Well, after yesterday, we have officially seen every single team in the competition, but the group stages isn't over just yet. It is a double elimination process, which means we will have another elimination day after today. And then after that, 4 teams will be heading to playoffs, and then 2 will secure that spot for Iceland and Masters 2. Now, Mitch, you know, a lot of the European teams, well, all of the European teams have made it through after the opening games, but they can't relax just yet because one of them will be in risk of elimination no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering all those games were so close over the last 2 days, these teams are going to have to sit back and really still feel the pressure, because you don't want to have a rematch of a game that you very nearly lost in the first place. Even the 2-0s where the maps came so close, I think the Turkish and CIS teams have definitely shown that they're there to be feared. So that lower bracket is definitely something you want to stay way away from.
Yeah, we also had a couple of surprises as well, for sure. But looking at the action from yesterday, Jonas, Fnatic really impressed everybody, especially the fact they're starting to show a pretty good depth when it comes to their map pool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really surprised that Fnatic managed to get this new roster working so well already, with Durkee and Magnum coming in and basically just performing like superstars, basically straight off. They're looking so much more confident now. Their map pool is growing. They're showing more confidence on maps that they previously banned, which is really good. So I'm super excited to see where the limit takes this.
Yeah, of course, we have to take into consideration Breeze too. So if it's any time you want to be confident with your map pool, it probably is the few weeks before a new map gets added into the equation. And on the other side, we had another best of 3 as well. And Guild were very impressive here, Mitch, and they managed to bless us with a little bit of Yoru too.
Yeah, that one caught me by surprise. Obviously, I was on the play test for Breeze, and I'm just like, someone said to me like, "Oh, Guild have picked Yoru." I'm like, wait, what? Okay, I guess I'm not gonna watch that back later. I'm gonna watch it right now. It was a surprise that they took it out, but I really liked. I think Drake and on that Yoru had a couple of plays I wasn't quite ready for. Even this one here where he went under heaven and managed to find himself the kills. He ults, uses out the Cosmic Divide so that he can come out of his ultimate and then take a kill. It takes away, although it's only 0.6 seconds now, it's nearly half the time that it used to be, so you can get your weapon out super fast. The way he was using Yoru to make those super aggressive plays, combining with other abilities, was really, really nice. But the focal point for me was how ready it seemed that Guild were for Footballist. We saw the Footballist defensive side. I think every Turkish team likes to get aggressive on the defensive side. That's pretty much an expected thing when you come up against them, and Guild countered it perfectly. They took their usually very aggressive attack and slowed it down, waited for the aggression, and reacted to their opponents, showing even further depth on what we've seen from this team in the past.
Oh yeah, they're definitely on an upwards trajectory right now. They will, of course, be taking on Fnatic in the next round of Group B. But in Group A as well, we also saw 2 European teams make it through the upper bracket. And that also means they're also going to be facing each other. And that is, of course, FPX and Team Liquid. These 2 have also impressed. I think FPX people weren't 100% surprised by the fact they were able to go through. Maybe the 2-0 wasn't the scoreline a lot of people would have predicted, but Team Liquid taking down BBL was definitely a very, very, very important match for them and a great victory. But we also saw quite a lot of Astras since this agent has been out. A variety of players have played with lots and lots of different styles as well, and I've really enjoyed seeing the discussion on social media from you guys at home as well on who you think the best EMEA Astra player is right now. But this is what the pros thought in the latest episode of Frenzy Fire.
Shadow is the best Astra player. Angel, of course.
I would say it's Shadow for sure.
Mitez ve Duhox. These questions are always bait because it's like I obviously have to answer my own teammates, but I don't want to do that.
Draken.
Игрок на IP Korea.
Say Leo.
Big brained boaster.
Boaster.
Angel played really good with it.
Yasin.
Ball cold right now.
Три Akuma из команды PDS.
Akuma.
Biri Shadow, 2 Akuma gördüğüm kadarıyla.
I would say it's Sheriff. The one taps with them or so. Satisfying.
İhtimalle Şerif'tir.
Vandal baby, the one taps.
The Vandal. That's gotta be the Odin, 100%.
I forgot how the Deagle called.
Sheriff.
Sheriff, yes.
I would say Sheriff, the Sheriff, 100%. I like to call it Sheriff.
Bence Şerif.
Sheriff.
Kesinlikle Şerif diyebilirim buna.
Probably the judge.
Şerif bence böyle bir kez iki kez vurunca daha tatmin ediyor.
Vandal, Şerif.
The judge. Phantom.
Ya büyük ihtimalle operatördür.
The best player in EMEA is Zipan.
Zaypan.
Durka coming in hot.
Durka is looking like one of the best players.
EMEA is Scream.
Bence EMEA'da en iyi oyuncu Scream.
EMEA'da oynayan en iyi oyuncu Scream diyebilirim. Aim power olarak diğer oyunculara göre çok üstün.
Let's say Zipan.
Shao for sure.
Sinet, наверное.
Can I check who's playing even? Bonkar.
Turko. Jumpy.
The best player is definitely in our team.
Scream. Scream.
Angel. Hey man, you're old dude, but I'm gonna give it to you.
Like aggressive and passive styles, you know? Like in you we have like more passive, in Turkish and CS it's more aggressive.
Тактическая составляющая у Европы она развита очень сильно, у них именно строится командная игра, у Турции игра больше строится от стрельбы, а СНГ это 50-50 от всего то, что я назвал ранее.
I feel like Turkish style is a more aggressive style. CIS style is kind of mix of both. They also really like to play aggressive, but at the same time they're not against playing is like not aggressive picks, more team play wise.
So I think CIS are like the middle ground between Turkey and Europe, and Turkey is just full out rushing, and Europe are more tactical.
While Turkey and CS have just a lot of firepower and they rely on it more than we do.
Turkey and CS seems to be a little bit more rock and roll, yeah.
So Turkey, I think, play quite aggressively.
Bizim bölgenin oyun tarzı bence diğer bölgelere göre birazcık daha tahmin edilemez gibi duruyor. Çünkü sonuçta her bölgenin farklı bir bakış açısı var. Bu şekilde bakarsak bir tık daha biz tahmin edilemez hareketler yapabiliriz. Onlara göre kötü bir hareket olabilir ama bize göre aslında mantıklı olan bir şeydir. Bence en büyük farkımız bu.
I think EU is a little bit more organized or calculating the risks.
Who is the best operator player in EMEA? Durka again. Durka creates so much space.
Derkeps. I guess a lot of people are saying Sinet.
Sinet, наверное.
Sinet.
So Sinet.
Yeah, I would say myself or Sinet.
Sinet.
You know, I'm just gonna say Sinet.
Direkt buna ikinciyi söyleyerek başlayacağım. Birincinin direkt kendim olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bana en yakın oyuncunun da Mago olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Russ from BBL, I think.
Yasin.
Jumpy again.
I don't even know who operates.
Toronto.
EMEA'da oynayan en iyi operatör oyuncusu bence Jumpy.
Like the best jet player automatically becomes the best top player.
Honestly, I love these opinions from pros. It's so interesting to think, to see what they really think about the game. But what I want to know, Jonas, is what do you think is the most satisfying weapon in the game? Because a lot of people went for sheriffs there.
I think personally it's also the sheriff, even though sometimes it could be the operator when you make these sick flicks. However, as soon as someone is on long range and you get a dink with the sheriff, it suddenly turns to the least satisfying thing in the world.
Yeah, that's why I keep missing my sheriff shots. Yeah, they're just too far away from me. I need to get closer. That's definitely the problem. But like I said before, it is elimination day today, and today we'll be bringing you guys two best of threes. The Kings of CIS Gambit will be taking on BBL, followed by an all-Turkish clash between Oxygen and Football. These guys know each other pretty well, so it should be quite a spicy matchup as well. But Mitch, on paper, with their past results in mind, it does seem like Footballists probably have the better chance going into this.
Yeah, I think so. They are the giants of the region, the ones that everyone in Turkey looks up to and wants to beat out. And Oxygen, well, they've been on an upward trajectory as well, right? They've recently managed to beat out BBL for the first time in 6 months. It's definitely a fresher face, but realistically, when you come up against a team like Footballists who've shown us, albeit not in the previous game, but across the history of Turkey, that they are the strongest team there, I don't think it's going to be one that you're feeling too happy about as your elimination game for sure. The pressure is on.
Well, Footballists will be in action a little bit later as they take on Oxygen. But for now, I like to introduce a guest with us today on the desk. We had Emil yesterday, and we have another member of NIP with us today. And I love to give a warm welcome to Rhyme. Hi, Rhyme. Welcome to the desk. It's great to have you here.
Hello, Yinsu. Thank you for having me. And I can't wait to analyze these games today. I think it's going to be a good day of Valorant.
It will be indeed. And now, it's elimination day and we have no European teams today. Are you surprised that all 4 of them managed to win their opening games?
I mean, it's not surprising, but I was expecting maybe a upset, you can call it, or 2. I really thought that Footballists could make it. Really respect them as a team. And I also thought that Gambit or BBL could take one of the games, but apparently the EU teams are too strong right now, and we'll see if they can climb their way up from the lower brackets.
Oh yeah, we will see, because they will have another chance. Now, a lot of the European teams have been singing the praises of Gambit for a long time. They definitely didn't disappoint us either, Mitch. Despite losing to FPX in that opening matchup, they looked pretty good.
Yeah, those 2 maps are really, really close. You can look at it on paper and say, oh, 2-0, okay, FPX, the gods that we expected, but they were pushed to the limit. And I think if you sit down with some of them and ask about that game, they won't want to go back and play it again. Gambit are a strong roster, and for a long time within EU, we've heard from teams, because we haven't got to see these regions clash, that, oh, this team in scrims, oh, you don't want to mess with them, right? If you're beating them in scrims, well, Fnatic always said, you're doing well when you beat Gambit in a scrim. But now they're starting to show that in officials as well, they've got those muscles to back it up, and certainly a team that nobody will want to face.
Now, that's been one of the biggest narratives here, I feel like, because obviously we haven't seen them play any officials against European teams prior to the Challengers Playoffs here. And Ryan, you've scrimmed them plenty of times, and they've kind of gained this reputation of being the scrim gods. Why do you think they are such a difficult team and such a tough team to play against?
I don't believe that they are scrim gods in any way. I believe they are a good team. They deserve the praise they're getting. They deserve to have their reputation as a good team, because Gambit has always been there on the top of CIS teams. They've also been battling some EU teams here and there. And I think, honestly, their playstyle is... it used to be pretty annoying to play against, you can call it. They were playing a lot on individual skills. But as of right now, when they got Redguard into the team, I believe they got some tactical aspects to their play. And I can't wait to see how they develop this young and talented team. I really believe in all of them. I think they really deserve to be on the top leaderboards of EU.
Oh yeah, for sure. I almost feel like they might have the slight edge here, just on paper. Again, being the top team from CIS as well. Well, I had the pleasure of speaking to Nats from Gambit earlier about their game plan against BBL today. I'm now joined by Nats from Gambit. Hi, Nats. Welcome to the stream. Right off the bat, I just wanted to ask you about that FPX series, because even though you guys lost, you really, really challenged one of the best teams in Europe. What was your takeaway from that best of 3?
I guess there was a lot of important rounds that we lost. On Icebox, it was city side, the whole city side, I guess. We lost... the first round in T side, I guess. Then we lost 3v1 against Shao. Then he defused the bomb, and the whole city side we just couldn't kill them. Then they go to the side. And about the split, it was, I guess, 2 rounds. It was a round, and we lost the eco, and the round 2v5. I don't remember who were against us, but these 2 rounds. Depends a lot on our gameplay, and that's why we lost both maps.
Well, how different do you think it's going to be this time around, that you won't be facing a European team, but a Turkish team? What do you personally feel like the difference in playstyle will be?
Today is gonna be a more individual game, I guess. It's gonna be less strategies, just aim, and who will be better in aim? I think the better will win today.
Now, being the only representative from the CIS region, do you feel like there's a lot of pressure that you're here representing your whole region?
zero pressure, to be honest.
So how difficult? Well, you said just now that the difference in playstyle is going to be winning a lot of duels and winning a lot, out aiming your opponent today. But you guys also have a lot of strategy and structure. So how do you think that's going to affect you? That your opponent is going to be a lot about the aims.
I think our strategy will help us to play more structure on T side, I guess. It will help us to contact to each other because this game not depends only on your aim, on your individual game. It depends a lot from your communication, from your strategies in your team, and I think it will help a lot for us if we will have some problems with our aim today. But I think everything is going to be good today.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Nat, and best of luck with your match later.
Thank you.
Well, Nat said there even that the duels and the aims were going to be really, really important today, Rhyme. Do you feel like that's the good game plan going into this? Will they have to basically out-aim BBL if they want to beat them?
There will for sure be more aspects than just aiming. I mean, you're going up against BBL, a good reputational team with good aim, good mechanic. They have individual players that can really shine. We saw that this other day. Russ was just popping off, really showing some world-class Valorant. And sure, you should have a game plan where you play on your individual level. Maybe have some players that can do the difference. Get an entry there, do a play here. But I do believe that against a team like BBL, it will be hard to rely on aim because they are known to have good aim. It's like if you catch BBL on a day where they are just flowing around, they're just having a good day, I think relying on your aim will be really hard because they can shoot back and they will shoot back if they can.
Well, as you said, Russ has been really on form. He was an absolute monster the other day. And Jonas, BBL did manage to take a map off of Team Liquid as well, and they did it pretty dominantly.
Yeah, they did. And then something happened on the second map where suddenly they kind of looked less confident, and Liquid finally won the match in the end. And I'm, of course, not biased at all on who won that match. Anyway, the thing about BBL that fascinates me is their fan base. They're such a popular team, probably one of the most popular teams in the world, except it's they're all from Turkey. There's a massive fan base from Turkey. So this puts a lot of pressure on the team in general. So they're it must be hard on them as well. I think they stated that in the past too, where they feel like they're pressured by their fans to actually perform, because being the most famous team doesn't necessarily mean that you're the team that performs the best. And sometimes it's just a lot easier to be a team that no one really has high expectations of, because you can just focus on playing your game and not hurting anyone's feelings.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. They have a lot of pressure. Probably have the most pressure out of all of the teams right now in EMEA, because their fans expect them to go to Iceland, even being an elimination probably isn't good enough for them. But in terms of in-game and what they need to do here, Rhyme, what do you think BBL need to do if they want to beat Gambit today?
BBL just has to continue to play their game. When I watched the game against Liquid, I believe it was, they had some... You could see that there was some... they were nervous in some situations. They didn't really play the situations as they used to play it. But I believe that if they take out their A game today, if they play the way they are usually playing, with having Russ just going bananas, if you have, for example, Aslan doing what he usually does with playing the anchor role, you leave Aslan alone in the lamp area on bind, he will kill 3 guys coming up on A side all alone. If these kind of individual players do their job and just do what they usually do in practice, what they do when they play on ranked, for example, just follow their own habits, I believe that BBL can really, really surprise and make this match really one-sided. So I think that the counter for the Gambit's game plan, as Nat said, is I just have to play their own game. That's it.
Well, Russ is definitely a huge win condition here. I mean, we don't get many players that outfrag Scream, and in that Team Liquid series, despite losing, Russ, I think, beat him on frags by a long, long way. And speaking of this player, we do have some stats prepared as well, because he's going to be going into this, like I said, as BBL's win condition. But Mitch, Gambit, they have a few good individual players as well, but you can't ignore that 20.5 average kills on Russ.
Yeah, remember, Russ is filling some pretty big boots. You look back at the history of BBL, and they were set to be the #1 team in Turkey. In fact, they were one of the only ones participating in Ignition Series way back in the day, 8 or 9 months ago. But then they lost CNED, and that was a big blow to them in contending for the top spot within the region, especially as he jumps over to EU. But they managed to still put together a pretty good roster. Russ picking up what was previously the CNED role, but he's coming up against Defo, and Defo is a solid player. Whilst okay, he might not have the same stats in the overall game, you have to look at how he plays that jet. And on a lot of maps, if you're talking about certainly your Icebox, which we saw from them up against FPX, this guy is insane. Not someone you want to be messing with on that operator, regardless of whether it's attack or defensive side. He finds so many openings for that team. But when you swap over to a map like Split, for example, against FPX, he fell off. And I saw a lot of conversation around, oh, well, Defo didn't show up in the same way on map number 2. Well, he didn't buy an op on the attack. He plays a completely different role there. Instead of being the man that's opening up sites, he's throwing himself on the sword so his teammates can walk over his corpse, dashing into sites and getting traded out. And Defo's a really solid player for that, with the value that he brings to his team, not just playing a very one-dimensional role. So I'm super excited to see the matchup of Defo versus Russ and how they play their jets a little bit differently. But when they have those operators out, those heads-up aim duels are going to be fun.
Oh yeah, the clash here is going to be super, super interesting to observe. But of course, Mitch, you mentioned the Split there, but if we go on to BBL's map pool, Jonas, they don't tend to actually play Split all that much.
No, Split has been their permaban in the past, and I doubt that we're going to see any surprises there, to be honest. I mean, there's no reason to suddenly start, unless they've prepared a super hidden tactic for this specific moment, but it's really hard to predict when someone does something like that. They're also very confident on Ascent, and they're one of the Turkish teams who actually use Astra, specifically on Haven. So the question is, will we see Haven, or will that be banned by the opponent?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually, because, of course, BBL showed us what they can do on Haven. They definitely pushed a Team Liquid, and they kind of proved themselves right off the bat there. But if we take a look at the map pool on Gambit's side, Mitch, it does feel like they're going to have a slight advantage here. If they don't want to play the Haven, they can just take that away.
Yeah, I do think looking at the map pools of both teams, we pretty much know that it's going to be like Ascent, Bind, and Icebox off the bat. Realistically, they both have their insta bans, but it plays very much against their opponents in a way. Or like when you look at Haven, I think for BBL, they could do damage there. When you look at Split, this is somewhere the BBL could feel comfortable if they were playing it. But both of those maps are unlikely to come out. And that means we're going to see like your Russ versus Defo fights on the two maps, your Bind and your Icebox, that I really want to see them going head to head. There's so much space there for them to find some opening duels or try to open up aggression. And playing against playing into an Ascent, I feel like that's where Defo will be a little bit less, let's say, impactful on the scoreboard, but still able to provide a lot of value to his team. The main thing for me when I look at Gambit in this map pool is shutting down the early aggression of BBL. If they can do that successfully, then there won't be any sirens there in the background. They'll be able to avoid any major incidents and steam through in the clear.
Oh, that's great timing. Sometimes these things just happen. I'm glad you capitalized on that, Mitch. But we've theorized a little bit here on what the map picks could be, but the vetoes are in. So let's take a look at what these teams have decided to go with and see if there's any surprises this time around. And fortunately for us, unlike the Oxygen versus Fnatic game, we aren't going to see any surprises. We knew that Split, and we knew that Haven will be the two maps that are taken away, and they have been, but we're going into Ascent, Icebox, and Bind. Now, Ryan, you've seen the vetoes here with these three maps. What do you make of this, and do you feel like, does this lean towards any team in particular?
I mean, the veto is just as expected. I expected BBL to choose Ascent, Icebox for Gambit, and the Bind is left over. So it was really just expected. I believe that, for example, BBL can be really annoying on that Ascent. They can play a lot of aggressive, they can have aggressive setups, they can have aggressive plays. And I believe that Gambit can have a hard time shutting that down if BBL choose to have this kind of 3 or 4 man pushes as they usually had before. So on Ascent, I can really believe that BBL can make a statement. When it comes to Icebox, I really respect Gambit on Icebox. I practice them myself. They're one of the few teams that I really think has a good vision or a good game plan on the map. So I believe that Icebox should be going into Gambit's way if BBL doesn't have anything up their sleeve. And then when it comes to Bind, it's pretty much free for all. I think both teams haven't really shown that they are dominant on Bind. So I think that's the closest map we'll get.
Well, judging by what you've said here, do you feel like we're going to get 3 maps today in this matchup?
I believe we're going to get 3 maps, and I believe that the Bind will be a good game.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, we already had 1 3-mapper so far in that BBL versus Liquid game. But, you know, just more specifically on the Ascent, Rhyme, of course, we have 2 very capable Jet players. We're going to see a lot of Operator play on this map. How do you sort of go about countering that? Because if you know that your opponent is super strong with that Operator, what do you do to kind of get around that and to make sure that you're not getting caught out by it?
I mean, the best counter for the Operator, especially Jet Operator on Ascent, is you have to play around smokes and you have to play with Sova. The flashes, sure, you can have flashes to remove the Jet from the angles or from the peaks or whatever, but the most efficient way to actually get that Operator back, push him back a little bit, is with the Sova drone. Having your mates follow the Sova drone, having your mates not peeking before you reveal, because with this Jet Operator meta we have right now, it's Jet can get a lot of free entries with the Operator, and you don't want that to happen, right? Imagine Jet peeking short with the Operator, gets a kill, just rotates around to B, oh, suddenly he's on B holding an angle. So you really want to use that Sova and utilize the full kit that Sova can give you, just to make sure that you are removing this Jet from getting the entry frags.
I mean, I feel like if Russ is going to get entry fragged, it's just like GG. It's like almost game over if you always let him get the entry frag every single time. And I'm so glad you brought up the Sova, because we have Jonas here. Who better than to tell us, talk a little bit more about the Sova. Now, Jonas, have you kind of made up any sort of strategies or theorized around using Sova utilities, like Rhyme said here, to specifically counter Jet Orpus?
Yeah, so I mean, a Jet op is all about holding a specific angle, and if it's a Jet, usually it's also maybe an unexpected angle because she can dash away afterwards. So one of the very big advantages of having a drone or like a Sky is that you can send a drone out and tag this person, so you force them off the ideal angle they want to be in. So this is really good for a team that has a set angle they really want to hold, because it gives you map control. So if you're, for instance, defending on B site and you can drone into B main, that gives you a lot of information without hurting any of your teammates. So I think Sova, of course, is an agent that has a very deep pool of abilities, and I'm not gonna start a TED talk today about how good that agent is, but I'm really happy to see that so many teams are starting to realize the potential. I
mean, Jonas, I've been tuning into your stream lately, and I haven't seen you play Sova for a while. I mean, I've seen you play Reyna, I've seen you play Viper. I feel like you're betraying Sova a little bit here.
No. This is just because, like, we're testing Breeze now. Breeze is the new thing, and I'm afraid Sova isn't ideal on Breeze, but Viper definitely is. So I don't know. It feels a bit bad, but, we're trying out here.
Mean, Mitch probably loves you more now that you play a lot more Viper. But Mitch, you know, Rhyme has said here that he is expecting a 3-mapper, you know, with Ascent leaning towards BBL and Icebox leaning towards Gambit. Would you agree here, or do you feel like maybe one of these teams has the potential to push it and close it out in 2?
I think if it's closed out in 2, it's Gambit. The question mark for me is around Ascent. I don't think they're a terrible team on this map. In fact, I think statistically they're pretty good. They haven't lost it. They've played 11 times in the last 2 months, and it's been flawless every single time. And although a lot of these teams, like, the only downside to it is when you look at the teams they're playing against, it's not like they're playing the major teams. Even within CIS, I think Forza is the best one that they've played, and they beat them 13-7. It was a decent result, but by and large, they're untested against a high caliber team. But I would kind of put BBL in the bracket of the teams they've played against. I think this is a map that they can take and push it to the 2-0. But if BBL show up big here, then yeah, I think it's a 3rd map.
I mean, I'm hoping for a third map as well. I think between two teams like this, knowing that one of them has to go home today, I want to see as much of them as possible. We are going to head into Agent Select shortly, but Rhyme, I just wanted to ask you, when it comes to the Agent Selects and compositions we've seen so far, this could just be a coincidence, but after speaking to Yassine yesterday after the Guild game, it feels like the Turkish and CIS teams that are a little bit behind the meta are struggling to kind of go up against, you know, the Viper, the Astra, and all of this post-plant utilities. And of course, these teams aren't playing against any European teams today. But do you feel like that's where they also fell short a little bit and they need to maybe catch up with the meta if they want to go through further in this tournament?
As the meta, sure. Viper is currently too strong. It's nothing to lie about. They can adapt to it, but I believe also that if you have a certain game plan, there's no reason for you to adapt to a certain meta. I can take us as an example. On Ascent, we started the no duelist composition, and people started playing it. And sure, that was out of meta. It was nothing alike other people, other teams, but people still took it and started playing it, and it worked for others also. But I believe it's all about the game plan. If their game plan is strong with their current composition, I can't see the reason why they have to adapt to a Viper meta on certain maps. Maybe it can give them a certain advantage, but then they also have to change their way of playing. They have to change their setups. They have to change their how they attack the game. You know, how they approach the rounds. So I don't believe they're behind in any meta. I just think this is what fits their certain playstyle and game plan.
Well, like I said, we haven't seen that much Astra, you know, outside of the European teams, but Jonas, you mentioned that BBL, they've experimented it, so there is a possibility that we might see some Astras today. Yoru, on the other hand, after seeing it for the first time yesterday, I don't know if we're going to get it again, but at this point, I am not ruling anything else out. We are going to head into Agent Select now for the first map on Ascent, and let's see what they lock in. Actually, we are not going to head into Agent Select now. We are experiencing a slight difficulty. They heard me talk about the Astra and the Yoru. They're like, yeah, we're going to go regroup just to mess with her and bring out the Yoru. Honestly, if I see a Turkish team locking Yoru, Mitch, I feel like that would just be like the end of any predictability in Valorant ever.
Yeah, it's not just that. It's also just you're in an elimination game, right? This isn't where you experiment with new things typically. Opening game, sure, do it. But when it comes to elimination time, you don't want to be messing around and going, hey, let's try this out. And then if you lose, you're out of the tournament, especially not like for BBL up against a team like Gambit. They need to play with what they know.
I agree. I completely agree. There's a time and a place, but then again, we have seen teams to pull out some surprises when they're in situations like this, just because, you know, their opponents can't really prepare for it. We experienced some difficulties, technical difficulties earlier, but I believe it has been sorted now. So we are going to head into Agent Select shortly. And just very quickly, Ryan, what are your thoughts on Yoru?
I think Jack can put a good example yesterday. He did play, it was yesterday?
Yeah.
2 days ago? I don't know. Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah. He put up a good example. Loved watching it. It was actually he did play good with that Yoru. He made it really, really effective, and I loved watching it. But there is probably a very low chance of Turkish teams picking up that Yoru, because name a better combo than Turkish players on a Jet, right? It's I don't think Jet is. It's not replaceable for them, I think.
Well, we are into Agent Select now, and as you said, Jet locked in straight away, and Jonas, we are expecting both Sovas too as well, given how impactful they're going to be against Jet Orcas.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is probably Sova's strongest map. A lot of the walls on Ascent are pretty much made out of cardboard, and with the Recon Dart or drone, you can get a lot of wall bangs. It's also very simple to get a lot of information with the Recon Dart on Ascent. You can basically get early info either in B lobby or A lobby to already call for rotates. So it's not a surprise that we see double Sova here.
Well, Ryan, we are seeing pretty much a mirror matchup except for the Cypher and Killjoy. Do you have a preference here?
I believe that both can work, but I'm leaning more towards the Killjoy just because Cypher traps on this map is not the best, I believe. Killjoy is strong on this map for sure.
Well, Killjoy has been locked in there for BBL, and as you said, Rhyme, this is where we're expecting them to shine. But anyway, we are going to head into game now for this elimination match between Gambit and BBL. The first map is Ascent. Mitch and Jonas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Sue. Jonas, I'd like to hear your input on that, actually. The Cypher versus the Killjoy. Obviously, we know that lockdowns are now irrelevant because all you have to do is body block the shock darts. And actually, I did see an example of that on Twitter. Someone genuinely did it in a match. I think it was the Collegiate Series, which is pretty cool. But it's not always possible, is it?
No, it's not always possible. I think it's Killjoy is definitely strong on Ascent. The positions of the lockdown that can cover so much ground. It's such a good ultimate, especially to retake a site. But we've seen some shock dart lineups in the past work really well against those, because normally we would always see these Sova ultimates being used. So you had to save your Sova ultimate all the way until the Killjoy finally uses the lockdown. But then we've had a few of these visionaries who figure out that you could use this shock dart ability to take them out, and that changed the meta quite a bit. But we'll see if Chronicle pulls it out.
Yeah,
here.
a few visionaries. I like that as well. Some people would call them genius, but you know, we'll stay on the fence at the moment. We're going into Gambit versus BBL, ladies and gentlemen. The pistol going live in front of your eyes. CIS versus Turkey. BBL, I think, probably the underdog in this series, but we'll see what Gambit have in store for them. Ascent, the map that they've chosen to start this battle on, and their attack, oh, it's quick. You know it is, because these are Turkish teams barreling in through market and looking for the site control. The smoke, rather, goes to the spawn, and Russ is able to take the opening. Down goes Chronicle through the smoke, and Shados, he isn't long for this world either. A very swift start for BBL, and a 2v5 on the retake for Gambit.
Yeah, it's almost like Gambit wasn't even ready for this aggression, but they should probably expect it at this point. We've seen it time and time again where BBL are just W-keying, taking these duels, feeling confident. On a good day, they're really, really difficult to win against these duels.
I don't recall that skin working that way. Maybe is that what it looks like upgraded? That's beautiful from Defo. Like the flick back, it's honestly thrown me off. But he's thrown off as well by a shot from Lego and a good attempt from Redgar to pull it back, but it ain't to be. BBL, they went to B and they took the first round. What a strong start, and it's so typical of the Turkish style, right? Just rushing them down, taking the fights. They wall up in towards the spawn, and the site is theirs in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and that's such a strong push as well, to take mid control first. You sage wall off the spawn, so you can't have any rotators coming through market unless you get the info. And yeah, they ran down the site.
I love it, man. I love it. Like, the confidence in the pistol round built up. Now they come in with SMGs, and for Gambit, they've got a couple bits here and there. Like, they've gone up for a decent investment, especially the Marshal on Defo, and that gives them mid control. They overrun it right away, and now they're ready for early flanks out on B, but the Killjoy is holding it. The utility is there to stop anything from going down, and as Nats falls, I'm looking to mid for that fight. There's two players kind of dancing around a smoke that we can see on the radar as AIM eventually wants to back off and create more space. The turret spots Chronicle coming through. Oh, Defo, hello! This round is all of a sudden turned on its head. A good shock dart deals damage, but a 4v2. BBL are under threat. They've got the spike planted, but there's plenty of time for this retake to be mounted.
Oh, he needs to be careful here. He scanned through the wall. You don't want to be near a cardboard wall when you're scanned. 26 HP left. He's just pre-fire in the corner here. Gets one though, but gets taken out. Shados with a quick double, and suddenly they take the eco.
That is a very, very strong round to win for Gambit. They did invest a bit. You got to give a bit of credit to them.
We had a Marshal.
And yeah, the Marshal in, and it did a lot of damage. It caught the tags going to the site. It even caught the kill on the follow-up. Chronicle's early flank wouldn't have been possible without the Marshal, giving them the confidence to peek out on mid without worrying about those players coming from top mid and taking them on range if they only had ghosts. So the Marshal definitely a key point in the round, but the duels that were won afterwards are also just ridiculous. That's not one that Gambit should have come out on top in, but it looks like BBL, they're saying to hell with your force buy. We're going to do the same.
That they are indeed. There's so much confidence going back and forth here as they once again try to take some mid control. Some sprays going through the smoke here. Leading way with the drone. Not finding much. But they do the same again.
The interesting thing here, BBL have a decent investment when you compare it to Gambit, right? They have 2 rifles to play with. A dangerous fight at the start as Russ, Aslan, Lego, they're all gone. And BBL, they get wiped out of this round without even a lick of damage done, or at least a kill to Gambit. 2-1. The force buy repelled as BBL are left with nothing. They have to take an eco now.
Yeah, so far this is looking really good for Gambit here, managing to turn that round 2. It seemed like they got a lot of value out of buying some utility on the second round. They had the Sova scan there, basically eliminating Sage off of sight down to 26 HP just by wallbangs. But we're probably... Oh, we see 5 sheriffs on BBL here with light shield.
You're against Turkey, man. Don't expect free rounds, that's for sure. You said this is the most satisfying weapon, but look, if he takes the fight onto Redgar, it might go into that least satisfying as well on that kind of range. But a very passive play from Gambit. They allow a lot of space, luckily punishing it afterwards. And I will say with the 2 weapons that Gambit managed to recover, Jonas, because they took an extra 2 off their opponents in the previous round, they've got lots and lots of cash. But 1 less player now, another to fall, and this is looking good for BBL.
It does indeed, and Aslan gets 1 as well. These sheriff guys, they don't mess around. Redgar, though, it's ready on the refrag. Gets 2, gets 3. Never mind, it's the caster curse once again. Oh, it's looking so good for BBL, guys.
That was a sneaky play, a very sneaky play, because when those players came out in the first place, it was the Cypher that took the fight. Redgar remained tucked in and ready in case they got pressured on the site. So after already taking 1 fight earlier on and being tagged by the drone, then by the camera, excuse me, then pushing out onto the A site, taking a duel straight onto the Cypher and still not being traded, they're thinking, okay, Nats was the only player on A, we've got it. And then Redgar swings out and quickly deletes their chances. Still good damage with the Sheriffs, and now we come into a full buy round for BBL. They've already done a whole lot of damage with weaker weapons. Let's see what they can do with now that they have everything that they could possibly want.
Yeah, this is a very important round for BBL here. Not much money to use. They need to show that they can use utility and their weapons. This is probably the fairest round so far in terms of economy and weapons. We see an operator on Defo too. So he's probably, yeah, there we have him. Trying to find some picks in the middle, but they respect it a lot. Gets tagged though, this is what we talked about earlier. The Sova drone gives them a lot of space here. Jet has to fall back and play a different angle.
Yeah, that's it. I love it as well, because you said it, Rhyme said it, like this is how you counter a Jet, and right there, BBL know exactly what to do. So they've got mid control now, free to push up. And we've seen this on the pistol round, right? They go up through market. Oh, that shot did not connect. Defo now not able to do anything. Updrafting on the wall with an op. Even with a frenzy, you're not going to be doing it. And now it comes down to the side push. They've smoked off spawn. The op out of this round for now as Russ is taken down. Chronicle once more. He gets 2. He gets 3. And now still going out for a 4th. What is this guy doing? Robbed of the ace. And in the end, it's Defo to close it out. But that was ridiculous.
That was indeed brutal. And I mean, even though they faced him 1 at a time, you see there, he basically gets a 1 versus 1 duel every time and then a repeak. But the peaks were so clean, and you gotta respect the confidence there in going for the ace. I mean, you would have done the same thing, right, man?
Well, I wouldn't have gotten any of the first kills, but yes, if I had already got the 4, I would have went in for the final. You can't blame him.
We seem to have a Russian eco here now on the BBL. We do have a few sheriffs. Oh, but we do have the daggers from Russ. We've seen what this guy can do with the daggers before.
Oh, we have. Oh, we have. It seems like they're magnetic. Right onto the heads they go. We'll see if that's the case this time. Moving in towards the A side, there's a lot of cages set up here. You've got a one-way for Cypher as well to back out if he needs to. The pressure about to be applied by BBL as Russ looks to just walk straight on through. He's going to be caught by the tripwire. There's the cage, but not able to follow up on a kill. Look at that repositioning with those cages in play. It's perfect. And Russ taken down. That's the big weapon out, but hold on. They're right back into it. Shadows doing his best to pull this all the way back. They've brought Jet back up online, but it's going to be a very even retake. Luckily, Defo excuse me, able to get rid of the operator. With Russ going down, it's just a crossfire underneath. It's all they've got to work with, and they're just being torn apart. Chronicle, he seems to be on a tear so far.
Gambit, Chronicle. He seems to be knowing that Sova Daddy is watching.
He's looking to impress you. I don't blame him. I'd be doing the same, although I wouldn't be picking Sova because I wouldn't want to make you upset.
No, but honestly, this is a really strong defense here. They're showing a lot of confidence in their retakes as well. Happy to give them the plant here and then play together retake using the utility, using some shock darts there to scare them off the angles, and yeah, it's looking really good for Gambit so far.
It is absolutely 5-1 lead. Defensive side's going their way, but we've only seen the one buy round out from BBL. There's still plenty of time for that comeback to happen, right? And now the operator in the hands of Russ. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for, using up the Blade Storm in the previous round alongside a classic just to save a little bit of cash. It's his own form of eco, still having a weapon that one-shots from any range and is fully automatic for 5 bullets. It's not a bad eco, really, and it gets him this operator in play. Now the question is, what does Russ do with it? Because he has to give a lot of respect. We've seen Defo mix up his positions between mid and short, now holding the A side. And so it looks like they've made the correct decision in moving towards B.
Yeah, they're just gonna look for an opening here. Russ leading the charge here, just looking for the first pick. Clears out the angle here on logs. The Sage Ball comes up though so that they can go back to site, but gets broken pretty quickly. Russ is still holding this angle. Shadow, is he gonna crab walk through the smoke here?
If he sprayed, he would have been dead. That shot would have come in from Russ straight away. Not going to be any lockdown today. It's destroyed by the Hunter's Fury straight away, and they look to push back and pick up that spike. It looks like they hope that they've fully sold a fake towards B, but it's been too long at this point. They didn't move nearly quickly enough.
30 seconds left.
Perhaps being caught off guard by that Hunter's Fury being deployed so quickly. The tripwire to be destroyed. They know now it's market control and time to push. A smoke used to cover it off, and a Hunter's Fury popped on the other side to try and deal with Shadows. He dodges it, luckily gets his heal off, but no, he's done for. Time is so low, and that's on sight. That's the double they needed. The round may just be theirs, and with Chronicle delaying them further, there's no time to get that plant down. AIM is now just left alone in a 1v3, desperately trying to get the kills, but the clock is his biggest enemy. 6 on the board for Gambit. That's a devastating round to lose.
A valiant effort there for DLL, but at the end of the day, when the clock runs down, you can just hide. So props to Gambit there for doing the correct thing.
Cage triggered.
It's real, like, oh man, it's this play.
The solo ult though, as soon as... It's the double kill from Nats there that really gets me, because that looked really good from BBL. They had time back on the site, but as soon as you are like stuck with so little time left on the clock, playing that backside and being annoying can be so crucial.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's sneaky play. And he had teammates facing beforehand as well that are just delaying them a little by little. But Nat's getting both. That's ridiculous. I don't think he even meant to. It seemed like the end of his spray. Now, this is a bit dangerous. Defo is still in middle, right? And there's a little bit of aggression coming in on A. They know there's a player stuck in the corner. And you're going to see Defo slowly back off. But then the angle, it's easy. Takes the shot, dashes out, free kills. The Sheriffs are not really getting anything done.
Player standing.
They're not getting much done indeed. And this is probably the 5th force, semi-force from BBL here. I love the confidence, but you have to question if it's better to start saving up here and play some full buy rounds instead. But 7-1 to Gambit now. It's starting to look a bit dangerous. We always question if Ascent is a defense or attacker-sided map, depending on how different the different teams play this map. But it's definitely looking like Gambit is having a very strong game so far.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled out the excuses, right? Like, oh, BBL, they've only had one buy around. They got the pistol and then the force buy, blah, blah, blah. We can go all day long, and a couple of these rounds have been super close. But at the end of the day, 7-1, there's not many excuses that can pull you back from that. They've got to start delivering now. And Russ, he's opening it up. There's the opening duel. Is this what spurs them on and gets them to control? Maybe not. Defo's quick to pull it back by taking down AIM. And with that, a 4v4, a slower round from BBL. The idea of pushing into that site now, knowing the operator's just waiting for them, it's not quite the thing that they want to do. And so they'll rotate back and, well, they'll slow it down. Maybe not rotate back. I think they were just going to get the spike. And again, they'll look to push out on this B site.
Yeah, they're probably just going to look here for a little bit, see if there's any peeking going on. You have double peek here from CT Spawn Chronicle ready with the recon. Should spot someone here. Oh, nope, it doesn't. It could be that they're... Yeah, Sova's rotating back on A here. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, the information sometimes, it's your worst enemy. Thinking that it's clear now, they're going to realize it's not the smoke coming out, but they peek before it even blooms. Lego taken down, and
oh my god,
going in for more with the updraft, almost the 4th kill. It's left on to Aslan, tagged up, a knife in his belly already, and an op shot soon to be landing. He needs to make a move. 15 seconds remain, players absolutely everywhere. The shots they land, but Nats is there again. 8-1, a round that looked possible from BBL. The opening duel goes their way, but Gambit, they snatch it back, and it's Defo you have to look at right now. He might not be on top of the scoreboard, but he's doing it and making it work with that operator in such crucial moments on these buy rounds.
Yeah, and you saw like they looked so scared. They were waiting so long before doing anything, and then when they suddenly pushed, they didn't wait for the smoke to actually land. And then, of course, you could call it a bit luck that it gets the second one through the smoke. But at the end of the day, like Gambit are playing so well off of each other now.
The shock darts, they can tickle you up.
Shock darts.
What do you think about our early shock darts down there in B main? I think especially when you know that your opponent's going for control, they can net you a fair bit of damage.
Absolutely, and especially if you can check, you press tab and check if someone is close to the ultimate. You know that they want to take the orb. So you could definitely do a shock dart that bounces off of the window and hits the orb spot as well, which can be super strong. It's very typical if a Killjoy is almost ready with the lockdown. You take the orb first, and then you follow up with the lockdown.
Kind of surprising as well with the amount of money that we have in play that we're not seeing any like Odin gameplay come out. I think most teams, if you're 8-1 up, you start to take control over B main because you've got that extra cash. You invest in, start going for the wall banks this late in the game, especially when your economy's just overflowing. But no, they're sticking to it. They're sticking to what they know. Mainly, I say that because they have the early round 2-man setup on B, but they've rotated now. There's 3 on A. They're so ready for this push to come in from BBL.
There are 3 people waiting on A though. They seem to be reading quite well into this as Jet has already rotated as well. 4 people waiting for this push. This is gonna be a clash of the centuries. As the smoke comes out here, Russ is left on site. Kero gets 1 as well. Kero gets 2 actually. This might actually be a round for BBL here. Lego gets the door down. Shadows cancels the plant though. 15 seconds left. My goodness.
They have to make a move. They've got to get that planted. It's now or never. It's going down and planted. Okay, the advantage swings to BBL massively now. Another kill their way, and even though they ran into a 4-man stack, that could not stop them. They lose a man, but res him back up, and with Redguard left alone, he sees 1. The kill's going to be found, but what are the chances? A 1 versus 5? I don't know. Even with Lego being low HP, the time is just against
18 bullets. 18 bullets left.
Well, no health left. That's the main problem.
Yeah. But that looks really good for... I mean, they've been walking back and forth quite a bit to try to sense where Gambit is playing from. Now, the irony here is that Gambit actually read into this really well. They had 4 people welcoming them to the site already. Now, the previous time that they won a site was when they played it on a retake instead. This time they didn't want to give them the site. They tried to actually defend it, but they got ran over in like the Turkish W playstyle.
So this is a timeout here for BBL, a tactical one, even despite winning that round. And I think realizing they ran into the 4-man stack, it's now time to start to rethink on the information game. You know, what's going on? They knew. What's super interesting to me, actually, Jonas, is that, 2 rounds ago, they put a recon into B and saw nobody. Rotated to have the Sova spotting for mid. And BBL then rushed out B. They, okay, with the exception of a huge play from Defo, they should have probably won that round, you know? They played it perfectly. This time, they're confident in leaving the Sova solo B and 4 stacking A. That was the perfect read and almost an unexpected play considering what they'd been sort of conditioned to believe in the previous couple of rounds. So Gambit's reads and gambles are just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they kind of identify. Oh, you have to be careful, Defo. Oh, that feels bad, man. Oh my God, Nats on the off angle. Oh, they didn't check the corner. This round is over before it begun.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. And you know, they do check that corner. If that player hadn't just found the kill on A long, that's what changes the pace of it. Once the Sova goes down, they're like, all right, let's go. Let's rush in, because they were about to get the Sova ult online as well. I think they wanted the orb. They had lockdown. They had everything they wanted to play with in that round. But that op kill, it changes the pace. They rush in, and they don't check the corner, losing the round. And I think even spotted the player in Garden, which sort of made them think, okay, this is the Garden guy. We don't need to see the left.
Yeah. I mean, I think Gambit kind of read this play by going, okay, well, they seem to be more confident in their A push as of now. So we're gonna try to force them to go B by having more people on A. So good read on so far. Redgar is holding the off angle once again. Lego needs to check this. Oh, but he turns around just as he peeks. The spike is here as well.
It's so hard to watch, you know? That timing was perfect from Redgar. Now the lockdown comes into play. Paranoia going to be popped through. Everybody's blind. The swing doesn't have anything. And now lockdown is the dangerous thing to deal with. They've cleared out short, but Defo is still here on the site. In fact, goes down to the generator, has Nats here to play with him. And as the glass gets broken, Shados is covering the back. This is perfect. And Shados,
oh my God,
them all up. The head peek to close it out. 10 rounds on the board for Gambit at the halftime. Oh, this is heartbreaking for BBL.
Switching sides.
Yeah, like it's so many times it looks really good. Like the execute looks good. But then, like in this position, there are 3 people stuck inside window house here, and they line up perfectly on the off angle there. Shadows just has a walk in the park because there's so much noise on site. So they're mainly focused on a person maybe jumping up and checking heaven. But then, I mean, it looks like they're predicting really well where BBL are going to go.
Oh yeah, I think they're going to be pulling out some cards and some dice after this one and then having a go, because this Gambit more like gamble, and then it's working out for them every single time. 10-2, and the value that Defo is bringing is just nuts. Like, again, he's not top of the scoreboard, but it's the impact frags. Every single one of them is just tearing the game plan apart for BBL. But now, on the defensive side, I feel like it's going to get even worse. There's the shock dart you talked about, right? You hear that orb being popped and zip, in comes the shock.
Yep. Makes me sing the high notes. He did, however, spot 2 players on B side with the drones. It's natural to rotate here. Looks like they're playing this slower than what we saw BBL do in the first round. Slightly, just slowly building ground here. They already checked pizza. I think this is probably a safe assumption that since they're playing site, that no one's gonna hold close here, but you have to be careful now. Lego is ready on the wall. The wall comes out. They heard him. They heard him. The wall breaks though, so not getting tons of value there as they just decide to rotate back.
That skin's mesmerizing me. I didn't know the back flipped up. I really didn't. I'm gonna have to upgrade mine now. I like the blue shock though. I don't know. But anyway, we talk about the gambles of Gambit and they've been successful, but this time BBL rotate to A and they realize they've been duped. The push is coming out, but they've quickly made their way back over. 3 players on the corner. Hero not able to get the kill. Chronicle has been on a tear so far, and Lego spotted out for nothing. The time is low and the push is coming in. The plan, well, it's going to be found. The only question was, could Rust do something huge? And no, now the retake going to be mounted, and look who's tucked in on the left corner. It's Chronicle again and again.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
kills to close it out 11-2. Gambit, they're just 2 away from victory in BBL. I mean, since the pistol round, they've got basically nothing. Looks like they haven't warmed up today.
That was the thing was, like, they had this crossfire behind the Sage Wall, and then he jumped on top of the Sage Wall. Peekaboo.
Click got nerfed, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah. Actually, don't use that anymore, guys. We do not recommend it.
Unless you're Chronic.
No, but... so Lego tried to be left unchecked there. He was hoping that with some trigger discipline that nobody would check him, but that didn't really happen. Oh, he peeks the drone. Gotta be careful.
And they're starting to move up. You see the confidence of Gambit right now is going to be running high. They ran into a 3-man crossfire, for God's sake, and then it did nothing to them. At this point, they've got to be feeling untouchable, and this is a map that we highlighted. You know, if BBL can pull something out and take it, that, yeah, sure, they can bring this to 3 maps, but Gambit, they're such a strong team right now. They managed to push FBX to the limit on both maps 2 days ago.
And this was the team, like, we talked about how BBL are so confident on Ascent.
We did.
So that's what worries me right now.
But this is the thing, like, it's a good map for BBL, and it's a map that they pick because they're comfortable, but Gambit, they haven't lost this against anybody. And as we said in the desk, yeah, okay, they're not playing like, you know, your top 2, top 5, top 10 teams even in Europe, but versus Forza is probably the best game they have on record. They only gave them 7 rounds, and I think Gambit looked like a much better team now than they did 2 months ago when that happened. So we look at this well-coordinated push. They're just coming out as a unit. Nats on fire here for a double as they look to overrun the site. Of course, BBL didn't invest much into this round, so you don't expect them to come out on top. Never mind dominantly, but at all. They've still managed to do quite a bit of damage, and now it's about finding as many kills as they can. They've got a huge comeback to make happen. But look at this position from Redguard. They're going to check it, but they don't clear the right angle, and this is nice and easy for him. They're all on pistols, and his aim picks up another. It's a 1v2. If he gets Shados, he's got a good chance, but no. The Vandal wins out even on low HP. 10 rounds in a row needed now for BBL, and considering one of the ones they won was the pistol, it's
looking grim. Caro, though, looked like he picked a few pages out of Chronicles book there with the Jumping Classic. Didn't quite have the same success, but a valiant effort nonetheless. And we're actually looking at map point here.
Map point, BBL's pick, the map that we thought they had the best chance on. Coming into number 2, I'm flying the Gambit flag all the way, and certainly after this performance, I think the 2-0 looks even more likely. 10 rounds in a row, but they started here with Vandals. At least that's a small upside. The downside, well, Gambit had the same. They've been playing better, and of course, they've got plenty of cash as well. So, you know, it's maybe not the best. Plus, you know, 10 opportunities to close it out.
Yeah, they have to have ice in their veins here, as the kids like to say. Yeah. Ooh! Okay, starting off fresh here, Russ with a nice one-tap. Do they have the rest? No, they don't. So that's going to be a 4 versus 5 here. Caro trying to, once again, get some information. Doesn't spot anyone. He knows that the Cypher trip is there. Now, this could be a signal that they're not going to push B, as it's quite common to put a anti-flank trip.
There we go. Shock dart down to clear utility just in case. The paranoia misses Rusto. He's tucked in the corner. The smoke goes down. The slow in his way. I mean, that ain't too easy to navigate around, but nobody crosses over. The 3-man stack on A will remain, and the wall soon to fade. Or just be broken.
They need to hurry now. They have 25 seconds left, and they have to start pressing that W key. Throwing out a cage here. Misses the first one, though. Second one hits. Shoots the recon. There are 2 players waiting for him on site, but it's got 14 seconds left. They have to hurry.
Oh, they've made a big mistake here. They've got to get the kill so damn quick in time. Well, it's gone. They've got to get that spike plant right here and now. And no, there's no way to get it done. Gambit, well, the clock is now their biggest enemy. A bit of karma there for what they did to BBL before. Nats on the backside, having torn them apart and taken the chances of winning out of their hands. But 12-3 we go. BBL, they've cut around. But so far, I will say they're not the most convincing for this now 9 consecutive round comeback that they have to make happen.
And it looked, this round looks very similar to what we saw when Gambit were defending as well, where there were so many rotations back and forth, so that they basically had 25 seconds left to push a site, and then if someone is just managing to be annoying on the site, you run out of time.
Oh, look at this. Oh, this is a fast play.
Oh
my God, Defo! He's up-drafted onto site with a Vandal. You do that with your ult, not with a damn Vandal. That's disrespectful. BBL, 3 versus 5. What a way to lose the site. And now possibly lose the map as the comeback has to be mounted. I don't believe what I've just seen. Yampy is going to be taking notes of that.
Yampy will for sure. I will remind him. Chronicle that once again holding the logs here. Gets one of the off angle, gets 2. And ladies and gentlemen, 13-3.
Oh, my God, that's one hell of a scoreline to lose on. BBL we're hyped up to potentially bring it to 3 maps. This was the one that they would get it done on, and well, they're going to want to forget that one pretty quickly, especially as the break going into the next map ain't going to be too long, Jonas. I got to say, I'm disappointed. I was expecting a much closer one, at least. I did say I thought Gambit had a good chance of 2-0ing, but in this fashion, it's a bit much.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, when we saw the first gun round, we were like, okay, they're looking so confident. They're pushing this so hard. They're playing this like, like Rhyme said before, they want to play on their strengths, right? But then we also know how if Gambit reads what you're going to do, it's going to be really hard. And we saw so many times that they just it just felt like they had the upper hand. They were holding an off angle they weren't expecting. And then you can always discuss, maybe they should have checked more corners and so on. But at the end of the day, Gambit just looked like a team of a different caliber so far.
I know there's going to be a lot of people coming along now and saying, oh, they're on the caster cams. They're about to go into map 1. But no, we're finished map 1. It was a quick affair, I'll say that. Every single member on Gambit said we've got to show up and we've got to take aim duels. So they certainly did. They won this one. And we'll be going to map 2 in a little bit. But for now, we're going to throw it over to a break.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Gambit have absolutely dismantled BBL on Ascent. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Jonas, and a special guest of Ryan back on the desk as well. Now, BBL took the first pistol, you know, all good, things were going great for them, but Ryan, what happened after that? Because it felt like absolutely nothing went their way.
After the first pistol round, they lose an anti-eco, and there's no room for losing an anti-eco in after 1-0 lead. Really winning that anti-eco, you can start building some momentum, start building some bank. You could even win the bonus round, start getting some rounds in, right? But after losing an anti-eco, you can really hit the wall pretty early in the game, and I think the most important after that round is just you just have to go next. You just have to forget that round, don't talk about it, go next, reset, start with 0-0 mentality, right? But really, there is no room for losing anti-ecos like that, especially against a team like Gambit, because you know that they will shoot. It's like Nat said, they want to shoot, and I think they showed that they were ready for this.
Well, Mitch, this was BBL's map pick as well. This is not what we expected at all.
Yeah, well, I mean, in a way, yeah. BBL are strong here, but we did mention Gambit have played it 11 times the last 2 months, haven't lost it at all. Now, the question was, versus, you know, top tier opponent, if this was an FPX, if this was a G2, if this was like a top 10 team within the EMEA region, would they be able to deliver? We don't know. With the exception of Forza, they haven't played anyone that's near that bracket. And for me, BBL are not the team that I think will beat Gambit. Granted, I thought it would be a lot closer than that. A pistol round, a couple like here and there. At the end of the game, for God's sake, we saw Defo just updraft dash onto site, and I'm thinking, oh, he must have popped his ult and I didn't see it. And the guy pulls out a Vandal. Like, wait, what? And then gets the kill. The confidence that they had here, it was like the sides had switched almost, and they had become the Turkish team they swore to destroy.
I mean, Ryan, you know, the like you said, the momentum just kind of wasn't there right from the outset. But what else do you feel like was missing from BBL's side? Because they never really got into the game.
In general, I think there was a lot of game plan mistakes. There was rounds where they were just too optimistic, not clearing angles, not using abilities to clear stuff. Like, how many times didn't Defo get an entry somewhere and they didn't expect him there? I think it's just sloppy played by BBL. I mean, Gambit played good, can't take that away from them. A 13-3 win is nothing to joke around with, but I think BBL was just slacking. It's just too optimistic, lack of game plan and lack of decisions also. It was just poorly executed by them.
I mean, speaking of the lack of game plan and some poor executions, we do have a round prepared here, Ryan. You know, you and I were chatting in the break about this. This round where you wanted to highlight, you know, a prime example of perhaps BBL just not reading the game correctly and going into the round with the wrong approach.
I mean, in this round particularly, they chose to go 5 below B. I guess their plan was to search around with Jet, see if they can get an entry, but they know that Cypher is playing on B, and they know that they will be stopped if they potentially want to push, right? They have cages, traps, they have a camera, they can spot people, and as you see, they get early info. But what I really didn't understand with this round is that BBL's approach to it is going 5 below B with a Killjoy ult, and then they didn't take in consideration that the enemy Sova has ult. And what leaves them right now is that they're kind of stuck in B lobby. They have no map control anywhere else, and they are stuck to going either B or they have to retake map position. But here they could have had someone else in, for example, mid taking map space alone, could have someone outside A. They could have had people taking some individual timings, because it seems like their approach to the round was just searching. They were searching for entry with that operator, but instead they're just stumbling apart, and they actually choose to go B when they know that they have pressured B from before, and there will be at least 2 or 3 guys there. So for me, this whole round was just a poor decision. They pressure B, and then they chose to B split when they made people rotate to B. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And this round in particular was just a pure example of what poor decision and a poor game plan can, how fatal it can be when you don't know what to do after you get stopped from a push or stopped from an execute or whatever.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you there. I think the Sova, not noticing the Sova ult was like the first problem. Obviously, the Killjoy ult was used a little bit late, but anyways, it was okay. It's manageable. Sova ult comes in, then it's panic mode, right? You could see it. They're like, they're mixing together different strategies. We'll go for the mid control. We'll go back to A. No, we'll split into, and it just seemed like it was chaos. Like they didn't have an answer for that because they weren't expecting it. And that's somewhere that I think, top level IGLs will make a huge difference. When you have to stay calm in those moments, you have to assess the situation. Okay, you're gonna have a hiccup of maybe not seeing a Sova ult, but what's the B plan? What do you do when that happens?
Exactly.
And they just didn't have an answer.
I mean, Jonas, you never do that when Sova has the ult. That's just like the last thing you do.
I mean, the thing is, like, for both teams, of course, one of the like important things, if you're like your game plan for a certain round, is to check how much information can I gather just by pressing tab. Okay, you can check their money. You can try to expect how much, like how well equipped they are with weapons, how much utility they have based on their economy. You have to check how close they are to ultimates. So if you're already certain that the Sova has an ultimate or 6 out of 7, so you know that unless you have orb control on both sides, he can also get his ultimate really easily, then you have to put that into consideration when you make your game plan, which means that you need to have a plan B. So what happens if my Killjoy ult gets destroyed? Because it's not like the Sova ult is the only thing that can destroy the Killjoy ult either. If the Sova stood on site, there are plenty of shock darts you can shoot through the window and bounce off the back wall and take out the ult as well. So I think that the lack of a plan B in that situation made them look very disoriented.
Well, I mean, I've seen you destroy Killjoy ults with a multitude of things, Jonas. So hit that nail on the head there. But Icebox is next. And Rhyme, this is where Gambit is going to come online. So are you worried for BBL at all?
I mean, if they show up like they did right now, sure, you have to be worried, right? Gambit is a good team on the Icebox. But I think that BBL can also fix their problems really easy just by watching them play Ascent. It's really obvious what they're lacking, right? The map control thing, the kind of pressure they're making, they have to kind of change up how they're playing just a little bit to make it work and to make the map closer, because 13-3 is not close at all. It's not even debatable, right? And I think if they just start playing how you should play, make some pressure here, make some pressure there, you have to do something that makes the enemies not understand your rotations well. You have to do certain things that can give you an advantage in the round, right? You have to read the game properly from the first second of the round. When you spawn into freeze time, you have to read the game properly. And I think it's an easy fix for them, and we'll see if they wake up for this map. If not, I can't really see them even being close to finishing this Icebox if they play the same way as they did on Ascent.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be concerning for them if, like you said, they don't manage to turn things around. But they have, had a little bit of break. We've seen teams do this before where they don't necessarily get the results on the first map and they come back stronger. It can happen. Sure. Although this is Gambit's map pick, so there's definitely some worries there. But we are going to jump into Agent Select now for Icebox. I'm excited for this one because there's a possibility that we might see a Reyna here. We're definitely going to see some Viper. So Mitch, I know you're going to be very excited. Pretty much what gets you out of bed in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. I want to see those green ones.
There you go, Mitch. One Viper logged in for you.
Already. And it's Redgar as well. This guy was well, it's not even fair to say he was sick. The whole team showed up on that previous map for Gambit. They all had their highlight moments to walk away with and to clip for later. And there's the Reyna as well. Aslan taking it out. And honestly, that could help them a lot now, having that extra firepower in here.
And Rhyme, are you a fan of Reyna on Icebox? How strong do you think she is on this map?
I think Reyna on Icebox is nothing. Is really useless for me. I think it's not good at all. The Reyna flashes, it's so many like long distance angles you can take, blah blah blah, and the Reyna flashes are not that efficient here. But I can point out that I like the BBL composition. They don't play the Sentinel like Gambit are doing, the Cypher, and I think that can add some diversity into their game plan. They can play aggressive, they can play slowly, they can play good control game with it, and I believe that BBL can do something cool with this composition at least, and surprise us with something new.
Well, they have to do everything in their power because they are just one map away from being eliminated. They have to win this if they want to keep their Iceland dreams alive. The pressure is definitely on. Over to you, Mitch and Jonas.
Thank you very much, Sue. You know, Jonas, what's interesting about this to me is that, like, the Reyna in a way almost plays like a sentinel on the A side. She'll solo defend it. Yeah, when you're talking about especially a Cypher, the information you can garner is certainly valuable, but I find it very curious that we're seeing a Cypher. Obviously, it's the composition that we've seen before, but just I haven't gotten the opportunity to cast Gambit on Icebox before. So it's really interesting to me that they actually play with a Sage and with a Cypher, because from what I saw in North America, for a long time, it was a choice between the two. You can hold down the tube, the mid area, use your camera on A, but they're going for both.
Yeah, and they don't have much flank protection here, so that's also something that Gambit now should be aware of, that with no Cypher, no cameras or anything, they can easily get flanked on here, so they have to be very careful about that.
No, it's definitely going to be a factor. We'll see how that plays into the later game as BBL will start out on the defensive side for now. And if you're Gambit and you're going off of a 13-3 victory, I'll say, you're probably not expecting the same kind of dominant showing here. That is a once in a day, let's say, performance for some of these teams. But when it comes, that's aggressive. Russ, he's got his dash. He takes so much damage. His teammates were reloading as he went around, so no support. And well, it's going to force him to play a bit more passive in the rest of this round. But this map, it's so good for Gambit. I really find it hard to see BBL bouncing back and winning.
Yeah, and you see they're taking some information here with the drone, aiming downwards to check all angles at once. Doesn't spot anything, so that kind of gives them the idea that they're about to go in here as the Viper wall comes out. Sage wall comes out as well, but there's already some counter utility here from the snake bite by the enemy Viper, and this is what makes it so hard to plant on this side, and that's why they're actually deciding to go back here and go for A. And Cypher has been guarding the flank this whole time. See, and it takes out Russ as well. So now, suddenly this is like turned upside down. They're going for A.
Yeah, I like that. The diversity, the ability to quickly switch it up, caused by that flank and map control that they had. Aslan, he's getting in there with the first, but now caught in the open. He'll be taken down. Lego wants to walk on into the orb and spots.
Oh no!
Good night and sweet dreams. Lego gets out of there. 5 seconds left. Now they're covering the plant aggressively, making sure it comes into play. Man advantage is there. Damage is done to AIM. Lego's got to be the big player. His heel's out of the round now. 30 seconds left, and AIM falls. One shot. It's good enough to take Chronicle down, but he'll need another double. And as he goes up the rope, Shados is holding it from just below the wall. A sneaky little angle that grants Gambit the first. That is 1-0. The pistol going their way.
And I really like what they did here. Like, they showed a lot of confidence in going for B. They used the Viper utility, they walled it off, but since the snake bite from the Viper had already landed on the default plant, they already knew that they lost their window of opportunity for when you can plant, because there's so much utility you can use to hit that corner because the Viper wall this close. So they made a correct decision of turning around, and obviously with Cypher holding the flank there, you saw exactly what happened. He killed Russ while he tried to go for a cheeky play in the middle.
Exactly. We talk about flank protection, the lack of it for BBL, and in the first round, we see the flank protection from Gambit. It's always nice. And the openings here, realistically, BBL walking out of here with 2 to 3 kills would be golden. That's what they want, because they've got a very low investment. And taking ranged fights certainly not going to be favorable. The flank from Nats is perfect. Coming up through middle, Chronicle catches one down below, and AIM is left with 10 HP. And if they can avoid losing anyone, that would be perfect. And look, on this range, with 10 HP. Oh, nice shot. It was close.
Yeah. I mean... From like a highlight reel point of view, I'd really like to see that shot actually being hit, but you know, it's he had a helmet, so he will be fine.
A couple of shields to dampen the blow.
Yeah, nothing too crazy about this round. They're probably gonna play a bonus round here, Gambit, because their economy is pretty good and they didn't lose too many players, so you can see they actually have 2,800 and 3,500 credits on the board, so they can actually sacrifice a full round here and still be fine for the next round. So it's gonna be crucial for BBL to win this, because they're slightly advantageous in the weaponry.
Yeah, they have got the upper hand for sure. Only the 3 rifles to play with. Defo up on top, he's being spotted. I think now it's time to just duck down a little bit. Shock Dart's gonna come through and deal a little bit of damage. Oh, aim. He's got the angle. He's backing off. Another to come around, and he's not ready. He was hoping for the wide swing, and there it is eventually. Given to him on a golden platter. It's a 2v5. It's a 1v5 with Chronicle having to ace this round to get it for Gambit. He said the BBL needed this round. Well, they almost got it flawlessly.
Yeah, but we've seen Chronicle before. Yeah. I'm not saying anything before this round is over, but most likely he's gonna get taken out by Kero there, his Silva diff counterpart. But not really a very scary situation for Gambit here as they played that bonus round. I also like their approach of going into the tube there, because Icebox is famous for having a lot of long-range fights. So when you're playing with a Spectre, you don't really want to take the fight to the long range, where people with Vandals have the upper hand. So I think they chose the correct play there, but AIM just played those angles really well.
That's what it's all about. Holding down inside a tube, you've either got to be blocking off control and using your utility to keep them back, or you better be damn ready for a fight. It's one of the most important parts of this map. If they get control, they can flank it out so easily. Aslan, he's looking for the fight. He is ready to hold it, but now hearing the steps up close, it's a little bit too late when he falls back. Lego all the way on the site. Well, he's going to be the sole defender for now. He has a wall up, but what can he really do with it at this point? Still hearing steps outside of B, but they have absolutely no confirmation on where this push is going to be coming in. And look at how paranoid Kero has to be. He's clearing the tube and underneath. He's stuck in this position. The lack of a sentinel or a sage wall there definitely harming them in this. And oh, that spray could have come in. It really could have.
That was so close. Russ tries to spray some more, but the Viper wall is not helping him here. Redgar probably gonna play for a... Oh, there we go. Now, this is why flank protection can be so good here. Gambit, they have two Cypher trips behind them.
Yeah.
They should be completely fine, and Nats gets Russ there. He's still playing on site, dancing around inside his cage, finding these cheeky little angles. AIM, though, trying to find him, but it doesn't really help.
Oh man, that was such a nice round. Like Nat's dancing through his cage and a wall. His barrel got spotted, but they just couldn't find him afterwards. And I love that point you made, Jonas, about the flank protection, because it is so important. Generally, when you're having a Viper go back and play those post plants, you're gonna have to commit a player to watching his back. So now your frontal defense is so much weaker, but they had a strong defense, so much so that they can allow Nats to play more aggressive. Now, typically, I wouldn't have put him up there purely because if he dies...
I was gonna say, like, yeah, I wanted to make that exact point, that if he dies, both the Cypher trips go out.
Your flank protection stops existing. But still, it's a nice... I think that can be refined a little bit more, but the idea there, the concept is very, very nice.
100% agree.
Oh, Russ, he's coming out of that orb. He ran straight through it, took to the decay, the benefit of the dash, giving you that confidence that you don't care about your HP. One shot from the op, and the man advantage is yours. Now it's all about those post plants again for Gambit, but the flank is coming in. There's two players who are coming right up behind them. The camera not yet spotted them, and well, they might just be in trouble here. Aslan gets spotted out. One kill for his trouble, but they don't know about the second. It's AIM up behind. Good for one and maybe a second if Defo wasn't so quick. The spike is ticking away, but still plenty of time. Never mind. BBL, they lose that one quickly.
I feel like BBL here, they kind of didn't expect them to play that aggressive on defense there. You saw, like, they're looking so confident. Defo basically just wide swung after the spike is planted to take out Aslan there on the flank. And Nats was just having a field day standing right next to the spike. And he did that last round too. I mean, he's just like, this is my spike. Don't go near it.
Stay away from my spike. I like it. 4-1. Gambit in the lead, facing up against a pretty weak buy and already making it weaker. But that ultimate that comes in from AIM, I love the idea there, right? You fight early to try and get up on top of the containers to ult, but that didn't work out. Now AIM is left, but with a Spectre and an ult, I mean, you just leave the side alone at this point, don't you? Going through it is going to be dangerous for your health. And that Spectre basically becomes an operator in a lot of circumstances.
Here.
Yeah, there's no reason for Gambit to push this. They can keep one person holding the ult just in case something mad happens, but there's no reason for them to push into this Viper ult, especially playing against a low buy. Redguard just smokes the middle here to make it easier for them to pass through. Also, a lot harder for them to gather info on where they're going. But they should assume that the push is coming on A here, as the Viper ult is pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to commit to that. Hunter's Fury to try and stop the pushes, but Aslan's already here. Viper ult comes into play, and spamming it. Oh, God. Spamming it with a Sheriff ain't ideal, but with an op, usually not. Defo saw the tracers and quickly took the shot, leaving Russ already popped his ult. But this could be ideal. You dash into that and try to use your right clicks. How Noisy did it enough to me in the playtest. It's annoying. I'll give him that. He's going to wait for AIM to come in and hopefully get some form of a trade wall still for post-plant benefit of using the ult. But with Russ going down, now the round is pretty much lost at this point. 1 kill for his trouble. And then he's going to be pushed down and pushed out.
Yeah, he's probably just going to try to do as much economical damage as possible here. Maybe get a few more refrags. See, there we go. Shadow's taken out as well. He can get one more possibly. If he gets to take the operator out, that would be a tremendous effort. But gets killed by Nast. And this is looking like a similar fashion to how we saw Ascent, to be honest.
Yeah, at the moment it is for sure. And on the attack side, it's scarier because Gambit are in that spot where they control the pacing of these rounds, right? They can condition you and then play it slow as they have been, respectful of Viper ultimates and utility. But when they feel like it, they can just turn that pace all the way up to 100, and then you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, look at Redgar. His combat score is 51, and most people would be like, "Oh my God, he's got no kills." But I wouldn't knew. But the amount of utility usage that like gives his team space, like that's why Viper is so good on Ascent Icebox right now, especially with the recent buffs, and which is also why, especially Twitch chat, should stop looking at the scoreboard.
Thank you, Jonas. I'm going to record that and play it every time someone asks me why I got 3 kills in a ranked game.
Yeah, it doesn't always work that way, Mitch.
No. You said enough.
Yeah. Okay, you're leaving that part out, I guess. Whoops, I cut that clip short.
I cut it in the middle of a sentence. Don't know how that happened.
Oh, surprise.
Ran out of data, that's all. 5-1. Gambit have the man advantage, and they got the map control advantage as well. Redgar's pushed all the way through Tube. And look, we talk about flank protection. You would love to have some right now, wouldn't you? Lego caught off guard and destroyed. And especially when the Viper orb is down in mid, you have to be so conscious of that push. A big gap in the defense, and one they get punished for is Kiro. Oh, he knows he's baiting him into a fight, but Redgar's too strong. Taking that kill, and the battle of the operators goes to Defo. Gambit just can't be stopped at this point. Aslan the last alive and clutching onto hopes for BBL. This is starting to really look like the previous map now. Buy round after buy round falling apart, and Redgar with the 3K. That's something that's going to keep them awake at night. The fact that they've allowed a player to just shift walk through Tube and backstab like that.
Yeah, and so here's the problem, right? They already lost one player early in the round, so this forces them to rotate around their positioning slightly because there are so many spots to hold here. You can't hold Tube and under Tube at the same time. And so they basically made a priority to rotate around and focus on B. And then this is a timing thing, right? Suddenly you have a sneaky snake on the behind you coming up, because first of all, you don't have a Cypher, so there's already a lot of space that you need to cover by actually holding the angles. And then second, when you only have 4 players alive, you just have to make priorities.
I do enjoy that as well. Sneaky snake on Viper with the snake bites and such. Nice little
don't you think that was intentional?
100%.
I mean,
you wrote that weeks ago.
Big brain sober me. A big brain sober me.
Oh my God! You need to make.
Have
that
you heard
song.
that song? No, there is a song.
I've not heard it.
I'll send it to you
send
later.
it to me.
I'll send.
We gotta listen to that one. Why didn't you sing that at first strike?
It came after.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Making sense now. The pause comes in here, and I'm presuming this is a tactical for BBL. Otherwise, I would be very surprised. Oh, it doesn't look like we've got that info, but yeah, presumably tactical for BBL as it comes to an end pretty quickly. And realistically, it's about time to call one. Maybe the previous round was about time to call one, considering the fact that now they don't really have the weapons to work with.
Yeah, it's always a questionable decision on when is the correct time to do a timeout. If a team has a lot of momentum, you kind of want to stop them and just slow down everything by causing a timeout. But there might be another reason that we're not aware of. They do have 3 Sheriffs and 2 Spectres though. Chronicle once again trying to find some info here with the drone. Aim hears the drone. It's probably going to try to avoid it as much as possible without making sound. It gets spotted. Needs to get out of there. Decides not to do much about it. Defo probably going to look for an opener here.
Not finding anything though. Wall goes up. Here's again where they need to be conscious of that Viper utility. And they're going to place a wall that makes it very hard to get that, unless you have the lineup. Hunter's Fury, good for a kill. Maybe. It's so close. But 2 tags. He's going to have to settle for it. The heal comes up for Redguard. He's playing post plan, so he doesn't give a damn. He's happy enough with this. Again, you've got those tripwires watching the back, but a player holding it as well. Very, very passive post plan.
And it's Cypher this time.
He's not playing aggressive. You love to see it.
Yeah, this is textbook performance. This is so it's so hard to push into. Like, how do you deal with this?
You really can't, man. They got all the post plant utility. They've got an op. There's going to be snake bites raining in a second as well. You're not getting this diffuse unless you get a lot of kills very, very quickly. Russ starts it out well with the first aim under threat, but the time's already gone. There's no way they get it done. And even though the kills go their way, they will not carry their lives through to the next round. Good damage done, though.
Did Nats rotate all the way around? Didn't catch that how he ended up on site there. I wonder if he actually pushed around.
Oh, looks like he just walked up.
No, he actually... It's funny when we go like, yeah, ideally we would like to see the Cypher holding the tripwires there in the back. And we're like, oh, finally he's listening to us. And then like 5 seconds later, he's crab walked into the cage on site.
Yeah. I think though at that point they kind of realized, all right, there's been no noise. There's no one coming. Like, okay, this is probably just full commit from the spawn.
Yeah,
so
for
you
sure.
can definitely make those calls, but it is always funny when he's just charged. Like the other round we saw, he didn't have that info. He just ran forward and started playing around cages.
Yeah.
But hey, we talk about the confidence, and that's where some of the strict protocols kind of go out the window, right?
Absolutely. If you're feeling confident and you know you can duel anyone on the server, suddenly a lot of choices that seemed bad originally can suddenly be really good. But you're gonna look really silly if it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You'll always be like, oh my god, look at all the kills he got. But then when he messes up, everyone's like, oh, what a noob! What a noob! Why would you do that?
Yeah. Oh!
That's it.
He's pushing the Viper.
He's gotten behind him.
He just got through. He's got through.
They've got control as well over towards kitchen. They've walked down the halls. This is dangerous. I mean, aim's under threat. They know exactly where he is. There's no, like, he's put his snake bites. There's no way they can push me. I've got it. Oh no! They've walked past each other. Now Aim's coming back up behind him, and he takes Nats down. Oh, the timing on that is terrible. Aim's walked away with the kill. That Viper ult still up, is dealing damage, decaying. If he sprays through or drops it, he could be on for free kills, but no, it's going to go down too late. And so those players, they make it away. They're crossing on mid. Russ looks to catch them, but he takes a knife to the belly for it. 10 seconds are coming up on. They've got to be quick. They've got to go fast. If that spike is dropped, they are dead. The dash even used to get on site quickly, and there it is. Just enough time. The plant comes in, and Gambit now retreat for post plants. A 3v3. This has turned into BBL's favor very quickly.
Oh, but Defo is holding this operator angle up close. Super fearless. Trying to maybe block off something here. DLL still has his smoke, but Shadows decides to take the duel. So Karo is left alone, but Chronicle from the back. And it looks so sketchy at some point, and then they just pulled it back to their favor. I mean, the Viper ultimate there was just... Oh, it's so insane to watch, right? They're spending 30 seconds like dancing around each other inside the smoke. The only difference is that Nats has 1 HP while doing it.
Yeah, and then he ends up getting flanked out as well. That must be so confusing from his perspective. Like, he walks in.
I just came from there.
How is he there? Oh man, but again, you're seeing some of the problems here from BBL. Like in that situation, 3v3, they just fall apart. Like they want to put down the smoke at one stage to go for the defuse. Then they decide, no, we'll take the fights. But the teammates already peaked. One went through and took the fight on Defo. No trade there. Like there's so many small issues. They're the micro things, but they are making a macro impact.
Oh, did you see that? He tagged the Cypher there with the drone, but it didn't check the Sage. So he doesn't know that there are two there. They're gonna boost up with the Sage wall. Is Kara gonna know this? He tries to get something done, but gets refragged quickly by Shadows. He does have his res. We're probably gonna look at a res here. He waits for his teammate to probably hold the angle with the operator so he can rest more safely. Oh, this is scary.
Oh, Aslan's got the kill. No res now possible. With Shadows taking one, Kiro gets revived. Man advantage for BBL. It's extended further with the death of Chronicle, a big player in a lot of these rounds. And now they'll look for the B site, but they're coming up against a Viper. It's never easy to push into these. Aim peeks the back site. Timing is again sublime. With Shadows getting one, the res comes in and they'll push forward. Okay, they can get that wall up as well. It's going to give them a lot of cover to get the spike planted. 30 seconds on the clock. Only one man advantage. This is definitely winnable. Ulti comes in and Shadows around the side is good for damage as well on a second. And Ace already.
Oh my
and
God.
it could be the 6K. The flank of Russ. The last opportunity for BBL around that they must win. It should already be theirs. He gets in. The Viper ultimate's dropping. Russ is running away. There's 6 seconds left. The plant has to come in now and Russ knows it. And they don't. They don't even fake it. Russ has won the round by himself, an ace from Shadows, and it's not enough. How has he gotten away with this?
Oh. That is so unfortunate. I mean, that's where the mind games come in, right? Russ played that really well. He waited as long as possible. He knows that the plant takes 4 seconds. And then the fake comes. A triple fake by Shadows. But Russ, I mean, this is a mind game, right? You don't know if he stuck the plant there, this scenario could have been so different, but he was confident that he was being beta right now.
Yeah.
Also losing his 6K.
I mean, putting himself in a better position as well. Russ played it really well because he either let... Oh, wow. Hold on. We'll talk about that in a little bit because Russ, he's wanting to continue on this streak and his teammates are there to trade out. Okay. Nice start again from BBL. They're starting to show up and... Is it too little too late? I mean, defensive side Icebox, they can still get 4 rounds on the board. It'll give them some kind of hope, but they have to win these rounds. And looking at how close the previous, and it, what was it, 2v5? It shouldn't have come nearly that close.
Yeah, and now they're playing very differently than before. Now they play more of a buddy system. Suddenly they had 3 people pushing aggressively on B. Jet was holding a much harder angle than before. And chose to play a more standard refrag type of play. Oh, you better be careful. Okay. We gotta talk about the confidence of swinging there with 10 HP.
I mean, we already know Gambit are certainly a confident team at the moment. And, well, it might be backfiring a little bit. But considering we're in an 8-3 spot, BBL, they've still got a long road to go. Looking much better in these last couple. I mean, before this, it's just been Gambit getting a site. They go for their post plans, their passive plays, and then they don't even need to use them. It's the second that they're like, oh, right, we've got the flank. We've got our mollies lined up. We're ready for this. And then BBL just all die. And you're like, oh, okay. I guess I won't do my thing then.
Here.
Yeah, because we saw several times, even without utility, they seemed to have better positioning in terms of refragging and holding angles, so that even when the bomb is planted and you don't have any utility left, they still have played it better in most situations so far.
Coming into this round, a minute 30, Aslan's walled off. He's in the corner and good for one, but where does he go from here? Runs around through the Viper wall and gets taken down. Russ good to trade and spotted the spike in the open. The shock dart in for damage. Russ wants a little bit more. Oh, this is beautiful. Left all onto Defo, and with his HP so low as ultimately popped, it's the final round of the half. He's going to move up. Oh, no, not up. In fact, around into middle. Hasn't got that spike, of course. They know that it's down. And maybe that's why they'll suspect him to still be coming from there. But it looks like they're conscious of the flank. They looked out there for a moment. All this comes down to is the timing. Can he get up there and find a free kill? If he does, it becomes winnable again. And yes, he can. A side swipe onto aim. 40 seconds left as Defo just shift walks all the way back around. Now he's out of range for the sound, so he's happy to run, and that spike will look to be retrieved. Oh, you have to feel bad for Kiro now. You know there's a jet out there, a knife soon to come your way, but from where? He's waited so long. This guy could be absolutely anywhere, and they're going to run right into each other. Defo has to hit the headshot. He's clearing the wrong angle, and despite one to the belly, Kiro survives on 50 HP. 8-4 we go.
Switching sides.
And that was just down to milliseconds of timing as well on what angle to hold it. He was looking at the corner just a second ago. Now I will say, interestingly, they played these last 2 rounds that they won, they've played very differently than before. They choose one site and they just heavily man up on it. Like, they play a buddy system. As soon as they heard the Sova drone, the ultimate came in from Kero to counter it straight away, which I think is really smart because it's quite common to understand where the Sova drone's from. So this is risky because you can actually take the Sova out, but you also stop him from droning. So countering a Sova casting the drone with your ult is actually really smart.
Well, we come into the second half, and I have to say, expectations are, well, they're getting better for BBL. They've got to keep going. They lose out this pistol, the chances of them winning go down massively. We know that they're not too good in anti-ecos anyways. Defo, first one to deal damage, falls back for more, and well, no, he keeps on going. He's just running around the corner. Okay. Yeah, the confidence is there. They're feeling this one in BBL, but they don't get a moment to breathe. Leaving Lego by himself. He's going to even commit the wall to this one. It just feels like a waste of credits at that point.
Yeah, it's a questionable decision there to wall. I'm not sure what the thought process is, but I mean, yeah, not sure. I think in most situations, when you're in a 1 versus 4 or 1 versus 5, unless your plan is to do economical damage, but you know, they mostly had pistols, so I felt like it was slightly questionable to use the wall there, because it can be really, really useful when you're playing a force buy or a semi-eco. Speaking of semi-ecos, we have 3 sheriffs on the board.
Normally you'd say that you don't really expect anything from these buys, but at this late stage of the game, being behind as they are with another map still to play if they want to be winning this series and staying alive, remember, this is an elimination match. You need to do damage. You need to set the tone.
But that's why the Sage wall was so questionable, though. Like, imagine if they get in a situation here now where they could have really needed a Sage wall.
Yeah, 100%. It can help with the plan. It seemed like a weird gamble, weird commitment of resources with the round that was coming up, but hey, look, this has started out well. Sheriff shot, quickly punished. Back down to a 4v4. Rust dancing on the edge of this tripwire has been spotted and dealt with as well. Gambit not letting anything go against them, and that's a classic day here. Just chuck a shock dart down towards him. Why not?
Defo, though, showing his sniper abilities once again. Woo! Yep. Quickly dealt with. 10-4 on the board. Similar fashion to the previous match. And BBL are left in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, understatement of the year, maybe. For BBL, like, so I'll say they've been together, what, 8-9 months with very little roster changes coming around. Obviously, as I said, they lost CNED, which was the biggest blow, and I think the most recent big blow that they've had. But the problem for BBL, they should be able to fight back against the negativity that starts to set into a lot of teams when you're this far behind, purely because they've been together so long. But it doesn't help to really get rid of those feelings that this is elimination. You could be going out right now in just a couple of rounds, but here's the opening duel. That's what they need. Defo taken out, and Shadows very nearly falls as well.
Yeah, and they're probably gonna look to commit to this site here. Don't have a Viper wall so far. But the plant comes down. Or does it? Shadon jumps on top of the box. Kero gets 2. But the plant finally goes down, though.
It's good. It's a good. Oh, with a Spectre. My God, Nat, stop it! Leave them alone! If you're feeling bad now in the 1v2, you must be feeling even worse. Nats has got closer, but Kiro closes it with another double. 10-5. BBL, they'll hold on to hope that they can pull this one back. It's a long road, but not quite the daunting task of the previous map. 5 rounds to equalize, and the only problem I see for them, Jonas, is that, well, what that Spectre did to them, really. Now they come up against what should be another strong buy from Gambit. The previous round was a bonus.
Yeah.
This one is not.
Yeah, they played a bunch of light shields to make sure that they can fully commit into this round, with the exception of maybe a Cypher trip. I'm not sure. Okay, so they don't have full utility here, but they're pretty close, and they also have the operator on defo. So, gotta be careful here. Might have to use some utility to make sure that Jet's not holding the angle that you want.
Enemy tag.
Well, tag comes out. I have to say, at this point, Gambit, no pressure on them. They're not feeling it at all. I like that angle from Nats. I love it so much, but he's only good for the first. Aslan up close took his crosshair away from the herd. And so BBL can close in on the site. Spam from Chronicle, shock dart to come over. No recon to play with, but here it comes. It's back up and online, and this is where that Viper wall can, well, not really have as much impact for you. One well-placed recon can tear your plans apart. And here it comes. It's coming in.
Here it comes.
Shock dart. Oh, okay. It doesn't actually land fully over on the side, and there's a Viper wall cancelled out before it can even bloom. The classic, not good for the kill. Rust was 40 HP, but a bit of a body block there from Lego saves him. 2v2. This is a winnable post plan for BBL, but they need to check the flank and be conscious of Defo, who's coming up behind, up in hand, and now he's got the timing. He's on his way through, not ready for someone on the left, and the quickscope doesn't hit. Shadows now on the back foot, the dash out from Russ on 7 HP, but he's got the information. He's going to go for the defuse, but he can be peeked from above. They can updraft onto him. There's so much that can happen, and, well, Shadows, he's in trouble, but maybe not. I thought Russ had it. The time is just too tight.
Oh, that is so close as well. He still manages to do a lot of economical damage though. But at the end of the day, nice to see BBL starting to catch up some momentum now. Kind of changing up their playstyle a bit here. Playing more close together. Yeah.
They delayed the time perfectly. Overall, 10-6 again. I'm not jumping on the believe in train for BBL just yet, but they're starting to string those rounds together, and this is where it becomes tough. If they win coming into the next buy round, they're back. They're in this to win it, and for a map that's so strong for Gambit, that is not a position they want to put themselves in. For now, though, Gambit only have the Sheriffs, so expectations for them are very low considering the lead they have.
Trying to make something after Shadows gets Russ already. That's a huge pick to start off this round. Chronicle pushing as well, but Aslan takes Shadows out, so back in a 4 versus 4. Lego still not finding a way to plant the spike here. Finally get his planted, see if he can actually get it down here. He does indeed. That makes it a lot more difficult for Gambit now. And the rest comes out on Russ as well. This is suddenly looking a lot better here from BBL.
Oh yeah. Oh yes it is. But again, they're only up against the pistols, so it's almost expected. And they only lose the one rifle in the end, so economy's built up that little bit.
For sure. I mean, if they lost that round, we would be really worried. But now 10-7. Slowly started to get close here, but then again, it was against Sheriff Eco, so we're gonna see now on the double full buy. This is where it starts to get really dicey.
Yep.
I remember all the time we watched the NA casters, and every time they would cast 100 Thieves, they'd be like, it's getting dicey.
Defo, that's so nasty. Here's the drone above, takes the timing, and Gambit, they're out with 4 kills. We barely had time to take a breath at the start of this round, and BBL, they've got to be feeling devastated. A 3K from Nats again. He's been so good on that Cypher. Never mind on the Cypher. It's just been so good. Full stop. 11-7. We were talking about it, right? This was the round that they needed over on BBL, the buy round to get them back into it. They've just been shut out.
Yeah, and this happened on Ascent too. Like, they had one eco against them, and then the round after, they just hit them with full-on aggression, and it seemed like it was probably not that expected from BBL here. Like, even, like, you hate to be in that situation when a jet dashes you while you're droning. It's never happened to me. No. No way, right?
At least it's not like a Cypher just pushing, you know? At least if it's the dash, you've got a little bit of an excuse.
For sure.
Or the other upside,
they can
at least it's not Boaster knifing you while you're in your drone.
Boaster's too busy blocking projectiles anyway.
Yeah, headbutting them. I saw. He's practiced IRL as well. That's the beautiful thing, you know?
It's he's ready for the next meta. That's all I can say.
And that's one thing actually I guess we could talk about that we didn't see too much here was like post-plant impact from Gambit on the attack. We saw those lineups and it felt like every time we're like, oh, here's the lineup coming in, and nothing happened. And I wouldn't say it's down to really you know, a bad game plan from Gambit so much as it was like the way they're using it. It's like a backup plan, you know? If worst comes to worst, we'll use our lineups to delay time, and they never need to.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't think we need to read too much into the fact that they didn't really get much use of the utility other than the fact that they gunned them down by holding the angles and clearing the sights. Sova ult comes out now, though. Redgar is dancing around the smoke here on site. Nats down to 70 HP here. Quickly 20 HP for a second because of this insane Viper Wall. Russ tries to dodge the freaking Sova ult though. Doesn't find anything but it... Oh, tries to dodge with the jump. But gets taken out anyway.
Oh, here we go though. Nats returning another as the man advantage now swings double into Gambit. Here come the shock darts, but that's a very, very shallow plant. But they're going to catch them out anyways. Redgar, good for the side swipe to Lego, and it quickly falls apart for BBL. 7 on the board, but they're facing off against 12 as Gambit, they clock up the map and series point, looking to eliminate BBL from their run towards Masters. They want to play in Iceland, but it might end for them on Icebox.
How long have you prepared that joke?
Since I saw the veto, I was like, that'd be nice.
Yeah, that's quite something else. We should like play the play Titanic flute meme for them, you know.
I know you're a big music man. See, I haven't got a drum set here, so I can't really help out. I could beatbox with some boots and cats. That's about it.
Oh no! Don't do that.
We said, you know, this is it's grim for BBL. They've got to nearly double the rounds. 5 consecutive up against Gambit, who are just on fire right now. Russ loses 2 of his knives, but the opening kill is theirs. Shados on the fall back even gets tagged up a little bit more. A couple tickles for him. And this is it. Okay, BBL, they've got the advantage, but now they've got to deal with 2 players. Already 1 down. Okay, we're certainly looking a lot stronger. Oh, no! But what? The second we start to have some faith, they just get torn asunder. The 2 versus 2, low HP on Russ. The spike at least planted. That's the upside here. Nats creeping his way through the halls, might even get flanked out if it wasn't for his teammate watching it. Lego down to 16 HP. And Nats is the one that's going to finish him off, taking him from above as they look for the site. They know that Russ was around the plant a moment ago, but hold on, it's actually planted inside. He's swinging in and dying to it. That's it. Gambit 13-7. They have knocked BBL out. This has been a disappointing series for the Turks as CIS prevail.
Absolutely. I think, at least personally, I thought it would be a lot closer than this. But then again, as I mentioned earlier, haven't watched that much Turkish and CIS Valorant, but Gambit here though, looking so strong.
I'm really impressed by Gambit. I've watched. Turkey has definitely taken the back foot for me a little bit, but when it comes to CIS, I mean, I'm intimately familiar with Gambit. Certainly in scrims, they are the gods that they're rumored to be, but they do it on the server as well. And that's why it almost feels, I think Ryan was saying it earlier, like calling them like scrim gods. That was their old title. That was back in the day. Like, oh, they're a good team in scrims, but we don't know how they play in officials. Now we know they play damn well in officials, and they're showing it here. FPX was a super tight game. They could have won that. Now they come in and they show that they're not messing around with close games against lesser teams. They'll only mess with the best. and get rid of the rest.
Absolutely. I like how you do these rhymes all the time.
Hey, we got rhyme on the desk. I've got to do it, you know?
Oh my God, you know what? Can we just send it back to a break or what?
No. I don't think we're going to a break this time. I think we're going to bring Sue back in, if I'm not wrong. And of course, Rhyme, because we got a little bit of a chat about this one, don't we?
I am back, yeah.
Hello.
I was told to stand by, but I wasn't sure if I could go. But on a normal day, I wouldn't be saying this, but Mitch, you were only the second, my second favorite rhymes today, because obviously we got a rhyme on the desk with us as well. Sorry, Jonas, I had to jump in there. But
it's okay.
2-0 here for Gambit in such a dominant fashion. Rhyme, I don't think we really expected this going into today. What do you think went wrong for BBL on that second map?
On the second map, not too much to talk about, really. I think Gambit just outclassed them. You could see that BBL tried to play in a certain way, different way. It worked to a certain degree, right? On the end of the defense half, they managed to pull a little bit back. They got some rounds in, started to get something going, right? But on attack, it was just Gambit being better. Let's just be honest. I think Gambit had a good game plan coming in today. I think also the Gambit players were really onto it today. They were ready to win. They were ready to show that they can be one of the teams qualifying for Iceland. So it's not much to say, really. Gambit played good. BBL tried their best. Didn't work out today, and we go next qualifiers. Go next.
You've played against both of these teams, in scrims as well, not so much in officials as of late. Do you feel like there was ultimately a difference, maybe, that one of these teams or both of these teams played a little bit differently in officials?
For sure. Gambit used to be the team that was like just running around in practice, not practicing anything, right? Just running around shooting, one guy rushing you there, one guy rushing you there, not doing anything productive. They might as well just went into ranked, right? They used to be that team, but right now, the way they are playing in official, they are playing like that in practice also, and having this kind of healthy balance between practice and official, I think it's certainly gonna favor you in the official game, right? If you practice something and you actually do it in the official, you play a certain way and you actually play like that in official games, I think it can favor you big time. And with BBL, we can see here that when they practice, they like to run around, they like to just peek everywhere. But versus Gambit in this game, they were playing backside, playing kind of scared. They were not taking the duels, and it was like, maybe it's a mixture of being stressed, or maybe it's just they have changed their style. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point there, because obviously if European teams have also been scrimming against Turkish teams, and I assume that a lot of the teams in CIS have as well, they might be preparing for one game plan when it comes to BBL, and I guess maybe BBL wanted to give them something different so they don't get sussed out, but today just wasn't their day. It was Gambit's day, and as you guys can see from those stats, we had a few players that absolutely popped off, and it's up to you guys to go to Twitter to vote for your player of the match. Your choices are Chronicle, Nat, and Shados. 3 incredible players today, and they all did their part. But it's up to you guys. Like I said, head to ValEsports_EU to vote for your player of the match. Rhyme, who impressed you the most today?
I'm gonna give my MVP to Chronicle. I mean, the guy had a lot of very important kills. He had, for example, on Ascent, he had rounds where he was straight up killing 1 or 2 guys alone, sometimes 3, 4, I'm not the guy to look at statistics all the time, but in this match, I think Chronicle deserves the MVP. It could also be debatable that maybe Redgar also deserves the MVP. The IGL probably made a good game plan to this game, and I can see that on Viper, for example, on Icebox, he has... for sure, he knows what he's doing. He has these lineups with smokes. He has good lurks also. He's playing mid very good on this map, and I believe that we should look at the bigger picture. We cannot only just look at people who's shooting headshot. Oh, that's the guy who's MVP. I believe there's more behind it, and I would personally give it to Redgar or Chronicle.
Yeah. Well, Chronicle is there if you guys want to, if you agree with Rhyme and you want to go vote for him. But Rhyme, earlier you mentioned, of course, going forward as well, because Gambit, they're not eliminated today, but they do have to go through the lower bracket. They have to play another elimination match against either FPX or Team Liquid. Do you feel like they have a good chance, as they are now in the form they're in, to make it out of the groups and go to playoffs and fight for that spot in Iceland?
For sure. I think Gambit will probably be the one to win this lower bracket if they continue to play like that, like this. And if I could predict who they're gonna meet, I think they're gonna meet Liquid in the lower bracket. And Liquid has a similar playstyle to BBL or to what BBL showed today. They like this kind of 5-0 rounds. They like to play these 4-1 rounds. And it seemed like Gambit had a good game plan against it and a good read against it. So if they meet Liquid, I think it's going to be a pretty similar game plan to what they had against BBL today.
Well, what do you think, Mitch? I mean, you were quite confident, with Gambit maybe being able to pull off that 2-0 today against BBL. Do you feel like they can carry this form on and maybe go all the way to Iceland?
I think so, for sure. Between FPX and Gambit, if they were the two teams we send forward, I wouldn't even be that surprised. Like, they're so strong right now. And as I said, they've proven themselves now. That FPX game was really the litmus test for me. I'm looking at them thinking, these guys are already really good. We know that we respect them as competitors. Can they deliver when it comes up against some of the bigger opponents? FPX game, I watched that and went, yep, they can, 100%. They're the team that we thought they were, and one of the strongest, certainly, in this region.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was a little bit scared about them before going into this. I'm even more scared now after their performance today. Thank you guys for your analysis. I'm going to quickly bring in a post-match interview with Gambit's in-game leader, Redgar. Hi, Redgar. Welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on your victory today. What a great turnaround from the FPX series. We knew that you guys probably were quite confident going into this, but did you expect to win in such a dominant fashion?
Hello, Yinsu. Hello, everyone. I think it was a really hard game for us because you know that you can't read Turkish playstyle, and they can do really strange things for us. But it's working. And sometimes it was really hard to counter them. But we did it. It wasn't easy. BBL was really good today. So thank you for the good game, Kankas. We really appreciate it.
Well, when you said coming to, I guess, struggle against some of the playstyles that the Turkish players bring, what was your game plan then going into this? Because when speaking to Nats earlier, it felt like he thought, being able to out-aim and out-draw your opponent was going to be really important today.
Yes, because we all knew Turkish aim. So if we can't show our best condition with aim, we can't win them. Yes, but we had strategies and we tried to do it on our game, and we did it, and it works.
Well, now you faced, a Turkish team and a European team as well. What do you feel like is the major distinction between the two regions?
I think it is strategies. Of course, it's strategies and pressure. We felt more pressure from European team.
And lastly, of course, the next round you move on to, you're going to have to face a European team again between FPX and Team Liquid. Is there a team that you prefer to face, and if so, why?
We won a rematch versus FPX, but I think we will be playing against Liquid.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Redgar. I appreciate it as always, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. See you.
Well, I'm going to bring the guys back real quick just to break down some of the things that Redgar said in the interview. Now, they had a game plan going into this. It clearly worked, but Rhyme, they were a little bit concerned about the unpredictability from Turkish teams. Is this something that you found as well in general of their playstyle?
I mean, yeah, they are unpredictable, but the way they play today, they're not. And that's the thing I was talking about, that if you don't play the same way in officials as you do in practice, you come out of practice with this kind of unpredictable playstyle, And then when you come into official, you're playing really scared, really like back leaning, you're really defensive, and then you're not hard to read. It's really predictable what you're doing. If you're every round, you're just playing defensive. You're never going for any duels. You're never going for those first picks here and there. So I can understand from the point he's coming from. It's like from practice, and maybe not so much from official. And that's like the major impression that people in general has about Turkish teams, is that they are unpredictable. But not so today. They didn't play the unpredictable way today, and it clearly shows that that's maybe not the way to go for them.
What about the pressure that Redgar said from European teams, that he feels like when he's playing against the likes of FPX, they're putting more pressure onto Gambit? Being a player from the European scene, do you feel like that is something that the European teams have in common as well?
I didn't really understand what he meant with pressure, if it means pressure in game, or if it means just pressure like in general, that it's harder to play against EU teams, or that he feels more like less comfortable playing against the European teams. I was not sure what he meant. But if we take the example of in game, that we pressure more in game, sure, yeah, we do. EU teams likes to take more map control. We like to play more slower, kind of. Some of the teams, but we also have teams that play the kind of same way as the Turkish teams, right? But I can also understand what he means with pressure when it comes to just the mental aspect of the game, that EU teams are more respected in the scene, and that people also probably get more nervous playing bigger names in the EU scene compared to maybe playing some CIS team or Turkish teams. So I can understand both aspects when he says that he's getting pressured from EU teams.
And speaking of that pressure, Jonas, you said in the pre-match that BBL are a team that all of Turkey, they want this team to win. They probably want this team to win more than some of the teams from the region that are actually on paper better than this team. But they weren't able to sort of overcome their opponent today. What do you think this means for BBL going forward?
I mean, they have to take a step back here and think about how are we going to expand our playbook, maybe? Because like Ryan mentioned here, that a lot of Turkish teams, sometimes they're unpredictable when they play. But it's like if the unpredictability comes in being aggressive and taking duels, then it suddenly becomes predictable. And Gambit played really well into it so many times here, so they have to go back to the drawing board, I feel like, and start discussing how can we at least expand. Because we saw in the middle of like in the second half of Icebox, they started changing up their playstyle. They played more like a buddy system. They played like 3 players together on one side, pushing even when defending and so on. And for a few rounds that worked, but then Gambit was like, okay, they're doing that. Okay, then we're going to change this again. So then it becomes like a tug of war between strategies, which Gambit clearly pulled out on top in the end. So I guess they just have to go back and think about how can they play better as a team, and think less about how they can make their fans happy, because that's really, really difficult if you're also going to be pressured from an external source.
And Mitch, of course, BBL becoming the first team to be eliminated here. I think a lot of people will be surprised about that. What's your take on this?
I think realistically, when you look at the caliber of teams that we've got here, especially when like the EU teams don't fall out of the ones in the lower bracket, you wouldn't have expected Gambit to drop. So I think BBL is almost like you're expected. Like in the bottom 8 of these guys, is probably BBL and Oxygen right now as 2 of the weaker teams that should probably be going out first. So it's a bit of it's more so a surprise in how dominant it was, especially that first map. But I do think that, as Ryan has been saying, the fact that BBL felt that pressure, the second that you change your game, your playstyle, the way that you like to approach the game, you've already lost a lot of the time. Like, you want to make your opponents adapt to you, not the other way around. And I think today that's a lesson that BBL will take home.
Well, lastly, Ryan, because you're not going to be with us for the second best of 3. Of course, we have one more elimination coming up. I wanted to get your quick prediction on what you think is going to happen between Oxygen and Footballist.
If I know the guys well enough, I believe that Footballist should have no problem taking it even 2-0. But when it comes to the Turkish scene, I think everything can happen. Since people in general in the Turkish team plays like a lot on their individual skill, if Oxygen has the day, maybe they can surprise. But on paper, I think Footballist shouldn't have a big problem at all.
Thank you so much, Rhyme, for that. Appreciate your time as always. We're going to have to say goodbye to Rhyme here. It's been great to have you on the desk. We definitely hope to have you back with us soon. And in the meantime, we look forward to seeing you on the server.
Yeah, I'll be back soon. Thank you for having me.
Oh, guys, I miss him already. Bring him back. But for now, that is everything we have for the post-match for the first elimination game. Like I said, we are going to be bringing you guys the Oxygen versus Football List game shortly. But first, due to Ramadan, we'll be taking a longer break here. We'll see you guys back here in 30 minutes.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
welcome back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs. We had a great first best of 3 in the elimination game. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined now once again by Mitch and Jonas. Hope you guys had a nice little break there. But Jonas, it still hasn't really sunk into me yet that BBL are completely out of contention after losing to Gambit in that first best of 3.
Yeah, no, I mean, same, I guess, but it just proves that, like, because at least for me, and I think for a lot of other fans, especially of the European scene who hasn't really seen much of the CIS or the Turkish teams, they might not have even heard of Gambit. So, like, and for me personally too, I watched a lot of NA in Europe, but not as much Korea, CIS, and Turkey. Like, there's only so much time in the world. And like I didn't expect him to play this well either. So, but it's super cool to see that we have these teams that are playing so good. And of course, like the other pro players, they know already, they've been scrimming against these teams. So you always hear this, yeah, we scrimmed against these guys and they're nuts. And, you know, so it's really nice to see that they get some recognition too. And BBL have already been a famous team for a long time. So they didn't exactly come out of nowhere, being also some of the biggest streamers in Valorant, especially in the Turkish scene.
Yeah, I mean, they do have more chances, you know, with Challengers 3 coming up as well. But as you said, on this side of Gambit, they're almost like that villain almost in the background that you hear whispers of. You're like, oh yeah, they're good, they're scary, and you never see their face, like you never really see them, and then they turn up and they just obliterate things and they're unreal. Of course, before the break, we asked you guys to vote for your player of the match as well from the Gambit players, and I can reveal now that Shados is your player of the match. Now, Mitch, I know some of these players might not have been that well recognized outside of CIS, but Shados is definitely someone that, you know, we've all heard of in the past.
I think a lot of people will have like had, as you said, the whispers of like a Gambit team, like they knew roughly who these guys were, footballists as well. But when it comes down to players, I bet if you pick anybody from EU and say, name the roster, they'll be like, is it CNED? Is that a guess? But definitely for me, Shados played a really solid game. Obviously, like if you look at statistics, obviously he was leading the charge there for sure. But he had a lot of plays. Really, you give it to anybody. You really could. Ryan made the point about Redgar. You know, coming in as the IGL could have deserved it there alone for being able to counter an uncounterable region. But anybody else, Defo, we mentioned there was a point where Chronicle was like top fragging, like 14 kills over an Ascent. We were saying, oh, Defo, well, he could easily be the most important player right now, and he had like 6 or 7 kills, like half that of the top fragger, but it's impact, and you could feel it when he gets a kill and fades out, then the team is left. BBL were just like shell-shocked, you know, what just happened? What do we do? And the game plan fell apart. This was just a fantastic and a clean game from Gambit start to finish, and now those names are going to become a little bit more commonplace around the EU scene, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. They're definitely a team of, you know, superstars, but it also kind of puts into perspective that, you know, them drawing FPX first, it goes to show, one, how good FPX are, and two, you know, losing to FPX the way that they did is not a bad thing whatsoever. They really, really pushed them, and of course, knocking out BBL as well. Well, that was our first elimination match, but we do have a second elimination match coming up. It's a clash in Group B from Oxygen and Footballers. 2 Turkish teams, of course. They both know each other very well. They have played against each other for a long time now in Turkey, but Jonas, this matchup has never really favored Oxygen on paper.
No, it hasn't. I mean, Footballists have shown multiple times that they are probably the strongest team in Turkey, and Oxygen has a lot of the times been this kind of runner-up.
Yeah.
You know, like where they're like they always have to try to win against BBL, which is the prince, and then the Footballists are the king. You know, you have to like beat the prince before you beat the king and all that stuff. And I think this is where we get to see the fact that this match is gonna be where we can see what Oxygen are actually capable of, because now it's a pure Turkish duel between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled a little bit against Fnatic, but then again, with the kind of meta coming in and the way Fnatic like to play. They're not the first team that struggled against Fnatic. But having said that, Futbolists, on the other hand, even though they didn't play their best against a Guild, this is super familiar to them, Mitch, because they're not going to be facing a Yoru. They're probably not, they might be facing an Astra, probably not all of the maps. And this is back to what they're used to, you know, an opponent in their region that they've beaten over and over again. Yeah,
exactly, right? The last 6 months, they haven't lost to these guys. In fact, out of two BO3s and a BO5, they've lost one map. So it has not really been a struggle city for Futbolists, and I think they're very, very familiar with these guys. Oxygen are like third in line within the region, but recently, as Jonas was saying, overcoming BBL, that puts them in a spot where now they're fighting for the second place, and it would go a long way. I mean, if they were the team to eliminate Futbolists, it seems like an unbelievable upset, really, on a story of the region.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think most people, especially Turkish fans, are probably going into this with the expectation of Futbolists coming up on top, just because, you know, they beat them in a best of 5 pretty much a week ago, right? They played each other recently. This is, no matter how creative you can be and how prepared you can be, you know, in a week, you don't have that time to change things up. And as we've seen so far in this elimination match, the way forward and the way to win this is to play to your strength, is to do what you are good at. As we saw earlier, the way that Gambit came out, you know, really enhancing their own playstyle and not worrying too much about what BBL are doing. But also we have to talk about the map pool and the vetoes as always, because going into this matchup, as I said, only a week ago, Futbolist winning a best of 5. Mitch, they definitely do have a better map pool in comparison to Oxygen.
Yeah, that is your best chance to take a map off them. If you go into a BO5 and don't take a map off them, whatever their weakness is, whatever map that they would potentially ban out against you, it's in there. It's for you to pick. And so that it's a little bit scary coming out of a BO5 now into an elimination BO3. So Futbolists have everything. They have the confidence because they're the kings of the region. They have the confidence because they've beaten these guys 3 times in the last 6 months and barely broken a sweat doing it. And now they come up against them in elimination. They're like, yeah, this is a nice, easy win. Oxygen, on the other hand, this is one of the biggest tasks that they've had to date. Obviously, they've played Futbolists, but in the context of where we are in the tournament of VCT, being knocked out at this stage, having already taken a loss in the opening matches, now the pressure is starting to mount on them, and they're up against a team that has consistently demolished them. Not going to be the easiest game to win mentally before they even step a foot within the server.
Now, what the interesting thing is here is prior to this tournament, Oxygen have always banned Haven. They banned Haven for a long time. They don't really play it, but they left it open against Fnatic. Jonas, do you feel like this was something that they specifically did with Fnatic, and they wanted to kind of like throw them off a little bit because they didn't look super strong on this map? Or do you feel like maybe they just have a new permaban in this tournament?
That's a good question, because like, they've perma-banned Haven for ages, but then again, their Haven performance against Fnatic wasn't really great, so it's also like a questionable thing where like, okay, we tried something against them, but maybe it didn't work as well as we thought. They don't really like play anything crazy like Astra or anything, except that one time they played Haven. So, but then again, since they've lost against Futbolists 3 times before, they have to like, did they have a plan? Yeah. Did they know that they would probably meet Futbolists again? And will they be doing something different this time than the previous times? That's what's going to be interesting.
I think that's a great point there, because like, you know, if you do the same thing over and over again and expect anything different, you know, that's a kind of definition of madness, but you can't do the same thing against Futbolists over and over again. So maybe them switching up their map vetoes could be a good thing for them here. But like I said, we do have the maps coming up. We actually have the vetoes in right now, so we can kill the suspense a little bit and reveal what the teams have actually decided to pick going into this. And now, wow, okay, looking at this, that is a bit of a surprise. I do think that, again, Oxygen first picked Haven into Fnatic. It did not work for them. But Mitch, they've left it open again. They've decided to take away the icebox this time around, and they've picked Haven again.
Yeah, again, this is I guess a confidence thing for Oxygen to come in. They've obviously made a plan around Haven and wanting to play it. Fnatic upset them on that, but then again, I suppose they will have looked at that game and thought, hey, Futbolists can't do the same thing. And I don't know, like, Futbolists for me are the kings of the region. They're a team that you don't want to mess with on any map. So hey, let's try and upset them. This is one that they haven't, because Oxygen were obviously permabanning it, they haven't played against Footballers recently. They've been in a decent spot there. So I think they've got, you know, some element of surprise up against this team. Additionally, this is the map that Footballers got destroyed on by Guild. So there could be a little bit of thought process into the previous games and watching over those VODs.
I mean, are you happy with the way that they've approached this, Jonas? Because, like you said, they do need to change some things up if they want to eventually overcome Footballers. But then again, is this the best time to do this in an elimination match?
I mean, I think it's more of do we have a choice?
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things where, like, if we lose in a head-on battle, then we should avoid getting a head-on battle. And when you do that, it's either gonna go really well or really, really terrible. So that's what remains to see. By leaving Haven open, is this a strategy that Footballists didn't expect? Because they've banned it so much in the previous matches that maybe they have the upper hand of playing unpredictable here, because we talked earlier about how a lot of Turkish teams are very unpredictable, and this could be a key to how maybe they could take that map. But again, I will say that Footballists are looking strong to win this one.
Yeah, I think, Mitch, you were saying this in the pre-show as well. A Footballist would be the one that you would lean towards. And now with Haven, not Haven even, the Split being the first map, we haven't seen either of these teams play Split at the EMEA Challengers Playoffs thus far. What are your expectations here? And is this one of those situations you feel like if Oxygen don't take Split, then it's going to be really, really hard for them going into the next one?
I think honestly, if Oxygen don't take the first two maps, it doesn't matter. Like it's going to be really hard for them going into every map. To me, Footballers coming out of Split, I don't see that as a huge disadvantage. They're such a strong team. I mean, they come into this, they've obviously beaten Oxygen here in a very, very close manner before. Other than that, had a relatively easy time as well against some weaker teams. This is a map that I can see Oxygen making close, potentially taking. I could say that for most maps because, yeah, the games have been kind of close recently in that BO5, for example. I think the worst loss they had was like 13-10, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So with that taken into consideration, it's not like Footballers will stomp them, but it's the consistency that's there. And now with the pressure on their backs, I don't know that I've seen Oxygen play in this kind of environment versus such a strong team who has a history of beating them before. This is a serious challenge mentally, and getting off to a good start on Split would certainly serve them well if they are to take this series.
I mean, they've experimented a little bit here and there. You know, we saw Oxygen pull out the Astra on Haven as well and so on. But Jonas, FPX recently bringing the Sova back into the mix. We're not going to expect that today, but I do want to get your views on the way that they utilize Sova and why, you know, it worked for them.
Yeah, so Sova on Split is a very questionable topic because that's probably my most asked question when I play ranked, and I'm not even picking Sova when I'm playing Split. And it's simple because if you want to use Sova on Split, you have to have a specific game plan around it, because there's a lot less areas to cover with your recon dart. It's a lot more tricky to hit stuff with your ultimate because there's so much different elevation compared to other maps. And basically every part of his toolkit is less ideal to use on Split. However, if you have a specific game plan, which Angel is probably the one I would look at about having a specific game plan around an agent, then Sova has that kind of thing. Like, okay, if there, like we talked about earlier, if there's a jet holding a certain angle, well then Sova is one of the best agents to send a drone in to push him off the angle, or send a recon dart in that scans him, which forces him to switch to a pistol and shoot the recon, or simply just dodge it, and that gives you space. Also, considering if you have better lineups, like if you spend more time using lineups, for instance, to clear 50-50 angles, Split has a lot of 50-50 angles. So using a recon on one side of them could be a way of clearing those tricky duels.
Well, before we head into Agent Select, I just wanted to quickly look at some stats we had because, you know, we spoke about Toronto versus Durka yesterday. He is going to be in action again today. Definitely a standout player for this Oxygen side. And yeah, you know, Mitch, looking at that, anything stands out to you?
Well, when you take a look at stats, I always like to look at first blood percentages because some of them have just been unreal. And for Magoo up there on 18.4%, he's getting in there for the first bloods. That's pretty damn impressive. And you have to think, you know, obviously for a jet, that's exactly what you're going to want to see. Being able to deliver, is fantastic. When you consider up against Guild, he was able to put on a decent show even despite the bad scoreline.
Oh yeah, he was indeed. Like I said, there's a lot of talented players in this matchup, and I cannot wait to see what they come up with. We're gonna head into Agent Select now and see if maybe one of them have decided to kind of shake things up a little bit, do something funky. But so far, at least on the side of Footballist, it's pretty standard of them, Mitch.
I think when you look at Footballist and how they're going to want to approach this map, we have to expect that we're going to have the Omen out that's consistent across pretty much every single game that they play and on every map.
Sorry, Toronto, not on the Jet?
That's where I was going.
Is that a holdout or is that a lock-in? Sorry, yeah, go on.
It's actually a completely different approach. Not just that he's not on the Jet, but that he's picking a Raze. We haven't seen that from them in the past. Then we look further in. You know, typically you're going to see a Breach come out, and at the moment, I'm not seeing anybody look. Oh, well, maybe they're really slow in taking out their picks. The hovers are the worst, man.
Yeah, they're taking their time, but that's so interesting because we speak about Toronto as this Jet AWPer, you know, your sort of typical Turkish Jet who can do a lot with that operator weapon. And I really didn't expect him, of all people, to be taken off of his usual picks. But Jonas, again, having Jet and Raids, two duelists there on the side of Footballist, and Astra. Okay. Okay. What do you make of this, Jonas? Are you a fan of Astra on Split?
I think I'm a fan of a team playing with Astra on Split, not specifically because of like the agent pick in itself, but more that the fact that this is probably something slightly unexpected. So maybe they have made some changes to their playstyle, because the other times that they lost against Footballists, Astra wasn't an agent that was even released.
No.
So at least I think, which means that this is definitely a way of shaking things up and changing some element of what they previously did. So this plays very heavily into the favor we talked about. You don't want to do a head-on duel with the same thing you did before.
I love it.
And then the question is if it actually is going to work.
We will see, because I cannot believe I'm about to say this, but we have a Turkish versus Turkish team and only one Jet. I cannot wait to see what they do with this map. Over to you, Mitch and Jonas.
Yeah, it is definitely a surprise that we're not seeing the Jet come out. When you think about the value that is brought on this map specifically by a Raze, it's huge, right, Jonas? So it's not like it's a surprise they picked Raze. It's the fact that they didn't pick Jet and who they put it on. That's what really blows us away.
Yeah, for sure. And that's probably also one of those things, because Raze can combo a lot better with Astra than what Jet can. Because you can use your nades on top of a black hole, which sucks them into the center and makes them vulnerable, while Jet doesn't really have that much synergy with Astra. So that could be one of the reasons why we see Raze instead here.
Yeah, I think that as we move forward, we'll see exactly how this Astra is used. Turkish team pulling it out. It's a surprise to all of us, and I'm here for it. I like the wall by Turco. That's going to buy them a little bit more time, but it gets destroyed instantly. Sasuke going straight in to try and find the duels on players stuck in the corners, but they're already backed out. Oxygen on the defensive side will take a passive stance on B after early aggression, but that means no information. They don't know whether Footballists are just about to burst out, and as they jump spot into B main, they see nobody. The entirety of this force creeping in towards middle as they'll look to split out, and their options are open. The only problem is they're fully committing to mid. They have no control inside of main, so these fights have to go their way.
Yeah, they're probably gonna, if they spot this tripwire, yeah, they take it out, and the push should be coming in. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, they wall off for CT, but showing a bit of hesitation here, actually deciding to rotate around and go to the vents. Mitas, though, is in the off angle, gets Jet already showing a big value here. Sturban as well pushing, but just gonna hold the smoke for now. Very dangerous to push through. Toronto, though, is alone on the side, doesn't get checked, gets one though, but gets taken out, and this should be the plant.
It should, and indeed it will be eventually tucked safely. They've got control over heaven, so Footballists can hold down those angles, but players are already on the site, overrunning them, and a double for Zistau, putting them way ahead. Sturban from above wants to get it done, but with a frenzy and 12 HP, his chances are low. He gets the diffuser.
Oh, no.
Now he's got it in a 1v1, but Glove, good to finish it off. Oh my god. That kill under the diffuser, 12 HP. I didn't think that was even nearly going to come in.
Oh my god, that was a lot closer than what I thought it was gonna be, especially because having a frenzy from that distance isn't ideal. 12 HP.
That's ridiculous. It really is. And a really, really good attempt by Sturban, but in the end, it wasn't to be, was it? 1-0, we go to Oxygen, and look at their economy now. They're investing up. Even pulling out a Bulldog on their Cypher, while Footballists, well, they're right in the boat with them.
Yeah. This is a confident round 2 buy. They got the plant down, so they knew that they could afford, but Turco already takes out his Sage counterpart.
And we're going to have the man advantage swinging towards Oxygen. Even Ult Orbs can be taken, but they're pressured quickly. Magoo looking to come on through, but there's not all too much that he can do. Taken down as Oxygen continue to extend the advantage. Trades are there, and they're perfect at this stage of the game. The spike retrieved, but there's not really very far that they can go with it. Presence towards B, considering you're up against a Bulldog, that Spectre fight is never going to be favorable for you. You got to hope he's missing his shots, and it's anything but. And on low HP, he'll just tuck in and wait for his teammates to catch him on the cross. Sturban's got a hell of a task here.
Yeah, this is indeed an Herculean task. He has a smoke, though, but might be just using that to bait. A 1 versus 3 with a Spectre is not an easy task. Zistau is low, though. If he gets a pick, it could be possible. But they see no reason to play this aggressive. He could still rotate here. They're holding 3 people on B side, seemingly confident that he's not going to rotate back. Ooh!
He spotted out a lot of them, but he has no choice. Time is so low. Shadow step to sight, but he knows they'll want to push on through that. Out he goes, and 1 kill goes his way. Okay, this is already a decent comeback into the round. Oxygen started it out very dominantly, and they end up only surviving on 2 players. They will carry the Bulldog through to the next round, but for Oxygen, the 2-0 is theirs, and they're up against an eco.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because like they bought Spectres this round.
Yep.
So even though, because usually you say that if you play on round 2 and you manage to do kill 2 or 3 players on the other team, you consider that a pretty good round if you eco, because they can't play the bonus round because they lost too many. But here, they forced back into it, and now they're stuck on a pretty scrappy buy here with 3 sheriffs.
I think the important thing is that the damage done in the previous round is good, but they don't do the same here. If they don't force reinvestment of 3 weapons, which they've even got a Ghost, so Oxygen are really playing conservative, then it doesn't matter, really, in the grand scheme of things. So for Footballists, losing the previous round sucks. They've got some opportunity to win this before their bye round, and let's see how easy they make it for themselves into the next and to come back into this one. And the pistols.
Yeah.
Look at the pressure that they're applying on mid, but that wall and those players holding up on top of it, it stops them from going for the B crunch they really wanted.
Zistau here is just playing really nicely, but his tripwire is taken out. Could be careful here. We've seen some of these Sheriff White Swings before. As the race just jumps into sight. Doesn't find anything though. The jet dash comes through as well, but Zistau is ruthless with his... Okay. What?
They were both low. He just takes them down with body shots. Sasuke from above onto Glove, and all of a sudden, this is a favorable round for the attackers. The aggression out to sight, masked by cages, smokes, dashes, and blast packs, has granted them all the kills they could possibly want. The distraction on the Heaven play now puts Oxygen in a very bad spot. The time is ticking, and they're starting to run out of opportunities. The pull, the nade, it doesn't get much. Those players are able to avoid it and stuck up close here. Okay, Toronto sees 1, but they have no idea about Sturban up close. The timing is good. The tag is there. The kill, not so much, but time is so low. Mites has to get on it and bait them out into the open, but they have a nade. The classic fight doesn't go his way. Sasuke on 10 HP as Footballists take it 1-0. 1-2 rather, but in that round. And they carry over a weapon as well. It's a Vandal brought forward. That's a huge round.
That's a huge round for them indeed. And that really changes up the pace of the game as well. Because they only invested into Sheriffs that round, expecting that they would lose it. And now they're suddenly in a comfortable position to full buy weapons and utility. And suddenly we see Oxygen on an eco. Probably because they lost so many players each round. So even though they won 2 rounds, they're forced to eco here.
That's it, right? We talked about it. The damage of round number 2, it doesn't matter unless you do damage in round number 3 when you go for the force buy on round 2 and lose. And, well, they did damage, Jonas. It's fair to say. They did a lot of damage.
Yeah. They did indeed.
I do wonder.
Magu already all the way up in vents here. They're giving a lot of space in the middle. No Cypher tripwires, so typical. Oh, needs to be careful. Obviously, a bit easier to push here when there's not much utility on the defending team, deciding to save their money. Finds one more, though.
Okay.
Then run and guns him right. Is this tense? No?
Run and gun wall bangs down below. Not, you can't even see him anymore. You love it. Unless you're on the receiving side.
There, but... Yeah. Well, there's that.
Well, this is, again, a round that's a write-off, really. You know that it ain't going to go your way. But it's about damage. It's about taking weapons out of their hands. And so far, that's been a failure from Oxygen. Looking at a potential 2-2 scoreline. The problem is, right, if footballists win, if they don't lose a player, then even Oxygen winning the next round, they'll face into another full buy. So they won't get that free follow-on. And the early half, it's so important to build up those rounds, those streaks of rounds, and give yourself a better chance to close it, especially if you're the underdog.
Yeah, for sure. And this has been a discussion for a long time, how different playstyles cater into if this map is defender or attack sided. We've seen some teams, like especially G2 in the past, have like 10-2 on attack, but then still like lose 10-2 on defense. But it's so strange because it's just each side favors a playstyle so differently. So that's what's going to be questionable here. Is it so that Oxygen needs to win a lot of rounds on defense to be able to take this out?
It's a very good point, right? But we may not have time to really discuss it because at the moment we're seeing a lot of aggression down middle. You see Oxygen wanting to take the fights early. Oh, Mittez, he hasn't been spotted, but well, he has now. Taken out very, very quickly. And that's a real shame.
Caster curse.
Yeah. Hasn't been spotted, gets shot in the head. All right, I guess he has. Oh, the showstopper is hunting them down. And okay, it doesn't get a kill, but it opens up the space. And this is the thing. Those players now out of heaven, pushed onto site. And the thing is, they ain't looking to push B. They're going to the A side instead and about to make their way right onto the site. Not for free, though, because there's a player inside that smoke. Toronto thinking about the blast pack play, and he does it straight through the backside, stops the TP, nades it out to slow any push. They have a little stun put down as well, and overall that's completely stopped Footballist and allowed the full rotation of Oxygen into position here. They've got 2 players ready to hold it down.
And look at the Astra Stars here. Like, they are ready for this push. Like, if they communicate this well, this could be really difficult.
Astra's dead.
They can smoke, they
30
can...
seconds left.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk, and I will now...
Oh, no!
Thanks.
Globe! Hello! All right, he makes up for it. Screw your stars. He's taking headshots. Revive onto Magoo, but Toronto from backside drops a nade. Rolling Thunder, good night and sweet dreams there, cracks. Magoo's left alive in a 1v3 with no time to go, and I think this one, it's time to go home and save that weapon.
I was so excited about my Astra analysis. Like, Jonas is dead, man.
Huge Astra play. Oh, it happens. It happens, man.
He can communicate to his team, and she can, like, put 3 people in the black hole. Jonas, she's dead. Stop.
That's why you don't play with Jonas. You're dead, and he's just like, Nade! Nade! Why are you not nading? I'm dead, bro!
Spike down
That was good. That was good.
Luckily, there's no rank requirements to be a caster, right, Mitch?
You know what? You know what? Immortal was good enough for me, okay? I'm gonna hit your Radiant, but we'll get there eventually.
Thanks for saving me, though, instead of just, like,
I was tempted.
leaving me open for...
Just like a 10-minute point.
If
like,
you would have left me there, oh my god.
Just like,
like, after the map, Jonas, you know what? In round 4...
You just like spend the whole map just like, I think honestly back in round 5 when they didn't use the stars, that's when they lost. Yeah, but it happens, it does. And let's see, what happens right here? Because Footballers, well, they're starting to push in towards B main. There was a wall about to go down, but they decided against it. Now the control is there. The wall's going to be quickly broken. Footballers making a lot of noise. They're starting to really shout and scream, but it's the heaven split that they're looking for. They're holding inside events, right? This is all part of their plan. Make a lot of noise in B main, see if they rotate, see if they get curious somewhere else on the map and try to take some map control back. And if they do, then you quickly shoot them in the head and switch directions. But when they don't, what do you do?
Exactly. I was really hoping to do an Astra Star analysis now, but it seems like they're gonna be pushing B instead. Counter flash comes out though. They're starting to run out of time. Only 25 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the spike down here. Astra ult comes out as well, making it really difficult to push. And Turco is just laying in fire here, but gets refragged.
Down B.
14 seconds left though. This is starting to look a bit scary.
10 seconds left.
Oh man, on the fade back, they had to go and get the spike. That's the problem. The kill that came in, I think with the showstopper, right, is what dropped down the spike. And then they have to walk out in the open with 30 HP, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's also really difficult because with the Astra wall, you can still use utility through it. But the problem is that you cannot really hear utility being used. So if you're on the other side of the Astra wall, you cannot hear a Raze popping her ultimate if she's like, let's say 10-15 meters away.
That's the thing, like, especially because it gives you blowback as well when you shoot. You can jump through an Astra wall, fire the ult, and go back through it. Something we saw Yassine do a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
The benefits of using your opponent's utility against you. And that's, I think, where at the moment, the wall has been almost bad for the team that's using it a lot of the time. Now we've seen players or teams use it much more conservatively just to block off 1 or 2 angles. And it's working much better that way.
Yeah, it's just a Viper wall on steroids, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Stowie here's the player up close. The Bulldog, though. Oh, it's his death. The rate of fire not quite there for the spray. He went down too quickly, and he's just shooting him in the belt. The belt buckle blocking the shots. The goo. Oh, he turns from the flash, but the timing. Toronto was happy to just tank it, get blinded on his way in and take the kill. Sturban 1v3. The first is his, but the res comes in, so he's right back where he was before. Picking up another weapon instead of reload, and it almost works out. That would have been not just an ace, but a 6k clutch. But Glove with 28 health survives, gets the defuse, and puts another on the board. Hey, Oxygen, they're looking damn good.
That retake looked so good. The way Glove flashed the back corner on elbow there while Toronto satcheled in. We can see it again here. See that? Well, okay, the timing is a bit unfortunate because he also gets flashed, but at the end of the day, it was such a strong synergy push there. And then, of course, the Sage Rest just to absolutely secure this round. But showing some, I mean, really good defensive aggression here.
It's what you expect from this region, isn't it? Like, I think you say good defensive aggression in Turkey. It's like, well, yeah, of course. What do you think we practice all the time?
Exactly. A good defense is no. How is that? You know, it's like the best attack is a good. No, the best defense is a good attack. Yes.
Best defense is a good offense. There you go. Sometimes.
Thanks.
I got you. You're on fire today, Jonas.
Thank you. I get that a lot. You know, this whole thing about not being an English speaker.
No, it's good. It's all giggles. It's all giggles. With Oxygen though, look, opening duel went their way. Sasuke, I don't know how you describe that play. I would say ambitious. You know, if I'm being nice.
Yeah. It reminds me of a certain Finnish jet main in Team Liquid, who sometimes has some crazy ideas.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Crazy, the word I would use. Oh, look at this. The fault line, perfect. It's going to catch them on the way out, pushes them into the open, and it cuts off the team as well. They can't even fully peek. One guy has to wait behind for fear of getting stunned. Oxygen are looking good. I came into this as a real doubter. I was not a believer. I saw football as, hey, they're taking this easy. But recently, Oxygen, as we said, they overcame the team that previously has been the thorn in their side of BBL. And as you said, you got to take out the Prince to get a shot at the King. Well, the Prince is dead, and now the King, well, you could be going with him if this keeps up.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really hard to tell which playstyle caters to being defender-sided or not. But so far, Oxygen is showing... I really like the way they're using utility. And that's the thing about Astra as well. Like, she can be anywhere on the map, and if they communicate well, she can be so annoying because there are so many choke points here. So when they're pushing B site, for instance, you can place a black hole on the default plant spot. And that's probably, like I said, why Toronto's probably playing the Raze now. That the synergy with Raze and Astra is just endless.
Yeah, absolutely. For the pulls, for the stuns even, because if you hit a stun and you nade at the right position, think about elbow, for example. You stun in there, you drop a nade.
Yeah.
They're either going to tank the nade and die, run into the stun, get stunned, and die to the double damage from the nade, or they're just going to get stunned, and then you can take the fight if it's out in the open, if you place the utility correctly, right? So it can be really, really powerful. But
and Footballists, they have a attacker favored comp as well with double duelists. Like, it's not like they have an Omen Flash and 2 duelists, so it's not like it's a terrible, you know what I mean? Like, they have plenty of aggression opportunities here.
For sure. No, I think when I look at Oxygen, definitely the breach is going to serve a big purpose on the attack as well. Like, those flashes can be huge. For football, it's going to be about getting Magoo that operator and trying to make it work. Obviously, on the attacking side, not so much. But hey, those stars, they're getting used, Jonas.
Wow, and Astra's alive. Barely.
Barely, yeah. I have HP.
Caster Curse is probably coming in hot right now.
Look at these rotates.
Oh, he's getting ill. That nade.
Oh, Toronto, he's in trouble. He hits the first, his teammates come through, and Mittez with the triple. Okay, now we're here to play. They did only have pistols, they had weaker weapons, but with Magoo left alone on a ship. Well,
oh no.
Okay. That's a decent start. Let's see, 3 more to go. A couple more of these headshots, but look how far away Breach is. That's going to be a 145 if ever I've seen one. Frustrating thing if it comes through, but he can't even get the bullet out of the gun, and he's gone.
Valorant gamer caught red-handed while meditating.
That's one of the downsides, though, right? It really is, because we mentioned, like, oh, you're out of the game, but, like, you really are out of the game. You don't even know you're getting shot until you're pulled out of the form from the damage, and it's too late then.
Spike down A.
Yeah. Most likely. Unless someone is not having a field day.
Unless it's me that's shooting you, then I hit you once, and then, well, that's the end of the story.
But that's also what makes her balanced.
True. Very true. Yeah, I think it would be fun to see what it's like if she could just put stars down where she can see without going into astral form, but I think that would be insane. But fun.
Yeah.
Oh, the dash as well. That's so good. The paranoia had already blinded up Mittez. Luckily, he gets the kill. Left on relatively low HP and quickly dealt with as Oxygen. They take the man disadvantage.
They are indeed, and suddenly this is looking a lot better for Footballists there. Sasuke runs into the tripwire, so the information comes out that it's probably going to be an A hit here. Zistao lurking around. Getting a lot of ground here, but they have a breach on backside, and he needs to be dealt with. But a beautiful shot there by Zistao. Oh, and he has his ultimate.
That res comes in. It's huge for Footballists. They want to move to the side, but there's 2 players here. It looks like Turco's worried about them switching directions. Glove. Oh, here's the rolling thunder. And there's 1 player on the right who won't be hit, and Glove takes him down quickly. Spike goes down, Magoo far away, and a 1 versus 2. It's winnable for sure, but he has to hit this shot to Turco. He can't really afford to take much damage on this initial fight if he wants to be following up. With 20 seconds left, his opportunities to change direction are very, very limited, but he's going to come up into heaven. 15 seconds? Does he have time?
He does have a dash.
Oh, he does. Okay, that's a big difference maker. He's going to need it. He's going to... Oh my god, okay, no. This guy's got timings down in his brain. Down to 1 second, within a second, and he gets... Alright, cool. He's done that run a couple of times.
Wow. He chooses to go for an aggression here, which is probably... He doesn't want to take a 1 versus 2 on the spike. He wants to try to get 1 out of the way, just like it does there. Gets stunned by Breach, though. Needs to get out of there, but this is looking very doable. Breach is starting to run out of utility as well.
But he's cleared the important angle now. He'll presume that he's in towards the spawn still as Magoo looks to move on out. It's already stuck halfway. He's going to go fully sticking it, but Magoo's there in time. What is that round, man? The timing on him rotating. You could see Oxygen didn't even think it was possible. He gets there, he plants, and then he sets up an ambush as well. That's disgusting.
It was so beautifully done by him as well, because like I mentioned earlier, when you're in a 1 versus 2, you don't really want to take a clear 1 versus 2. Yep. You want to do 2 1 versus 1s, and that's exactly what it did. He pushed offensively into a defender spawn, which seemed like they weren't really ready for it, and it paid off.
It did. It definitely did. And yeah, even the fact that he saves his dash, if he uses it to get to site like I would have, like I was almost encouraging him to, the panic mode sets in. He could have been in trouble because he wouldn't have been able to get away from that initial engagement as quickly, and he was 70 or 60 HP after it. So that would have, it could have been a little bit dicey, but he's able to get the kill, dash out, and then be in a position where his opponent has to be a little bit worried about him being close. It delays more time, and he gets the, takes him off the defuse. Overall, you just see the level of experience within this game. Like, that is something that only comes to you with a lot of hours playing this game.
Yeah, the built-in clock. Because we kind of wrote it off, but then I was like, oh, but he has the dash. It still works, but then he didn't need it. If they don't check this angle.
They did on the dash out. Magoo was seeing him. Zistao in danger, and well, he's gone now. A 3 versus 3. Rocket comes in, the showstopper for damage in the follow-up from Magoo, but there's an operator in town. Toronto drops a nade and slows down this push, allows himself to reposition as the smoke fades, and the upside as well. There's a wall in his way. Sasuke has a blast pack to get over it, but blast packing in the open is going to be dangerous. He's trying to spot it out. Magoo's trying to do the same, but they've got to make a play. They've got to open some space for this rotate to come in. They gamble it eventually, and it seems to have paid off. It literally a millisecond in that, and Toronto could have seen him. But now the plant comes in and a 2v2 commences.
Last player standing.
This looks like a very typical Flights play from... Oh! He gets one. He's stuck in a 1 versus 1 now. This is very doable. He doesn't know where... He expects that he's backside, though.
Does he scope? No. Oh. If he scoped there, he could have gotten it, but Magoo was just too quick. I do love that play though. You pop the showstopper and you know, okay, these guys are gonna move, right? You don't stand in position. You don't just wait on the spike. You're gonna die, so they move. That gives the information, and then he pops the ult off of it. It's really nice.
Yeah, that entry there by Magoo was sick. Just smoking and then just like running out of it so confident. But yeah, I mean, these smoke dash trades, they're so good because like you mentioned earlier, most likely there's someone there to trade you, and if you get the pick, then it's a win-win.
Well, looking for 5 rounds on the attack. It won't be the end of the world if Ballers get there, but the lead Oxygen have worked so hard to build up would be under question coming into the next half. Mitez is in danger. He doesn't really have an escape here, and after 1 kill, he will fall. Stars are now out of the equation as well as his ultimate. That wall won't be coming into play. Toronto with the Spectre, not good for anything, but Turco, he just Ferrari peeks into and...
He's got the res.
No, he's rezzed in the open, though. It doesn't look... Oh, they do deal with him. Okay, Sasuke was quick to swing and trade. And that res was risky, but it was more or less his only option.
Switching sides.
Yeah, I mean, they had a person that died on ramp too, so I was wondering if like...
he didn't have the wall, so I don't think there was all too much that he could do. I feel like the flash right now. You getting that? Going zooming through the rounds.
That's how it feels when you like you play Beat Saber on Expert Plus, and then you go back down to Expert, and then everything feels so slow.
Yeah. It's like Guitar Hero back in the day. I remember on the Expert difficulty. Then you like some tracks only have medium, right? Or like they'll have a lower difficulty. You're like, I can't do this. I can't. What is this?
Oh.
Well, obviously, a little bit of a tech issue here. I think we should have the HUD back with us. Oh, we've ascended.
Oh, breach. Get your glasses, Breach!
Breach versus Sky.
Stop
this
it,
is
Breach!
what it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. This is the player's point of view of how that works. But okay, we'll be back into the game in a bit, I suppose. We're on camera now, Jonas, apparently. So that's fun.
Okay.
And I think our game should be back in play soon. I don't know what's happening. These things happen.
Okay. I can see the gameplay now. Can you see the gameplay?
I think so. I think I can. They can't see the gameplay
nice.
at home, though. That's the downside. So
they can't see the gameplay.
No.
Oh, that's great.
It is.
Well,
do you want to act it out? Should we charades it? Should we do some charades? I've got a. This
okay,
is
sure.
How do I make a ghost? This is a classic. How do I make a ghost out of it?
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll be the orb.
You be the orb? I'm gonna just like
pick me up.
I'm gonna just.
Pick the
there
orb
we
up.
go. I got it. Obviously, a bit of a tech issue, guys at home. Sorry for this. The downside of online production. Sometimes these things happen, but guys are working hard on fixing it in the background, and they're working very hard because we're already back in. Let's go.
I just picked up my tin flute, man. That's so typical.
You were gonna play the Spike music through it, were you? Like beep beep beep.
Yeah.
Well, as we take a look at what's going down, it is obviously a 2v4. You've had the spike be planted by Oxygen, but now they're trying to hold on up close and personal. It ain't happening. Toronto quickly dispatched with, and thankfully it was a slow round. They almost waited for us. They snuck out on A, making a bit of noise around mid and losing a lot of their players in the process. Got onto the A site with Spike and then ended up dying. So 7-6 we go. Football is right back up there. They're the ones in the top right. Your green boys. What color is that? Tell me that, Jonas. Because I've heard a lot of it. Someone called it blue. And I don't want to say I hate them, but I won't say it.
What?
The defender color. That's like a cyan or it's some sort of green, isn't it? Okay,
yeah.
good.
Are you colorblind?
No, but someone called it blue before, and I thought I was.
Well, I mean, it's like Gru, you know? Or Bleen.
My God.
I guess.
Well, again, we're looking at the attackers of Oxygen. They've lost the pistol. They've got a weaker buy, but they're going in for the force buy. You know, usually teams will eco, but these Turkish teams, man, they don't know what eco means. They're like, eco? Ah, you mean Spectre?
I don't think so. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Oh,
what was that?
Sasuke needs to be careful. I don't know.
One enemy remaining.
I think he just panicked. I think he put down the blast pack and then just like smashed Q really quickly, like blast him, and threw another one out. I don't think he would have wanted to fade back from the angle that quickly, but hey, 7-7, it's a round win. They lose 2 players. That's a bit of a blow, but as we said, that was a force buy from the attack of Oxygen. So now they've got to come in and get an eco, basically, a Turkish eco. So there will probably be a bit of armor. There'll be loads of sheriffs.
Sheriffs.
Turkish eco.
What could we call the Turkish eco?
A Tico.
Turco?
A Tico.
I like Tico. That sounds kind of cute. Oh,
but he got him in the end with a headshot of all things. The spray and pray has clearly worked out today.
You would know.
That's all I ever do. You know, I actually operate in a system of I purely believe in it, so I just swing on angles with my eyes closed and start firing. Probably can't tell.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's better than flicking off targets anyway. Oh, Mites though gets a headache. Left with 34 HP. It does have a Sage though, so doesn't do too much. Still has no armor, so Spectre's dangerous. Oh, that's a big Omen flash. Gets 2 targets. They're stuck behind the wall here. They have a flank coming in, but they get 1 though. But Jurax quickly on the refrag. Mites though. Whew. These sheriffs are. You can see why they like to do these kind of plays.
Yeah, well, you absolutely can. It's left down to Maj, and he gets it done. Okay, footballers, they come out on top. They get their 8th round on the board, but it wasn't exactly easy. There were a couple of speed bumps in the road, and they lost a lot of weapons. That reinvestment's going to be a bit tough. And with the spot that they're in now, having the lead, I mean, look, for footballers, they're the favorite team. They're not going to be, you know, crying about this one. Not going to need a pause to wipe up the tears, but if you're Oxygen, remember this team was hugely in the lead. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it like 7-2 or something? It was a very strong, certainly 7-3 at one point. And
yeah.
They've ended up now being behind and not getting off that starting block. This is tough.
Now look at the aggression here on defense. This is Sasuke is in the middle with that judge. Blast backing in. Is this defense or attack? I'm not sure. They just...
I'll give you an answer to that. This is Turkey. There is no difference.
They had 3 defenders. Oh no, what? I'm not sure about the... Okay.
Monj knows there's someone close, but yeah, okay. He tries to make a play around the back, and I like that. You know, Oxygen, they hit the brakes. They stop so that there's a reaction. There has to be, right? Some dudes just blast back on the side. You got to do something. Peeks around the side. Boom. Headshot. Easy sight cleared. Now they get the plans. That's... can only last so long, but they waited their time and it paid off. Now, for the retake, there's still going to be a little bit of trouble there. Obviously, footballists have the man advantage. As Oxygen, whoa, okay, that peek was so well timed, and they're getting the kills. It's starting to really look good for Oxygen, leaving it all down to Magoo with an operator and a 1v2. Picks up the Vandal, but swings wide, and that will be his demise. Oxygen, they're back up on the board. We said they needed a round, and there it is. They finally get it.
Yeah, and so far this match is a lot closer than I think most people anticipated. I mean, we had several, including Ryman, like basically saying that footballists should confidently take this. But then again, this is a slightly different lineup from Oxygen than before, so maybe they didn't quite expect this and are trying to work a way to play against it.
We'll see how things are going to be rolling. As we jump back into things at 8-8, Oxygen, they've gotten their round on the attack side. Now, they need to build up a little bit more, because they should be walking away with this one. This is not really that threatening of a round from Footballers. They've got the 1 hero rifle on Maj, and other than that, it's pistols to play with. That is, if you don't count the knives. Normally, you don't want to bring a knife to a gunfight, but this guy right here, well, he learns the hard way. It's maybe not always a good idea.
Yeah, and this round looks pretty much over before it begun. Probably gonna try to get maybe some economical damage here. Just gonna vandal those Turban. Oh, nice swing there on Turco. Sasuke as well. Toronto takes that duel, has a much stronger weaponry.
Yeah, I think we do have to give the Oxygen side big favor, but okay. Even that weapon's going to be dealt with. Leaving Cracks all by himself, and he gets something out of the round. Hey, you take even the little victories in a round like this of getting yourself an ult orb. That's honestly something that I've seen in some top EU teams not do. Like, there's a B lurker, it's an A hit clearly, like they're last alive, they're on a low buy, and they don't go and get the orb. They don't prioritize it like that. And I think, you know, your chances, if you take an extra 6 seconds to rotate, your chances don't really go up or down of winning the round. They're still pretty terrible.
Yeah, for sure. And orb control is definitely something that is super important. Like the difference between like having the utility or ultimate one round before can be so devastating. So I think it's definitely I mean, if the round is lost anyway, you can decide either if you're going to try to go for an exit frag or take the orb, or ideally both, but yeah.
Yeah, and it is only a minor detail, but it's the devil's in the details sometimes. For Oxygen, this is the more challenging round, right? We breeze over the previous, we talk about whatever, because they just have pistols, and you don't expect anything, and 9 times out of 10 you don't get anything, especially if the jet ult is dealt with so early on. But here's where they can do something different. Rolling Thunder to push them out of heaven. Footballers lose a lot of control, and that Raze ult onto sight. Oh, it doesn't get him because Magoo, he dashes. Luckily, though, they're holding for that as well. They have everything planned out for. You can see all the possibilities. They've got whatever stone it is that's supposed to let you do that. It doesn't matter because this possibility is zilch for Footballers taking the round. They are dealt with in a flawless manner. What a quick execution from Oxygen, and every single part of that, you know, that is something they've rehearsed, you can tell.
Yeah, and that was very well synergized between the Breach ult and the Raze ult there. The Breach ult pushes them away, and so does the Raze ult. And even though he doesn't get a kill, he forces the jet off the angle, and then his teammates are waiting and pre-aiming the other angle. So regardless if he's gonna die to the showstopper or not, he will definitely be taken out afterwards.
Exactly. It's all about grabbing those, but essentially setting yourself up so that even in the worst case scenario, you pop a showstopper, you don't get the kill, boom, you're still able to get the trade. You're still able to come out in the best possible scenario if the worst thing happens. You know what I mean? Setting up those protocols. And that's where being together as a team for a long time and working on the right things can really, really benefit you. And right now, Footballers have got nothing. Just Sheriffs. Look at the positions they're in. Like Cracks especially, if he's patient, if he stays there, he could be good for a reward.
Okay. Lurk and Cypher already got 2. Okay, having a field day here against the Sheriffs. And this round is basically over before it began.
Yeah, it's I'm impressed. I really am, and I said it earlier and I started to doubt myself. I started to think that, you know what, Oxygen, they had a lucky run in that first half, but now they've got no answers on the attack. And well, quickly that is being disproven. We're now realizing that Oxygen are 2 rounds away from winning. And not just that, they're up against a kind of last ditch buy from Footballist. If they win this one, they're looking very favored to take it on 13-8. Footballist now the ones with the pressure on them, and that makes for a bit of a change in what I expected in this series.
For sure. And Omano gets tagged there already. They had the pushing Cypher here, going first in. Sasuke though with a nice duel here. Nice kill there on Cypher. But Mites and Toronto gets 1 each as well. So already a favorable situation here for Oxygen. Mites pushes through the vents. Tries to find something, but...
Out of charges.
Oh, Toronto. He's tickling him up. He's just dancing around, man. Waiting for reinforcements, right? The cavalry was on the way. So he's just messing with Sasuke like, ooh, I hit you a bit. Ooh, there's a little tickle for you. Maj, good for 1. Okay, we're back in. Ultimate gets information, but hey, he's already dead. And it's a 1 versus 4. Cracks. What can he do?
but look at the Astra stars.
Wow, they're so well positioned on B. If this is a B hit, Jonas. Hold on. What if he gets this?
He has a res.
He has a res, but he doesn't have a wall. So they're gonna have to get these kills extremely quickly. Cracks as the head peek angle as they come out, they double peek it. That's so nasty, so nice. And it looks so no, that came close. 1 bullet in a spray, and we could have been looking at a devastating loss for Oxygen.
Match point.
A round that I had no faith in, but they came insanely close. But in the end, it's 12-8, and it looks like we have a serious game in our hands.
Yeah, those are like one of the hero plays that pretty much only a Battle Sage can do, where you get a quick double, which just puts you in a favorable position where you can rest, and suddenly a 1 versus 4 became a 2 versus 2.
Can you imagine if he had a wall there? They may well win that, because it buys enough time for Sasuke to peek behind the wall and take them as they're spraying.
They may well win that.
They may well win. God damn it. I thought I'd gotten away from these puns when Tom left, but here we are.
Nice try.
I thought I have one day without these puns. Nope. We're back. Well,
I'll try to make another good one.
Please
soon.
don't. Just feel free to not do that. Well, Oxygen, they're feeling free to just waltz on up mid. There's no one here fighting them. There is a cam watching for the push out. There's a very passive setup on B. I mean, for Footballist, we talked about this as a team that likes to get aggressive on the defensive side, and they have been taught their lesson now. Oxygen, they've read their playbook. They know what's going down. And it looks like it's time to push up into B heaven. At least that's what Oxygen are set for. Zistao walking out on A. But it's a distraction play. Because B is where they look to end the day, or at least for now. Oh my god.
Zistao though, getting a quick double here already. It's just holding down the fort here.
30 seconds
Like
left.
this is... Yeah, this is looking really good here from Oxygen. Zistao came out of nowhere and got 2 frags. Toronto though, tried to wait for Maj here in the middle. So evens out the favors a bit. Zistao gets healed back up. But Sasuke gets 1 with the Raze ult, but gets refried by Glow.
He's low, he's just going to run away and delay the time. Maj falls, and with that, Oxygen take the map 13-8. Oh my god. It looks like they have proven that they're not a team to be trifled with. 5-round lead as we close things out in football. List the favorite team, not just of the game, but of the region, have fallen on the first map. Now they've got to reverse sweep it. Who saw this one coming?
I don't know, man. I don't think many people did. Like there wasn't any reason to believe it because first of all, their match history is basically one-sided. The previous performance in this tournament speaks the same. But then again, showing up here.
Yeah, and I think this is another one of these things where we see teams, you can lose one map. This is what we said earlier. You can lose one map, get dominated, and come back, bounce back. In series, you have even more time to think about it and assess what went wrong. These guys, they've definitely put in the work. They were ready for Footballist, and they've taken them down on map number 1. Now, Oxygen, they've taken down the Prince of the region. They're versus the King, and they're one map away from knocking the King of Turkey out of this tournament. We'll be back in a little bit to find out how map number 2 goes. Don't go anywhere.
back to the EMEA Challengers Playoffs, where Oxygen are one map up against the Footballists in this elimination match. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined once again on the desk by Mitch and Jonas. Welcome back, you guys. Going into this matchup, all three of us, leaned towards Footballists. On paper, they've had better results, but Jonas, it looks like Oxygen are really getting their revenge here because they lost to Footballists the last time they played Split.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're showing that sometimes changing it up can be a good thing. I don't think that Footballists expected this kind of playstyle. The way they kind of change it up by using Astra as well, it kind of changes the pace of the gameplay a lot. As soon as you place down a lot of stars on a map, it tells your enemy that something's gonna happen here, but they don't know what. They don't know if the star is gonna stun, or do a black hole, or a smoke. And you can also take the stars back and put them somewhere else. So there's a lot of ways of using Astra that really changes the pace of their gameplay. And I think that was one of the deciding factors to why they suddenly actually won this map.
But of course, Raze too, Mitch. When it comes to Turkish teams, they can make a few changes here and there, but they never take out the Jet. The Jet is the bread and butter of Turkey, but Toronto coming in with that Raze wasn't actually a bad idea whatsoever.
No, especially on this map. And we talked about it before when we were speaking about Defo earlier on, which is that when you come to Split, on the attack side especially, it's rare to see that operator come out. You're going to be expecting your Jet to play a much more aggressive style, but not in the opping department. Like we saw a bunch of times coming out from Magoo, where he was dashing into the site and finding openings or getting traded. And as long as you're doing one of those two things, you're doing your job as Jet. Very different to what you will see over in pretty much any other map. Ascent maybe is the only other caveat, but even then there's much more opping opportunities around middle. So it makes sense why they swapped out a Jet on paper for a Raze. I think that if you don't want to play that kind of style, or rather that's something you can do anyways with Raze, and it has a lot more potential like we've seen throughout this map. Just this time around, especially with the matchup that it was very peculiar to see, but I enjoyed it. And I think for the most part, and it's something we've said a lot of times, if you have a choice between a Jet and a Raze and you can do the same thing on both, I think Raze brings a lot more value on Split than Jet does.
I mean, yeah, we saw those utility usage as well from Toronto, pushing them back, getting kills with them as well. Like you said, you can't really do that on the Jet as much. But Mitch, do you feel like the agent compositions and the creativity side of Oxygen is the reason that they beat Footballists, or do you feel like there were some things that was just fundamentally missing there for Footballists?
I don't think I would criticize Footballists too heavily. A lot of the things that we saw Oxygen do were very well rehearsed, and that take that they had on B with the Rolling Thunder in Heaven, the showstopper out to sight, the routing, the planning, the timing of everything was so well planned from Oxygen. And I mean, obviously the fact that you have a Raze alongside an Astra, I don't think is too much of a coincidence. They're very powerful. The benefits of Astra here, I don't think we saw all of them again. It's still going to be a long time before we see Astra fully utilized, shall we say. But I was still a fan of a lot of the things they were able to do with her. And I think Jonas was, so much so that even when she was dead, he was praising her.
I mean, yes, but let's also just talk in general about the utility usage of the team, not just Astra and leaving her stars there while being dead.
Didn't even use
that's
the stars.
That's another thing. But first of all, Zistao had an amazing game. He took so many duels, did the lurking role really well, got a lot of entries. But then we also saw the combo of the breach flash and the race double satchel, which is kind of the same way you would play a Jet anyway. You do the good old flash and dash, and you can see that you can do this with race too. It's just that it's a bit more clunky to use the double satchels. But there was a few times where they basically flashed elbow on the retake, and Raze flew into elbow, full aggression on defense, and they just cleared out 3 players. So I think a lot of their utility was really well planned, And it shows that they put a lot of thought into why they picked those exact agents.
Well, the interesting thing here, right, is that, we've heard from teams like Footballers, from Gambit too, that they're just not going to use Astra full stop. They're not going to worry about this agent. They have zero plans of bringing her in. They want to stick to what they know. But of course, all of the European teams that kind of adopted this style of this meta with Viper, with Astra, were the ones that won in the opening day. So, to an extent, Jonas, do you feel like maybe Oxygen is taking a page out of their books? They're sat there thinking, well, these Turkish teams and other CIS teams, they're losing to the teams that are with the meta. So maybe we should also try and get in with the meta and do something different.
Yeah, I mean, it's always this discussion about being ahead of the meta or following the meta, or because there's two ways of looking at it, right? Either you kind of accept the fact that there's a lot of good playstyles you can do with Astra. So there's two ways of looking at it. Either you do the same thing yourself, or you stick with what you know, but you make it work around the Astra. So you make a playstyle where some of these things that you can do, for instance, the fact that Astra is completely defenseless when she's in her utility. How can you use that against her? So it's not like always this clear answer to having to pick Astra, but it's more how can you play to fight against Astra? Because it's the same also. If you plant on default and she still has a star, she can put the star there and use a black hole or stun you. So but if you can predict how the Astra plays, then you don't necessarily have to use an Astra yourself to play better.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But also, obviously, some of the teams might not just have had enough practice, even playing into Astra in scrims as well, which could be another factor. But we are going to move on to Haven next. Now, this is where it could go two ways, I guess, because, of course, Oxygen didn't play this map for the longest time. And Mitch, they played it against Fnatic, and it didn't work out very well for them, but we already know that Footballers aren't going to whip out anything too over the top here, whereas Oxygen definitely will play Astra.
Yeah, the fact that both of these teams have got losses, fairly similar losses against high caliber EU teams in the opening games, it doesn't paint it as a clear favorite. I think the only reason I would swing towards Footballers, aside from them being the giants of their region, is the fact that Oxygen don't play it that much, right? They're pulling out some new things. Based on what we saw on the previous map, maybe that isn't so much of a disadvantage, and something we spoke about already in saying that it's been a long time since they've played this, so maybe it's a bit of a surprise factor versus Footballist. And certainly with the composition they're running, when you're scrimming within Turkish teams, I doubt you will have come up against Astra on this map all too much.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Mitch. But the other thing is that obviously Footballers, when they lost out on Haven last time, they did not deal with the Astra at all. They didn't seem like they had an answer for that Astra. And of course, Oxygen, they are going to run with the Astra, albeit against Fnatic. They also seemed a little bit lost, but I do feel like a playstyle clash could be what we're going to be seeing here. And if the first map is anything to go by, the surprises seems to be a very, very good idea. We are going to head into Agent Select now for Haven. Again, as we said, we're expecting the Astra to come up again for Oxygen here. They played this map yesterday, and it's going to be, I would be incredibly surprised if they decide to not try with the Astra, given how Footballers have fended. But this time around, Toronto Mitch is probably going to play Jet. Oh, he is going to play Jet.
Yeah, he is for sure. And Magoo's performance in the previous map, again, not something I would read into too much, because now he'll come in here playing the operator certainly much more freely than he did on the previous, i.e. not at all. So I think that this is somewhere that I can have a much more faith in Footballers being able to do what they do best. And there you go. The Astra is going to be locked in over on the Oxygen side. We'll see how much impact that can have. And we already spoke about some of the counters like your Sova to deal with a player like Magoo. But I will say, despite the fact that obviously they lost in a fairly dominant way, yesterday or the day before, I still think that Magoo put up some pretty good figures considering the scorelines in the map. So I wouldn't go near the conversation of him being off form, but this map is certainly going to be somewhere he has to show up.
Oh yeah, never underestimate a Turkish Jet player. You just never want to do that because they have the potential to pop off at any moment against any opponent. But this map is a must-win for Footballers. They have to pull through if they want to keep their Iceland dreams alive. It is literally now or never. Over to you, Mitch and Jonas.
Thank you very much, Sue. Jonas, I'm excited to get this one going. I did not see map 1 going to Oxygen. I don't see map 2 going to them, but hell, I'm here to be proven wrong. What do you think about this one?
I mean, again, if we see the same playstyles against each other, then that could be pulling in Oxygen's favor here if they don't have a way of dealing with it. But then again, Haven is a very different map than Football is. So it's not like you can just say that this comp is working really well on Split, so we're just gonna put it on Haven and it's gonna work, you know? Like, first of all, there's 3 bomb sites on this map. So there's a lot of different approaches you need to have, and most teams usually just leave B site open on defense and just place Cypher tripwires instead.
Yeah, this is something that we definitely have to look at. The fact that obviously when you have 3 bomb sites and a map that's much more open than we're used to, certainly with some of the others, and then we've seen on the previous map, this is where it could be in a little bit of trouble in using that Astra if you had, for example, a Raze alongside it and you wanted to combine the utility in the same way you do on Split. It just doesn't allow you to, but for util on such a big map can be so important because she can put it down from anywhere. We are having a bit of a tech issue, but it looks like we're good to go now, jumping into the game, as we've already had a couple of kills go down. A very early aggressive start down middle, as Krax is now stuck in the corner. He can get an angle above that wall, but instead he wants to fall back and play with his teammates. The A side already being overrun, and Footballist on their way to plant.
Yeah, and once again, Oxygen looking really good so far. They're already in a 4 versus 2. The cage comes out. Trying to push through the cage here. Gets Sistau though. But Glovey with a clean shot here, and Mod is left in a 1 versus 3. Gets one. But look at the rotations.
They're on their way.
They already knew Mod was on A. There's no reason to take the duel. So they should be setting up a confident 2 versus 1 plant on C here. Okay, gets the info on Turco now.
It's all about Mitz.
Plant comes down.
Look at him.
Oh, look at this angle. Oh, but you don't want to... Yeah, you don't want to give him the 1 versus 1 here.
Oh, no choice when he does that. Straight out to Turco now, creeping up and worried about the garage play. I mean, the spike is planned for garage, so it makes sense he'd come out of there, but Ringer, Rosie, round we go. Maj is now coming up behind. He's cleared it, knows the guy's going to spawn, but no, he's not. He's backing off into the right corner. Maj will never... Oh, he does clear it, but Mitz swings on it. A flick gets them the round, and my heart can't take more of that. That's 1-0 Oxygen. They come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, that round, after you're left in a 4 versus 2, it's devastating if you actually lose that round. But pulled it out. It was close though. I mean, Maj had some crazy duels there, but they kind of gave him a bunch of 1v1s as well.
This is the start that Oxygen wanted. And I'm sure they'll take notes on what went wrong there, right? As you're saying, the 1v1s they gave over, yeah, it's not ideal. Most certainly. They've got the round on the board. They're up against a Tico, a Turkish eco, sheriffs everywhere. There's only 2 of them, to be fair. This is more like a European eco than a Tico.
I actually called it Turco, and then I realized what Turco is kind of playing Sage right now, so it would be a bit misleading to call the Turkish eco Turco. Oh,
what?
Okay.
Have we just witnessed? And look at this flank as well. Maj is here in record time. He's swinging out and getting one. Oh no. The Tico is coming for you. Toronto, Spectre in hand, soon to be peaked. He's got a teammate on the way. The 2 of these guys versus 3. The good thing here is everyone has classics. The problem is they could go and get the weapons technically on A. At least that's going to play into Oxygen's mentality as they move forward. A smoke comes from the left. Toronto looking in towards the back of the site. He's going to get absolutely overrun. And Footballist, they take the Thrifty, the Tico. I suppose the European version of an eco wouldn't be great if we go the same way, because it would just be an eco. Wouldn't really work. Eco. We'll sound like we're having a stroke on stream very soon.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, that's really unfortunate. And it all started with the hero play from Sasuke there. Getting 2 headshots with the sheriff there on the board at the start of the round. Really changed the pace. But now we see four sheriffs. from Oxygen, no surprise there. They want to try to do the same thing. Oh.
Oh no, the damage is there. Magoo's on his way back for the heal. He doesn't want to be one shot to a Sheriff. Although sometimes two can be just as bad. Versus these Ticos. 4 players. Got those Sheriffs looking for damage, and they're grouped up, right? That's the thing. It's not just the Sheriff. It's the fact that there's always so many of them that you're facing into. Although Toronto, looking for a little bit of a solo play. He wants to open up space. And it looks like he'll be challenged kind of soon, especially when Magoo's stuck in the corner.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably... It looks like he's expecting that someone's there. Look at his crosshair placement. He knows exactly where the head is. Still not much information on where they are here, but oh, Zistau gets caught on the off angle.
It's the one classic down.
I love this. I love this Mexican standoff in the middle. They're just like...
Oh.
You can almost hear the do-do-do-do.
You see like the ball of hay just rolling past.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Good trade by Turco. I like it. Ball's going to go down. So is the plant. This is decent. I mean, altogether, a kill, a plant. They can get one more out of this. This is a great round.
For sure. Just get some damage with the shock dart there.
Oh, Magoo's going to close this out. He's got the perfect angle. Look, they're just making so much noise. And then Magoo's like, hey, guys, what's up? Never mind. Oh, he's whiffed a little bit, but it's all right. It's worked out.
Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. It happens. Wasn't it Boaster that said this? Like he had this clip about him flanking from behind, and he said something like he was so nervous that his aim was like completely shaking.
I find that to be very true, though. Like genuinely, if you have somebody peeking you to fight, I feel like it's easier to hit that shot than when you're behind someone. Because it's like their movement's unpredictable, the head is kind of harder to see and distinguish, and also you should hit the shot. Like this is a fight you 100% have to win, so it makes it harder.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we're coming up on a full buy here from both teams. Pretty much all utility invested as well. Now this is a very important round here for Oxygen. They pretty much emptied the bank and Magoo. With an operator. He is tagged though. Needs to be careful. Decides to get out of there. So kind of the same thing as you did with the Sova there. Manages to kind of push the jet off the angle.
Ooh, Toronto was thinking about it, right? The drone didn't spot him, so he wanted to move in quickly, but sprays come through, so they know they're watching the door. It's not worth it. 2-1. Oxygen have the advantage in terms of weaponry at this point, at least by a little bit. The problem is Magoo with that operator is always going to be a problem. He was pushed back in the early stages, but not dealt with. He's still solo holding A, plenty of utility there. This is when Oxygen need to make some sort of impact onto football. Oh, that was not the shock dart we wanted.
No.
That one of your lineups?
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Oh man, so they've made noise on Garage, they've made noise towards C, and now they're going to go out on A. This is where Magoo needs to show up.
Oh. Mites is ready though.
30 seconds left.
Look at this.
Oh, Magoo just goes through the smoke.
But he pushes through the smoke.
So he didn't use his dash earlier on. He's still got it online, so he can make that aggressive play inside of the smoke. Maj, he sees two. He's spraying away, but with a Vandal, it's dangerous. There we go. Kill with... Oh, they've even spotted him down below. Trying to finish him off, but it's not going to happen. Okay, Hunter's Fury was good there. Lots of value brought. Footballists have the big advantage to play with here, but Magoo is smoked out again. The problem about playing against an Aster, right? She can get so many smokes out and around, but Sturban's caught off guard. There's the player that was on an alternate angle, caught. Hunter's Fury given over, activated, doing damage, but no kill. It's Zistau instead that gets that frag. Mitez still in the corner, undetected, has a crossfire with Turco. Footballists need to move. They need to find space, and instead they find death. Oh, they're all gone. Oxygen, 2-2. That is a solid round from them.
There were so many well-placed utilities there. Like, first, when they took the site, you saw that how they used Cypher's cam there. Instead of tagging someone, they used the Cypher cam to call out the spots where they played, so it was easier for him to use the defending Sovolt. And then after they planted, Glove sends his Sovolt back, forces Maj to jump out of like defender sided A there, and basically someone was just waiting for him. So like, it was really difficult to deal with their positioning there. They played it really well. The crossfire too was hard to deal with. Oh.
Well. Oh, the little shadow step into the corner that they just shock darted. This could be good, and indeed it is. Sturban catches a free kill. Magoo with more, and Sturban's just holding the smoke, waiting for them to come through. They don't have anything to deal with this. No flashes, no breach, no Phoenix, no Sky, nothing that can help them push through that smoke and try to even the playing field. Instead, they'll fall back. But look at this. It's not just Sasuke who's there. It's also Cracks, who's good to take the trade afterwards, and he might just get the opportunity. They shouldn't expect another player to be here so soon. And certainly as Maj comes through the window, things get even more difficult. That's the spike! That's the spike! Dropped and Cracks, catches them trying to go back and get it. Zistow's like, hey, I'm almost on A, guys. Guys?
Yeah. It's also really tricky to expect two people coming out of garage there. So when you take care of one, you see all three of them basically continuing to A side, knowing that they kind of need to hurry up because obviously the information comes out. And that makes it super unpredictable that another person is also coming from double doors there. Seems like we're gonna have the... Okay. Deciding to force into this round, it seems.
Get out of my way!
Yeah.
They have three rifles and knife. Is this a knifle eco?
A knife?
Maybe? Or
it's Zistow not taking a weapon is kind of surprising. He had 2k in the bank, you know, he doesn't even invest into armor. That's odd, but okay. Saving up money for the next, I suppose. Maybe try to... doesn't want to go down all the way in case they lose it, but it seems odd when you invest so heavily. Sasuke on for the first, but Toronto, hello! He's getting the double, going up into heaven as well with all 5 knives refreshed. 4, looks like he's fired 1 into the abyss.
You will not kill
This is dangerous. He knows there's a player close. He has the info to play with, and Maj comes out on top. Okay.
oh my god.
This is
Magoo with the hero plea here. It is a 3 versus 3 now though. Magoo tries to frantically knife through the wall, but Sturban sits here on the off angle. He has a flash. This could be huge glow. He's completely flashed. He gets taken up, but Zista on the refrag gets 2. 2 versus 1. Sturban!
Wow. Absolutely back and forth. That's a ping pong of a round right there, but Football has come out on top. The ultimate used in the first place clears the A side, and then the answer back from Footballers with Magoo up on top. Jeez, that's one hell of a round. And obviously Sturban, that's one way to finish it off. Look at that. Oh, it's so nasty when that happens to you. And also,
this is indeed
it almost feels like you know, revenge from Sturban, because he came up behind on A long before. Remember, he just got shut down, and this time he wins the round for it.
For sure. And there we have the Russian eco. 4 sheriffs and a rifle. So this is why Zista was saved earlier, I guess. They're entrusting him with the power of carrying this round. 5 light shields. Actually, 4 light shields, 1 heavy shield. Not a round they're expected to win, but we'll see what he can do. Gets seen by the camera there.
That's it.
This also gives him some fake info though, because now they, like, he's shooting with a Vandal, so I mean, they're probably expecting a force buy. I mean, I guess you could call it a force buy.
Yo, Toronto not landing that. Yeah, it does just seem a little bit odd in the previous round to invest so much on 4 players, but it is a thing of taste, really. What could he have gotten for 2k, you know? It's like, maybe he's better with a pistol and picking up his teammates. The way I like it. But yeah, it's a personal taste.
Yeah, no. He gets a trade now though, and then they can pick up his Vandal, so...
Yeah, that's nasty. He was trying a bit of a boaster, sneaking out onto the side, but Maj shuts him. Okay, Footballers back in the driver's seat. They're not playing fully passive though. They've got one player kind of stuck on the side who could be in danger, but Magoo's providing the air support from up above. Toronto gets caught and taken down, and Maj, nice little 4K for him. That's gonna go in onto his YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really expect too much in a round like that, but I mean, we've seen so many times where these teams win a round that you're not really expecting them to win. by Sasuke getting a few headshots with the Sheriff, and then suddenly you're back in the game. And so it's kind of understandable why they're doing these Sheriff ecos, especially now that they can still, like, they could still afford full weapons this round. Oh! Magu. It's taken out by Milas already. Mites.
Oh, Maj up close as well. Sturban's already got one. Now they're just pursuing Turco. This is a tough round for Oxygen. And we've mentioned many, many times. Okay, Glove. He's almost on the side. He's even dodged the paranoia, but doesn't get the kill. Sturban got away with murder there, and even out for more. Luckily dealt with, but yeah, there's not much to come. We've talked many times about the problem with playing up against a Jet operator like this. The fact that you can have this guy take these angles you're just not expecting, because he has the ability. As soon as he left clicks, he dashes out. He doesn't even think about it. It's the freest fight of his life, because the chances of you taking the kill are, well, very, very low. So it's dangerous, and it stops you. It can stop you from really feeling like you can take any map control if he's repositioning a lot. Because A, if I peek A this round, he ops me. I go C next round, he ops me. It's like, well, you can never feel, you have to use so much utility to push up. And with this kind of comp, they don't even have that, because we talk about flashes a lot of the time as the thing you'll use to push them off alongside a drone or a smoke, and they don't even have a flash to play with.
Yeah, that's true, and we do have a little tactical timeout from Oxygen that maybe they'll find a way to change something up now. Once again, we do see the tactical timeout done just before they don't really go for a full buy. We saw that in the previous match as well. Interesting choice, for sure.
It is, it really is, and I do wonder, maybe they want to use this as some sort of an information gathering round. But at the same time, the power of these kind of rounds, of the Ticos, when they've got those Vandals out with the pistols, can do a lot for you. And, well, the great shame here is they wanted to kind of force a quick fight onto the B site, but instead they've found an ice wall in their way. Maybe we'll go for a little counter ice wall. I didn't spot if Turco has one. It looked like they were going to boost up above, but instead they go back. I'm surprised Sturban's pushed this, but he's just seen the edge of his leg as they walk around towards the A site. That's good info to play off of.
This can get scary. They don't have any tripwires. If they didn't, he only has one left. Oh, he's coming up behind them.
Dude.
Oh, no. Oh, that's the ult used as well, man. That is an ultimate pop. At least it's going to serve some purpose as they move in towards this site. The Sheriff in play, not good today. Sasuke, he wants to do a little bit more. He's going all the way in and spraying in the smoke. All right, man. Easy kill for him, apparently. And Turco even gets blinded up all by himself in a 1v5 and quick to die. That is going to be another round for Footballist.
Well, they're starting to wake up now, for sure. Looking a lot more dominant on split. I mean, it just looks like, as of right now, it looks like they've figured them out a lot more. Like, it doesn't seem like they're, I mean, this is a pretty good example. Like, Sturban just manages to get all the way into A short there without anyone finding him. Of course, you could discuss the fact that they didn't full buy, so they didn't have the anti-flank cypher trips that you normally put, because this is a big map with 3 bomb sites, so it's very common to have a flanker coming from one of the A long or C long. Oh no. Oh no, no, no.
This is so cheeky though. Magoo is just playing the distraction game. They show 2 players on the C side, hoping that'll allow Sturban to catch them off guard in the corner, but instead, Oxygen make the immediate read. They fall back. They don't want to mess with this operator. They're so scared of it that they're going to get the right read on the round and push into the A site. With just 1 player waiting for him and smoked out now, Maj can't really do a whole lot about this. Cage goes up and there's tripwires on the side. He's just going to hope for the wall bangs, but this should be a free plant.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they seem to read pretty well where the tripwires are. Will there be any shock darts? Maybe?
Silva's dead. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Not this time. I checked this time.
There is the recon coming in. which is at least going to reveal a couple on the site, and they were hoping that the spams would follow, but they don't. Sturban spotted on the flank this time, but okay. That's the first kill for him. Oh, the paranoia to allow them to drop out. That's really good. Magoo stays above, and the air support comes in yet again on the site. Isolated. Mitez is taken down. One spotted in the corner. Turco is trying to bide his time, but it serves no purpose. Toronto by himself now. Stuck up behind the boxes being pushed, and he almost gets away with it, but Magoo's Sheriff just about grabs the kill. The time, it's tight. I don't think he's got it. Oh, no. So close.
Oh my goodness, he played that so well. He just played time so well there.
Even the ice wall, like the fact that you have a player hide behind the ice walls buys them that little bit of time as they swing out to kill him, and the same on the box. And without that round might have been lost.
Yeah, for sure. And it's some of these rounds that are like super important, but it just comes down to a millisecond either way.
Pulling them in.
Take flight. And you know what?
That's what makes this game so interesting.
That third round for Oxygen, if they can push this up to 5, that will be like 0.3 of a second and potentially cost Footballers the map. Like, those small things can have huge impact in the long run. But for that to happen, Oxygen need to win rounds. They've got to get themselves back up on that scoreboard. And for now, at least in this round, it's started out very well. They've already got the plant in a 5v5, which is rare to see, especially when we talk about that defensive side operator on Jet.
Oh, you need to be careful. Magoo. Oh, it's not an easy task to enter the site here with an operator. We do have the first 5v5 retake scenario, though. Gets tied by the Cypher cam here. Mitez is holding the off angle. The Sova ult comes out though. Let's see if it gets anything, but quickly gets dealt with. Already 3 kills for Oxygen here, and suddenly this retake looks really difficult. Might be looking to just save here or get some exit frags.
I think they've got a little bit of extra money, but exit frags are going to have to be the name of the game for Maj, unless he got the spray down of his life and had super speed to get to that spike. That is going to be 7-4. We look into the final round of the half, and as you can see, plenty of money there for Footballist. And really the idea was to try and delay those players coming out of long so that they could at least deal damage to Oxygen and make it harder for them to buy. Which, to be honest, might have kind of worked. Like, unless there's weapons on the floor, I think Toronto's going to have to use his Blade Storm. Never mind. He's good. He's sold up and playing Light Armor.
You spoke about little things that create a huge impact. That's like you in my life.
Wow. Wow. Mr. I haven't made a hype joke yet. You had to do it. You had to do it. God damn it. I'm glad I make a big impact. At least there was a compliment in there somewhere.
It's a backhanded compliment.
It was.
We take those.
I like the updraft dash away. Obviously being spotted when you have a smoke on the other side, you don't want to just be spammed down. And for Toronto, he gets out with his life, which is important because they have the man disadvantage. Footballers, they got the early kill, and we said we want Oxygen up on that 5 rounds. They've got to close the gap before we move on to the next half, and the pistol becomes extremely important. If Oxygen lose this one here, you never want to, wager your hopes of winning over on a pistol. Also, take note that the spike is still second mid. If they split through Garage, that spike can potentially be dropped in a 1v2 fight and stop any hope of them getting onto the C side in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And so far, they're just trading some utility here. But Sistau, what a shot! Dinks Magoo, but he's quickly coming back up. But Sistau again! What?
This guy's just sickeningly good.
He's feeling snappy right now. I mean, he pulled a huge performance in the first game as well. Puts a nice little tripwire there.
Oh, all the info has just been taken away. All right, the wire gets destroyed, but that recon, that not tagging up, it would have gotten 3 players, desperately hurts. The information now is they have to be worried about flanks from coming out from B, potentially getting over their tripwires or through them with the updraft. Zistau in the backside. Mitez is up close. He hears the steps, but Zistau loses. Mitez now has to make a play, and that he does. 7-5. Oxygen, they've met exactly the rounds that we wanted them on, closing out that attack. They've made a pretty good comeback into this half, and now Footballers, again, after how the previous map went, they're going to be feeling pressured.
For sure, and I mean, if they win this pistol round, suddenly this is starting to look scary. I mean, the Astra on defense is so strong. Like the amount, especially on Haven, where it's such a broad map, you can actually cover all the default plants with your black hole and your stun from basically anywhere. So if there's any info that comes out that they push C while she plays on B on A, she can assist her team perfectly fine.
I mean, I already think Astra's pretty good on this map, but when it comes down to 2.07, right, where she can pull you off the spike as well. Oh, it's gonna be nasty. Oh, Sasuke, he doesn't quite get the cam and it's pulled back in the end. Unlucky. The camera now is still to be played with. I mean, it's a small detail, but it can have some pretty big impacts, like the butterfly effect.
Yep.
Enemy tag.
Oh, Jericho, it's Sasuke. Already an advantageous situation for Oxygen here. Gives them some confidence. It's so hard to defend this map as well with only 4.
Well, Footballist, they lose another 3 players remaining as they look to push into the B side, and the spam up close is good. The paranoia does nothing when you run up an inch away from his face. That's going to be 7-6. They didn't expect such a close hold. Oxygen, they win the pistol, and I said it was going to be important for them if they were going to lose out and lose the half 8-4. Instead, now they're closing in the gap. The question is there going to be an eco on the other end? And based on what we've seen so far, the Turkish teams don't eco round 2s. But hold on.
Checking the situation.
What am I seeing?
What? It's the caster curse.
It would make sense on a map like Haven. It's so open, it's so long range. You don't have nearly the same opportunity as on maps like Split, Ascent, and Icebox even that we've seen before, where you can isolate some of those fights. But still, you know, fair play. You're making the call.
Oh. Okay. A little hero play there from Magu. Gets dealt with quickly by Zistao, which is, he's having one hell of a game once again.
Come into close to the final minute of the round, and again, I expect nothing really from Footballist in terms of aggression. In a round like this, it's about slow and steady winning the race. You hope that your opponents make a mistake and push down, give you some aggressive angles, but they're happy with just this little risk on middle. Mitez in trouble, but the spam's coming through to protect him, and they know it. Well, Mitez actually swings 50 HP, and he just goes out wide for that kill. All right, buddy. That's worked. 7-7, and they get to play a full bonus now coming into the next round.
And we're actually going to have a tactical timeout by Footballists this time. So they probably want to try to figure out a solution to stop this, because, I mean, they looked really strong in the first, in the start of this map, but we're suddenly at 7-7. And not just that, but Oxygen on a very confident bonus round here. Like, they all have their weapons from I don't think they lost anyone, did they?
No, they didn't. They survived all 5.
Yeah, so this is an extremely good position to be in economically, but Footballists, they do have 4 Vandals and a Phantom on the board. They do, however, have... So this is one thing that gets a bit scary, right? They have two players bought Light Shields to be able to afford all their utility. Now, having Light Shield when playing against a Spectre is a lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
Because that extra 25 HP can save you so much against a Spectre.
I do wonder, you know, especially, prioritizing so heavily, would you be better off just going with a weaker weapon alongside your buddies? But I guess Footballers don't want to take that risk. Instead, they'll risk their health. And well, Krax has already received a little bit of damage, and putting him on light shields as well, effectively.
Yeah. I mean, if Footballists lose this round, they are not in a good position.
Magoo's being tagged. He just got hit up by that Marshall, so we've had Shock Dart and Marshall damage right off the bat. This is a really good start.
And Sage just used her heal as well.
Yeah.
So there's no way of healing up Magoo for a while.
It's going to be another 15-20 seconds before they can do that. The clock becoming a little bit of an enemy, but it's not the biggest of deals. It doesn't mean that for now, at least, you're not going to have Jet entering. At 10 seconds left on that heal as they look to push up through B, and Zistao, he has the angle. He has a cage. He has tripwire down. This could be really good for them if they push in, and they're looking to wall. Oh, it's the left side actually that they wall, taking his utility out of play. Good damage done, but it's not going to matter much if they wait too long.
No, it doesn't. And B side is pretty famous for hard to attack, hard to retake. Mites though runs down Sasuke already, but Magoo quick on the refrag, but 3 more kills going Oxygen's way, and suddenly Marge is left in a 2 versus 1.
They even have a wall. They can just block him off here as he goes for the spam. He has to break 2 portions of wall. It's already halfway done. It's going the full way, but Marge,
no
he gets it done. The clutch in the 1v2, mere seconds away from disaster, but Footballists win their full buy. The problem, as we'll always highlight though, is that was an eco. That was a bonus round rather from Oxygen. Not one you want to be losing or coming close to losing.
Yeah, they lost 4 players against the bonus round, and they emptied their bank. So once again, we're gonna see light shields. We're seeing a few Spectres, and they have no. Wait, did they have?
This is gonna be fun.
Okay, they've already placed them out. Okay, so it's not terrible, but here's another thing. When you're playing against Phantoms, you don't want to have light shields because you can get one-shot headshot anyway. Because it does 140 headshot past, is it 15 meters? I think.
Yeah, 140 after. It's only one shot within 15.
Yeah, 140 after 15, and then 125 or something after 30.
Shock darts coming in. Footballist taking it nice and slow, man. They're not looking to put pedal to the metal just yet, and I don't blame them considering the force that Oxygen are showing up with. We're coming into 55 seconds, and decisions need to be made. Looks like the C side is going to be where they aim. Garage already under threat. A couple of players waiting outside, and Magoo's just kind of open space or attempt to. An attempt is exactly what he does because he's shut down right away. Footballists, they're starting to second guess their game plan. They're rotating over to A where they've just lost a player, maybe thinking that now, after delaying so long and losing one there with no further aggression, that there'll be heavy rotates towards the other side of the map, but there's not. Toronto holding down long, still as a teammate on short. The dash out is clean, and they have one quick to rotate in the form of Sova. This is not ideal at all, and another one for Toronto. Glove just swings out and catches them off guard, and Maj again left in his position. Poor old Cypher. When you lose these rounds, he's just screwed. It's like, I'm flanking. Oh, never mind, they're watching me because they've killed you all.
Yeah, and they didn't lose a single player this round, so economically this is huge for them.
Not
this is probably
so. Here's the thing, right? Oxygen have put themselves in a position now where they've won the first map that it looked pretty good for Footballists to win. This map here looked even stronger, and now it's tied up. I don't think Footballists have been challenged like this before, man. You go back to Masters first, right? It doesn't matter. This is a strong team that dominates the region. Sure, games come close, but they might get 2-0'd out of this.
I don't think anyone... Oh, Toronto already with a quick one. However, this is an eco. We're not really expecting too much damage done here. Tries to gets the orb. Mites is up in the middle. Should get both here. Nicely done.
That's such a shame.
Yeah.
Magoo popped his ult as soon as he got it as well, so he's just like left here, having kind of wasted it.
Oh no.
Unless you can make a huge play. Maybe it's the only thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about Korean Jet movies?
Well, you never know. You never know. He has the dash to go in. He spots a player. There we go. The first, the dash is out of the way, but into Mites' crosshair. Cracks left alive to do a whole lot. He can't get a single thing done. Oxygen have retaken the lead now, 9-8, coming into Footballists full buy.
You have to start getting scared now.
Oh, there's not a single Footballist fan out there who's feeling comfortable.
We do have a technical pause here from Footballists. Not quite sure what's happening, but hopefully it will be sorted pretty quickly.
Someone's broken their keyboard. No, He's
was it Pants in Hypuck that was always like, it's so typical that every time it's a close match and a team is down by 1 point, they always like their mouse stops working.
Oh, our team speak, our server's gone. No, but they did still have some tactical timeouts. But I will say, this technical is going to help them out in one way, that they can go take a little walk while someone's fixing their mouse. Take a breather, which is definitely going to be necessary at this point. We're going to be going back into the game in a second. Looks like the tech pause is over, and that was a very quick one. I'm getting worried, though. I really am. And I think if you're a footballers fan, you're not going to be feeling comfortable right now. You're not going to be feeling safe that, it's the best team in the region. Well, Oxygen, they overthrew the second best, and they're coming for the crown.
They are indeed the Kingslayers. This would be the redemption story.
Hey, it'd be beautiful. Man. They fought for so long, and to finally, maybe beating BBL was exactly what they needed, right? Maybe that was the one barrier that stopped them from reaching their true potential. They hit that for the first time in 6 months, and all of a sudden, they're gods. Oh, Hunter's Fury is good. There's a tag and not the kill. Trying to pursue him, but he gets out. Okay, Turco can heal himself, but they've lost the sight. Toronto. Oh, how does that shot not hit?
Did he just hit his shoulder blade, or
no? I think he might have walked as he shot. I think that might have been the issue, that he just moved a little too early, so it went up in the air. Oh, that's not nice. Yeah, the chances for Oxygen is starting to diminish. They've got to make a move pretty quickly here to pull back in, or it's going to be save time. And Turco, that might just be the kill that they needed. The res comes in because of it. They've got the space now on the back side, though. I've never seen a post plant like this. They're all grouped up. This is nasty, but it might actually cause them a little bit of harm. It's all down to Sturban, who can't get it done. Footballist, they lose this round. There's plenty of time for the defuse. It's 10-8. Oh, what a disaster.
Once again, we see how beneficial it is when suddenly you get one frag on Sage, you get that res up, and suddenly you're back in an advantageous position. And they played, interestingly enough, 3 players backside here.
I've never seen it. I've never seen that before.
No, I think it was Heretics who were the first ones to do that wall, wasn't it?
The wall, yeah, and having players backside, yeah, but not a single player long when it's planted like that, when you have time for post plants. I don't know about that. That was weird. Especially because you still had one player facing spawn. It just seems so bad. It's like if he goes long, then that's a great setup. But when he faces spawn, he just sacrificed him.
Yeah, that was questionable. Oh, they're just rushing the cage at this point, trying to really change up the pace here, maybe force some aggression. Of course, they don't have much money to work with here. Sturban, though.
What? How has he gotten away with that? That's Toronto down. That's an operator to be retrieved. The seaside is theirs. They're even going to get the op on the way through, and it's going to go to Magoo.
I know exactly where you are.
If they win this round, it's got to be the story of every team winning the round they're not supposed to win.
Yep, 100%. Man, I'm telling you, you want to sum this one up on the desk? Ticos. All about those Ticos. God, that was ridiculous. What a TP in, and now they've got a post plant with a man advantage. Sure, weaker weapons, but it's hard to push in here and take a fight that the footballists haven't chosen to take. They can take whatever. Oh, oopsie daisies. There's the off spotted. Recon to backside. This should push him out of position a little. It's bouncing all around the place. It buys them a bit of time, but they don't do anything with that control and Oxygen. And they're not going to save. Not at this point, but they've lost one. The spray's through, not dealing too much until they do. Okay, Mittez, he's got a 1v3. And unfortunately, no bullets to get it done. Thrifty round. That one is just being pulled out of absolutely nowhere.
It started with the Omen ult. It started with... So, first, because of them pushing aggressively towards A, the Omen ult comes in on C, and because that they were pretty certain that C was clear, Toronto decided to push C long. But that's also exactly why nobody saw where the Omen ult came. And then it was also really unfortunate that when he dashed, he hit the wall. So he still got taken out, even though he got dinked first and had 5 HP
It's the
left.
timing.
It's just a lot of things.
The thing is, he could have looked back at C and probably would have. normally, but because he hadn't cleared long yet, he's like just coming around the corner, you know, as the ult comes in. So he clears it and then gets shot in the head instantly by a sheriff. So the panic mode sets in. He just dashes right into a wall. Ah.
I'd say it's still questionable to push C long with an operator against an eco.
I would agree. I think the thing is, though, when you're playing Jet, when you've got that dash, you just feel like you're invincible, right? You go for those kills, dash out. And we saw it just the previous round or the round before where he did that. He pushed down, he got the kill and went straight back through a smoke and he was safe on site. And it backfired majorly that time.
Sistau, though. They're playing very heavily on the B side compared to a lot of other teams that I've seen. Oh, what a beautiful shot! He actually hits one more too. Krax is down, but heals himself back up.
Oh no. They look for control somewhere else, run right into Toronto, and it looks like the rest of the team wants to deal with this operator because they're on their way through long, but Toronto's ready for that. I hope they've got something to deal with him here. Recon goes to back site. He's going to smoke it off, but not in time. Goes out. Dash not serving his purpose here. Oh! There's a player close right. Glove able to get one, but hold on. The Sistau just jumped out of heaven. What is this guy? What's he doing? He's dying. That's what he's doing. The time is so low. 10 seconds left. Krax has to make a move quickly. He's got Spike in his hand, but the double peek is too strong. Oxygen 11-9. When I saw the dash, obviously they don't get the kill with it, but the dash gets him out. Okay, cool. There's a player close. Glove gets one, traded out. All right, it all makes sense, right? That's a good push. But then Sistau jumping out of heaven. All right.
I guess like he has that cage that kind of covers him. So he decided to jump from the omen through the omen smoke, and yeah, basically just trust his cage.
And play the time as well, right?
He trusts his utility. Yeah, exactly.
If he jumps out and takes down the bomb at that point, the spike, they're in a really good spot to close the round, depending on the position. So I get it. It completely caught me off guard.
Footballists though put everything. They empty the bank here. A Guardian and a Light Shield. A Bulldog. 3 Vandals. Probably not full utility either. I do have a Solo to work with though.
Oh, spotted below.
As we say that. Oh!
It's free. It's free as can be, really, when you get those tags in. Glove, Sistau, able to return. And Footballists, they're on the back foot yet again. They've lost another. Oh, man. They've invested so heavily, as you said. They put everything on the table. But now, the 2-man disadvantage. Someone needs to make a play, and Krax hoped that it would be him. Hasn't been quite spotted on top of the wall, and he's going to play nice and passive. Hopefully let them push forward and start to break the wall. Then he can peek out. They'll expect it. They're taking their time. Oxygen do not want to make a mistake at this point. This is their opportunity to put themselves on map and series point. Maj gets the first 1v1. They offer another, but it's not to be. Krax caught falling off the wall. It's 12 rounds for Oxygen. They are on map and series point up against the kings of their region. They've only just beaten BBL and managed to prove that they're a team worthy of progressing further, of fighting, of having a chance to challenge the top. But now, a challenge? It might just 2-0 them.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say, honestly, but yeah. They're playing really well, though. Oxygen really playing to their strengths here. They've gotten... Even though Toronto isn't near the top on the scoreboard, like we mentioned earlier with the operator picks, he's gotten a lot of important picks in the previous round. And speaking of scrappy buys, once again... Oh!
Wow. That's one start. Tag coming in onto Glove and followed up. You've got more damage done. Toronto stuck in the corner. Shot lands, but he's taken out. Good trade immediately by Magoo. Does he want the operator? It's there if he wants it. He can pick it up in the 3v3. It could be the thing that makes the difference, and indeed, he's gone for it. The ult coming in, the res on site, it's safe as can be. Okay, Oxygen, you're on the back foot now. How do you play from here? Post-plant man disadvantage. Sistau, he loves pushing out of heaven. He loves dropping on them, and he's going to look to do it again. Time being delayed on it, he gets spotted. Oh, that puts a wrench in the works at this point for Oxygen. That's that one of your shock darts?
What?
He's doubled up on it. Oh no! Oxygen, they're coming out ahead. Sturban might be the hero, but no, it's Sasuke. 12-10. A double from Sturban keeps them alive. If he goes down, that round is surely done for. but they take it 12-10. Footballists aren't giving up yet.
Yeah, I was about to like talk about those shock darts being a deciding factor. Oh, thank God we get to see them again.
You need you taking notes there, Jonas? You taking notes?
Yeah. I actually don't have that lineup.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Yes. I thought that would have been the first one you'd win.
Okay. Okay, so we have a slightly more scrappy buy from Oxygen here. Still on match point. They have advanced Tico, you could say.
Advanced Tico.
Tico plus. Oh!
Alright, dude. Alright. Someone check Zistao PC. He's insane, but not normally. Dude's nuts. Oh, well, that's going to be taken out.
Is he's sticking the TP?
The risk of that is absolutely nuts. They know he's here as well because he's just popped out of paranoia. Toronto's got another. This is a low buy for Oxygen. Surely not one that they actually win. And Zistao's got 3. Sasuke, the last man standing. He's going to take down 3 Oxygen players just to buy them a chance at winning this map and taking it to a 3rd. Oh, this is so dangerous. The spike in his hand, safe to plant for long. The wall being destroyed, not offering him a way out of here. This has to be huge. And Oxygen, oh, they've got to be feeling it now. Still a rifle to play with in the hands of Toronto, retrieved from a corpse. But no, that's not going to close it. Instead, it's Glove. 13-10. Oxygen have taken down Footballists. They've knocked them out, Jonas. This is unbelievable. Nobody would have expected them to win this series, let alone 2-0. The previous champions, the kings of their region. Oh my God, what a game.
I can't believe it. Also, I love that their celebrations are like, yay.
Hey, we did it, guys. Good
game. I would be like, we got him. We got him, guys. Yes. And it's like,
yeah, I was expecting some jump and some like something being flipped, but now it's like, hey, good job, guys. Yeah, fist bump here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Who are we playing next?
Wow.
Like, God, that was insane.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, as much as this is an upset, I think Oxygen played a lot better than what they have in the past.
Definitely.
And these sheriff one taps, man. I mean, because it's like one of those where you're like, oh yeah, but they keep wasting their economy on buying these sheriffs. And like 2 rounds later, he's like, excuse me, I just like earned $900 with an $800 weapon. So,
you know, I'm gonna say something here. I'm gonna have to bring up the player of the match, right? Oxygen won, so we got to bring him up. There's 3 options. Now, if you look at these 3 options and you think there's actually 3 options, you didn't just watch this game. Zistao is the player of the match. I don't care what anyone tells me, but we'll have to wait because you guys can vote for it over on @ValEsports_EU on Twitter. There is Zistao, Toronto, and Mitez are your players of the match. Vote for the one that you think deserves to win it. It is Zistao. Come on, it's Zistao. I'm not coaching the audience. This is not a lead question. It's Zistao. It's a fact. He played so unbelievably in that last round as well with the sheriff. Oh my God, it hammered it home.
Yeah, it pretty much did. And of course, our opinions are not biased at all, and it's a completely democratical thing. But
yeah, whoever you think is player of the match, you vote for them. And if it's not Zistao, please go to a different Twitter. Don't go to the @ValEsports_EU one. Go somewhere else and tell other people. Zistao deserves it. He was insane. Let's bring back Sue and hear what she thinks about Zistao, his unreal game, and Oxygen. I mean, this is a big story. This is a big win for a team that came into my expectations as the top 3 within their region, and they've just completely upset that narrative.
Oh yeah, that was a fantastic series. And I mean, just looking at the tournament run for Footballists as a whole, they didn't get a single map. You know, if someone had told me that going into this, a Footballists was going to come out of this 0-4, I would not believe this. This is not, you know, what was supposed to happen. But of course, all props to Oxygen for being able to clutch that out. And, you know, Jonas talking about those shock darts when it went off the map is such a vibe, honestly. In the back of my mind, I'm like, Jonas, you should come and look at my solo queue games if you think if you think that shock dart was a little bit amusing. You should see the rest of the sobers in my elo. But you know, all jokes aside, that was a great best of three, Mitch. You know, to get their revenge. You know, never really beat footballers before, but to beat them in the most important match of their careers is outstanding.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that this would go the exact opposite way. 2-0 to Footballist. I thought that it would be Oxygen feeling the pressure. You know, this is an elimination game that they probably think they shouldn't win, knowing that this is the gods of the region. But at the same time, they knew it was possible. We mentioned that the match that they played, the BO5, where they lost 3-0, every map was super close. This was not a team that we said there are zero chances of winning, but it just seemed incredibly unlikely that they would come out on top. But everything worked for them here. We had Footballers coming off a pretty decent form. I think that overall, I wouldn't criticize them very heavily. There were a couple of mistakes, but generally when there's an upset, I'm ready to go in on the team that lost, that's favored. It's usually because of huge mistakes on their part, but not this time. I give huge props for this win to Oxygen. Honestly, without Zistao, with the way that Toronto played great. Let's be honest, he had a good game, especially a good map here, and it didn't really show statistically because he's one of the worst performers technically on the team. This was just so well-rounded and beautiful from them, and look at that from Zistao. Like 1.6 KDA. Man's a cipher, and he ended up in so many positions where we were like, oh, the poor guy, he's like 1v4, and he'd still end up doing so much damage.
I mean, in the end, to win it on Sheriffs where he gets a 3K, it's just poetic. It's actually just poetic. And Jonas, it does feel like the better team won today. They were just getting outclassed.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the map started up slow, and then suddenly they started picking up the pace. It seems like they spent quite a few rounds trying to figure out what was going on with Footballists, and then it was kind of like the lead just slowly crept in their favor. But then again, Haven is a map that is some would say more attacker favored than other maps because it has 3 bomb sites. So it is quite common that the attacking side is a little bit easier because you won't face that many defenders on the bomb side.
Yeah, that was definitely a great map they delivered for us. And now you guys have been singing his praises. So Mitch and Jonas, you'll be very happy to know that I am going to have a quick post-match interview with Oxygen's Zisto. Hi, Zisto. Welcome back to the stream. First off, massive congratulations on that victory. You know, it's taken you guys a while to finally be able to take down the beast that is Footballist, and you've done it on such an important stage.
Yeah, we are not that happy because we eliminated the Turkish team, but life goes on, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the teams had to go through, one of the teams were eliminated, and fortunately you guys went through today. I had a few questions in terms of how you guys have changed up a few things going into this tournament. First of all, when it comes to the map bans, you know, we haven't seen you play Haven all that much in the Turkish region. Is there a reason why you guys are bringing Haven back into your map pool for this Challengers Playoffs?
Yeah, because of Bind and Icebox has this Viper comp that we cannot do anything against it, as you see in the Fnatic match. Like that comp is that agent roster is so strong, so we try to avoid that. Of course, if we have to, we can play Icebox, but I think we are avoiding Viper.
And when it comes to bringing in the Astra, obviously most of the other Turkish teams have kind of shied away from this. What's the decision for you guys to play more Astra?
Well, we always knew Astra is OP, you know, so we pracked a lot before this tournament. Like we played in every prac. So before that, we were playing Omen, I think, in this tournament's beginning, but we were like hiding this comp to like important match, and we did, and we won, so we are happy.
And moving on to today on Split, of course, Toronto being so iconic on the Jet, and you know, you and I have spoken about this before, that when it comes to Turkey, Jet is just such a vital agent. So what was the reason to take him off of the Jet and give him the Raze pick?
So when we are playing Astra, they are like really good together with Raze. So we think of that, and Raze has crowd control easy. So we kind of changed our game's plan a little bit. So Raze fit better than Jet, and Toronto was okay with it. So we went for it.
Well, as you said before, I know you're sad because you knocked out another Turkish team, and you guys being the only Turkish team left now in this playoffs, how much does that make you want to win it more, for all of Turkey?
Yeah, of course, we will want to win it all. Like, we want to at least eliminate Guild, and we will do everything to achieve that, I guess.
Well, I mean, Guild have to play Fnatic first, so we will have to wait to find out who your opponent.
So I'm so sorry to Guild, but
It's okay.
Fnatic is too strong, man. I don't want to play against Fnatic, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. And lastly,
Yeah,
before I let you go, I'd like to announce that you were voted Player of the Match. You had a fantastic series today. What did you make of that accolade?
Well, I was on point today, I guess. I don't know. Not aim-wise, I was a bit shaky. I didn't like myself as aim-wise, but my decisions were on point, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
But of course, all the congrats to the team. They played so good today.
Well, you had a fantastic series. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory, and we'll see you next week.
See you, Yinsu.
Well, Mitch and Jonas, I'm so glad we got to the bottom of the Haven, the sudden Haven return into their map pool. And Mitch, it's because they just don't want to deal with this Viper post plant. They don't want to deal with it on Bind, and they don't want to deal with it on Icebox.
I'm surprised, especially, I guess they're not footballers, so they won't be as good at just headering those Viper snake bites out of the way. But the thing that I will say here, I was very surprised about in that interview was the last comment. I didn't feel myself aim-wise. I didn't think I aimed so good. Like, sorry, did you watch the same game I did? I don't know. Like, what was going on? He just got 3 kills with a sheriff in the last round. Yeah,
I mean, he was probably aiming for 5, Mitch. Yeah, he wanted all 5.
You know what? This guy, not only aim-wise, he got the most opening duels and the healthiest opening duel to opening deaths on the server. He was better than his Jet operator, who he praised going into this game. Come on. Didn't play so good? You just got to rewatch that match. He was unbelievable.
And Jonas, we have to also give it to them that they come from a region where everybody plays Jet. You just don't take off the Jet no matter what. And they come from a region where people aren't leaning towards the Viper or the Astra, but they're doing the opposite. They're kind of like embracing this, They're taking risks. They're taking their Jet player off of that main role, putting him on the Raze, and it works. And also, of course, bringing in the Astra.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's interesting to hear that what we thought behind the race pick was at least correct, and that's how their thought process was too. That Raze kind of complements Astra a lot better than Jet does. So it's kind of like one of those small things that kind of pushes slightly towards a better synergy, and they showed how well they could do that. So I think this is very promising for the future of Oxygen, that they're able to adapt to the new agents that come out and so on. Because let's face it, right? If you think in like a longer point of in the future, there will be other agents, and there will be other situations where your team has to adapt because some agent might be slightly too good or fit a playstyle better, and to be able to have a bit more depth in your playbook so that you can actually embrace that playstyle is probably one of the reasons why now Oxygen came out on top.
Oh, 100%. I think there's no coincidence, that the teams that have adapted a little bit better are the ones that are through to the next round. And speaking of that, well, at the end of Elimination Day, the brackets are looking, I'd say, pretty different to what all of us probably would have expected in the beginning. I mean, if we look at Group A first, of course, FPX and Team Liquid have gone through, but BBL are out. CIS, the only team from the CIS, Mitch, still standing strong. And as Rhyme said, he expects them to go all the way.
Yeah, I 100% agree with Rhyme. I think FPX and Gambit are the teams that are going to make it out from the top bracket, and we said that going into the tournament. Even Team Liquid on a good day definitely can. For me, though, they haven't got a rein on their players yet. They play a very messy style, let's say, a lot of the time, and I think that a team like Gambit are going to punish them for it.
Yeah, and on the other side of this, of course, we had another best of 3 in Group B as well, which means they've also lost one of their teams, and it's really sad to see that both, 2 Turkish teams are the first 2 that have gone out, and as Zisto said in his interview, they do kind of want to carry that Turkish dream for the rest of the region. Oxygen are the only team left there in Group B, and the interesting thing there also is that Jonas, he just is assuming that Fnatic will beat Guild.
Yeah.
I love that. He was like, yeah, we're going to play Guild.
I love it. Was just like, yeah, we're going to play Guild next. I mean, I guess in one way it makes sense from their point of view because, they're like the Pikachu to their Squirtle, like there's, sorry. It's just one of those things where like some like play styles really favor one team. I'm sorry, but I figured that would be like yeah, but anyway, but it's interesting.
Like, yeah,
I was a Yu-Gi-Oh kid. I don't know what that reference was, but all right.
What?
Okay.
Okay, Jonas. Let's just ignore Mitch. Yeah, carry on. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, I think that, like he said, they don't want to play against Fnatic because they have a certain playstyle that they can't really deal with the Viper, with the post-punt meta. So unless they find a way to deal with that, they would rather play against a team that doesn't. And that also makes them assume that it's more difficult for Guild to do the same thing, like to beat Fnatic. And Fnatic looks really strong right now.
Yeah.
So I don't blame them.
I think the matchup is going to be interesting between them two because obviously the last time Fnatic played Guild came out on top, but they didn't have Durka and Magnum then, so things might be a little bit different this time round. And speaking of Durka, we have had a great week of matches already, and he is on the list for MVP of the week. We do this every single week here at Challengers. I need you guys to go vote, and this week it is stacked to the brim. I don't think we've ever had a week of MVPs that's been this stacked. We have Zipan, Scream, Durka, and Leo Mitch. I mean, I don't even know who I would pick there.
No, I'm gonna need to go refresh myself in a couple of these games to even figure that out. That is a tough choice. Normally, there's a pretty clear victor, but I think there's arguments for all 4.
Yeah, what do you think, Jonas? Who takes your fancy out of these 4 players?
I mean, I've been playing ping pong with Scream every evening now, and he's really starting to get his mechanics on point. So I think I'm gonna have to go with Scream here.
Oh, yeah, definitely a very educated choice, Jonas.
Not biased at all.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought you would have said Adil, not Scream, because you guys know each other well. But thank you so much.
Supposed to be professional on the broadcast.
Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me today. It's been a pleasure, and of course, a huge thank you to Ryan. Guys, go show him some love. He was great today, and yeah, we definitely hope to have him back sometime soon. Commiserations to BBL and Footballists, of course, but we started with 8 teams. We have 6 teams left, and we will be back with the winners bracket and the playoffs next week, starting with FPX versus Team Liquid on Thursday. We'll see you then.
we wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round.